I mean, Theo and Ox are taking the time to type those numbers in and to say, hey, we're waiting. I feel like we should go live. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, my clock has no hands. That's right, Ox. I go by my own stand. No, I just started 5 minutes after because nobody's here on the hour. Everybody shows up at like 5, 10, 15 after. So if we get on here at on the we're going to be sitting here going, well, there's no fucking audience. Well, that's not true, though. Theo, Ox, and Sandy are here. That's enough.
Absolutely.
It's all I need in my life. So,
Much
some
love
theology, some art, and a big bullheaded dude. Oh, wait a minute. We got a kitty in here, too. All right, we're rounded out.
Yay.
Oh, man, I forgot to do my history thing. My
It's
intro.
all right.
I'm not used to having them yet. I'll do it at the end. You guys can look at it at the end. Tell me if it sucks. Be honest. I mean, don't be mean. Don't be a dick. But be honest.
I'm easily entertained, so you should ask some. I liked them all so far.
Oh, thanks, honey.
And can I just say that let's see, the twink flag is awesome. And the lesbian flag, bears. I'm gonna grow a beard just so I can sport that flag.
So I'm gonna remove us for a minute, just for a minute, Will. I'm gonna let everybody look at this. So I looked up trans history and I found all these flags. So I thought, well, and I personally did not know that all those flags even existed, and I'm in the LGBTQ plus A, B, C, D, E, F, G community. Fuck, I didn't know.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me figure out what that beeping is.
Okay. And it's funny, you guys, because before we came on here, Will said, wait a minute, why the lesbians? Why did they get the double-headed axe? That's the coolest flag on there. And I said, because we're the best. That's why. Right? You feel me? Yeah, there are a bunch, Maya. I really didn't know. Like, I guess I am just a really horrible lesbian. I'm a horrible lesbian. I don't know shit. I don't keep up with these things.
My power.
I don't like labels.
Absolutely. See, that was my thing. My generation.
B. No, just B.
It was
why that's my name. Yeah.
My generation was always taught to. It wasn't even about integration because integration is a pipe dream. It was just being yourself. Right. And everybody else can go straight to Hades because it doesn't matter anyways what people think. And I guess I lived in a cave or something somewhere, and I don't want to quote a year, but somewhere in the 2010s, we all started caring about what we called each other, And I said this earlier, back in the day, if you were not straight, you were just called gay.
Right. There was well, you were called lesbos and faggots.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
You were either gay or you were straight.
Exactly.
That was it. If someone was bisexual, they were automatically gay.
Exactly.
Which I just don't think, honestly, the only reason I don't like labels for anybody, I just don't think it fucking matters, first of all. Everybody is who they are. And second of all, I feel like all labels do is they segregate us more.
So I'm stealing this from Whoopi Goldberg, but labels are for boxes. And we go out of our way to categorize people so that we can do harm to them, so that we can lob bombs on them, do whatever we want. Because, I went to the border when the caravan first came, and they wouldn't let us give water to the people. But you know what I saw? I looked eye to eye with people who were on the other side of the border, and they looked just like me. They look like you. They look like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? They're people. They're human beings. But when you say, oh, the caravan, it's different than when you go down and look those people eye to eye and you realize they're just like you. They go to sleep. They have hopes and dreams and wants just like you do, They
bleed the same.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy is they're on the same kind of blood pressure medicines and anxiety medicines and everything else, if they have that available to them, that everybody else is on. So what's that? There's only one thing out there I know of that distinguishes any kind of race, and that's sickle cell. That's it.
Well, no, sickle cell has been cured. Well, it hasn't been cured, but it's kind of
Well, yeah,
disappeared.
but
And you don't
that's
want to know why. You don't want to know why. It's a funny answer. It's because of integration.
oh really?
Yeah, you can
It's
look it
just
up.
stuffed out.
I explain
Nice.
things horribly, but look it up. It's so basically, it's not that it's been bred out, but we've been able to figure it out.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. See that I don't know because I don't have to deal with it.
Well,
So
the science has progressed over the past like 25, 30 years in a lot of fields. But in something like sickle cell, it's definitely um one of those things that doesn't necessarily exist anymore.
yeah. See,
Oh,
this
I
is
see.
why I love Maya. Maya, why don't you just come on here? Jesus fucking Christ. You had to type all this shit in the chat. You could just say it and we could just hear it come out of your awesome mouth. I love Maya. She's great. No, it's true though, and it went from we're gonna label ourselves because we want everybody to be aware and we want to be transparent about it and we want to blah blah blah, and then it turned into everybody's nitpicking what they are. I mean, I could use like 6 different fucking identities right now, and it's just too much. I'm
As
just not
well,
doing
me
it.
as well, and I think also we have to remember that not everybody's intentions are for the community. Are not everybody has good intentions. Some people become something for the label. For some people, chase adversity because they've never had any in their life, so they
Right,
join a group because that group is oppressed, not
right.
knowing why they're oppressed. Because honestly, wannabes always embrace the stereotype. They never embrace what it really is to be a part of that group, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah,
Because you see something on the surface and you're like, oh, I want to be that. Then you find out what it really takes or what really happens and why these people are the way they are, you know? That's why
yeah.
labels are dangerous.
What is this, Ox? Natives have always had a saying, as old as a man himself. I am not trying to say that freaking name. We are all related or we are all the same. Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. I say that all the time.
It's true, man. So I thought before we got into bullshitting too much that we would look at a little bit of trans history here.
Awesome.
So the Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld found the first gay liberation organization in Germany, the Scientific Humanitarian Committee. That was in 1897, folks. 1897.
Wow.
They coined the term transvestite or transsexual in 1910. The first round of surgeries. Lily Elb undergoes 5 surgeries, the 5th of which kills her in 1931. So all of you that want surgeries, thank Lily Elb because she literally died for it.
Wow.
Magnus Hirschfeld in 1932 performs the first documented sexual reassignment surgery on Dora R. Then they published a story of Lily Elb's life, MTF transition, and SRS is published, Man into Woman, 1932 as well. So, you know, this people want to act like this is new, people that don't know or they're biased or whatever. This is not anything new. 1966, Harry Benjamin publishes The Transsexual Phenomenon. The first gender symposia is held in 1969. It develops into the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association. So by 1969, they founded a dysphoria association.
Did you go past Christine Jorgensen? I saw a special about her.
Oh yeah, here Christine Jorgensen undergoes SRS in Copenhagen, returns to the U.S. where she is outed by the American press. She causes an international sensation, and for many, she's the first visible transsexual in the media. 1952.
I saw there's
1952 people. I mean, that's like literally almost 70 years ago.
Quite a few interesting documentaries about her on YouTube as well. You should look it up.
Oh, I bet there is. Change of Sex aired by the BBC. For the first time, viewers are able to follow pre-op transsexual Julia Grant through her transition. It also highlights the arrogance of that time of psychiatrists based at the Gender Identity Clinic at Charing Cross Hospital in London. And that was in 1979.
Wow.
And here we are just starting to do... Oh, speaking of which, has anybody seen the show Transparent?
No.
It's really, really good. Here, I will look it up and I will put a link in it. I'll give you guys a link. You've seen it? It's hilarious. It's actually a Jewish family, and the father decides he's trans.
Awesome.
And it's just a lot of shit after that. A lot of shit. Like,
how you doing, Randy?
Hi, Randy.
Oh, pretty darn good so far.
Hold on. Yeah.
Awesome.
Got some bone shards taken out of my jaw earlier today, so tomorrow I'll be back to playing harmonica.
Awesome.
It'll be great.
Good.
Ox, I like your philosophy. I'm kind of the same way.
What did Ox say while I'm looking this up?
Let's see. Let's go back a little bit. We all come from different breeds, but we're all one race. Which, because of the eugenics person that was spouting out 1940 science, look up mitochondrial DNA. We all have the exact same mitochondrial DNA. Sorry, folks, we're all from Africa.
I keep telling people that. We've known that for how long now? I mean, seriously.
From one tribe who is still walking around to this very day. Sorry to burst your bubble. Like, science. You can look it up. I read Scientific America. I'm sure there's other literature that you can read, but I got that years ago in Scientific American. Years ago.
So anyways, there's the link to the wiki page for it, you guys, so you can check that out. See what you think of that. It's really funny. It's well written. They're a Jewish family. Father decides he's trans. And they had already been like splitting up. The mother and father had, and now mind you, the kids are all adults and some of them have their own children. One's got like a drug habit. One doesn't know what the fuck to do with himself. And so it's just a really good storyline. They end up being the mother and father end up being like best friends and hanging out together and spending time together again because she starts accepting him as her. So pretty well written.
Sounds
definitely
cool.
worth a watch. Yeah.
That's awesome. We need more representation of what society is really like. And not the cheesy, Saved by the Bell version. We need like actual representation to show that, especially when I went overseas, people were shocked that not all Americans were cishet white guys. So I think representation is extremely important.
1993, Minnesota passes the first law in the U.S. which prohibits discrimination against transgender people. 1993.
Wow.
Like it took them that long.
Wow, that's way too late.
Yeah.
I stand corrected by Simply Secular Dave. That's true. Not everyone's been tested, and I have to see aliens to think they exist. I'm just saying. I'm not ruling them out, but I would like to see an alien every once in a while.
Right.
Right. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Well, they say Area 51 is not far from either one of us, buddy. We can go there if you want.
I told you my story about how I pulled off the road on Edwards Air Force Base, and the MPs were like, "You need to keep going." And I was like, "Yes, I do."
Yeah, that's right.
They were going to shoot me because I love driving out in the middle of the desert and staring at the stars. But if you head too far north out in the middle of the desert, you are on Edwards Air Force Base property, and they will shoot you. Yeah. No questions asked.
Yeah. They do not play around with that.
No.
Hi, Dave.
I've seen Air Force One parked there a few times, so they do not play.
We can get lost and we can signal them in.
Oh, that's what you were talking about, the alien babies. Yes, I'm sure there are alien babies out there.
I had a roommate from Ghana who looked kind of like a Roswell Gray, but I just figured he was original. He was closer to the source.
So we found the alien in the group. That's why she's so smart and pretty. She was manufactured like that. That's what it is.
All right.
What it is. On the inside, she's a little 3 or 4 inch green dude.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Is this the
In a
book
meat
that
suit.
infuriated me? They're like, I think this is the book. It's history's timeline, and it goes from early civilizations, and it starts with the pyramids, and then it goes straight to the classical world, which is Greece.
Okay.
So basically, according to this book, it was Egyptians and then the Greeks and then everything else. But for a while, I would
nothing before the Egyptians.
I used to go buy cheap books from libraries that were going out of business in the early 2000s in Los Angeles. Like the LA library system went. I don't know what happened. I think it went completely bankrupt. But I bought hundreds of books from the LA.
Nice.
Hundreds, because they were like 20 cents, 25
cents.
Yeah,
I would have too.
And me and my ex-girlfriend and I, we would like drive up there, buy as many as we could carry, and then come back for more, you know.
Nice. According to that book, Julie said China didn't exist.
That's what I'm saying. And I keep it right there because it makes me laugh.
That is pretty funny. No, it's just like Australia. It's a figment of our imagination, folks.
But it makes me laugh how you can call yourself a history book and skip past thousands of years, and you're like, oh, we're talking about the entire span of the world, you know. And it's okay to say that you don't.
Randy, is that your phone? I'm gonna kick your butt.
Mythical. Yeah, it is. Hang on.
You know what's sad? I have a book called
Lips.
It's called Status Seekers. So it was written 100 years ago, and it's about the disparity in America. And the sad thing is, the only difference is the language. The only difference in the way that the world was back then and the way it is now is the language. We are in the 20s. We are in the beginning of the 20s where everybody was broke. A couple years from now, the guys from Wall Street are going to be jumping off of buildings because they're, it's history has a really
dips back down again. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
History has a funny way of repeating itself,
Well, and that's the thing. That's like the old saying, those who do not know history are doomed to repeat it. And it's true. Like we know it. We don't realize we're doing it as we're doing it.
It's
and then we're going to do it again, and it's just going to keep. It's just like it's like my buddy said to me back in 2004, because I said to him, I don't understand why people are prejudiced against me. And he said, well, first it was us, because he was a black dude.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was the Jews. Now it's you. You're the new N-word on the block. Only he didn't say N-word.
Chris Rocks.
I said, well, that makes sense. And he said, well, don't worry, give it time. They'll find somebody else to hate, and they won't care about you anymore. So right now they hate Muslims and trans people.
Chris Rock said that after 9/11 that Muslim people were the new N-word.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the same recycled bigotry, all the recycled hatred, and they just switch it over to somebody else.
Yep, that's exactly what Daniel was telling me all about.
And I get in a lot of trouble. I get in a lot of trouble when I say this, but people use the same rhetoric for race that they use for trans people nowadays. It's the same recycled arguments. The words are skewed in a different way, but it's the same stuff. We don't want them here. We need separate bathrooms. We want this. Like, if you can't see it, I have glasses for you.
Yes. They're prescription. They work. You should look through them.
I don't think apartheid works. Saying, oh, those people, they're kind of like us, but we're going to treat them this way. Apartheid has never worked. Telling people that they're second-class citizens is going to do nothing but cause more problems. You know?
Absolutely. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
And again, we're going back to history repeating itself.
That's what I told my ex.
What'd you tell her, Randy?
She kicked me out. I told her I don't care what your cousin said. Lopsided is beautiful. And she kicked me out.
I'm not even touching that one, man. I am just not even touching.
I'm going to cut
so
out
much in that.
I'm going to cut out all your jokes. And I'm going to make a Harmonica Man joke stream. A video of all the jokes.
Ooh, that would be awesome. Oh my God!
I'm getting
Wonder how much
cocky.
time you'd have to take.
I don't know. That might be evidence.
Yeah. When I was a kid, when I would leave, my pops would always tell me, he'd be like, "We don't believe in self-indictments," which meant don't tell on yourself. He'd always tell me, if you get arrested, like there was one time when I was a kid, me and my friends, we all got popped for drinking. We got for underage drinking. And they got to all the kids and they asked them, we're gonna call your parents. They got to me and I'm like, my parents are out of town. Take me to jail. Because I would rather go to jail than deal with my mother and father. And the cop was like, "Ooh, I know your parents are home because you're volunteering for jail." He was like, "I know your parents are home." So
I'm gonna put this in here. I want you guys to check this out when you get a chance. I saw this and I put it on Twitter. I don't care. Go look at it now. It's fine. It only lasts about 5 minutes or 3 minutes or something. But it's a Asian member of some kind of council or something. I don't remember. And he said that people have. Oh, did you see it? People have told him he doesn't look American enough because he looks too Chinese, and he doesn't look patriotic enough. So look at that and see what he does. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, it gave me chills.
And it will make you go for a second. But it's awesome. It's great. I feel like everybody needs to share that out and see it. That guy fought in our country for our country in our army for 20 years and almost died defending this country.
I don't even want to give the good part away because I was about to give his bio, but I don't want to give. Ooh.
No, just leave it alone. Let them watch it. It's
awesome.
A good story. You have to watch it. Yeah, It really is. And we'll talk about Randy's hat while we're waiting for you to do that. I see an American eagle. Actually, I see a bald eagle.
Yeah,
with the American flag. Yeah,
that made in China. But it's my mom
that's all
got
right.
this for me just before she died.
Love stuff like that. I love stuff like that.
I don't like eagles at all.
I still wear the I call them the I wear those shirts with like the wolf at the moon. I don't care. I love those old school prints. Walmart brought them back a couple of years ago. I still have one. I'm
telling you, that's like Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, Oklahoma shit. They all wear that. They all wear Nebraska.
They got
the backwoods people. They all wear that shit.
Big old,
especially women.
Pictures you can hang like that. Rugs you can hang on your walls like that. It's all over the place.
My girlfriend's roommate, she has the living room done up with her stuff, and it's all like, freaking
Southwestern
dream catchers and wolves and her whole living room.
We call that Southwestern. That's the old school motif.
Oh, really? Because that's where I live. That's interesting. No, I'm kidding. Oh, really? No. Yeah. So.
Oh, damn it! I forgot what I was.
I personally don't have any tattoos myself.
I didn't want to have any distinguishing marks.
That old joke. Oh, go ahead, Godless Sewing. I
forget you have a delay.
I was going to say so.
I forget you have a delay. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I don't have any tattoos, but I was thinking about getting one that says Charlie's on my pecker, and when it got hard, it says Charlie's Bar and Grill, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Maya brings up a good point. If we all came together, we could actually make change and stop hating each other, and that's why we say they or them or the lizard people, but the truth is people know that if we're separated, when you're fighting, you're not in your right mind.
Agreed, Ox. It has no place coming from anyone's mouth. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again because he brought up his father. My father was bad enough that, oh, hey Maynard, thanks for coming in, buddy. My father was bad enough that he is still in my head. I still hear him. I still
Yeah,
hear
I know
him
what you're
calling my white trash friends the N-word. And
know
I
what
still
you're saying.
hear him calling black people the N-word. And I was like, why did you say that, Dad? My friends aren't that.
Mhm.
And he said, well, they
Yay.
might as well be. They're poor white people. It's the same.
Yay.
Fuck.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi, give me a couple minutes. I'm still getting ready.
Hi, Jenny.
So
Take your time.
My
Take your time.
my dad
Okay.
used to always tell us, because he grew up in the apartheid South, where, like, you know, white people stayed over here, black people stayed over here. He would always tell us, don't be like that. Don't be like these people. And
Yeah.
I feel fortunate because of that, because I could easily, I'm a vindictive human being, so I could easily see myself saying, oh, all white people are this or that, but I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to be like, you know what, like, I stand up for myself, and I help people where I can, you know,
Right.
because I know by myself I can't solve the world's problems. But if you get 100,000 of me, 200,000, then you know what I'm saying? Like, if you get people that are kind of like you can actually make a difference, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I keep saying that's why the government likes us to be divided, because together we'd be too strong.
Even look, if
They
you
wouldn't
want to
fucking
bust
know
it
what to
down,
do.
if you want to bust it down even more, look at men's products and women's products. I'm Mr. Sensitive Skin. So I wear a certain deodorant, and it's a woman's deodorant, and it costs $2 more than the guy's deodorant. The pink tax is insane.
Oh, yeah.
Razor,
Razors.
same
Yeah.
razor, same
I gotta
company.
ask I gotta ask what
before-
brand that is.
I'm sorry.
William.
What's that? I use Secret Unscented.
No shit. I'm paying that much more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the
Yeah,
pink
you
tax
will
is
because
real.
of a scent or label color.
It's
yes.
whatever's at the grocery store. I can't wear something that has too much lilac in it because I have super sensitive skin, so I have to wear cocoa butter or shea butter or something that's real, because I can't wear like fake. Basically, like, if it has too much lilac in it, my skin breaks out.
It's the perfume. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't want to come to Northern Michigan during the lilac festivals, then.
You know what? I could breathe
They're
it in.
all over the place.
Yeah.
Will, you didn't have enough reasons to avoid Northern Michigan, but now you have enough. That's it.
No,
Yeah.
a lot.
Just had that
In a
one more.
funny not story. I had sex with this guy's wife from Northern Michigan, so I figured if I ever went over there, I'd probably get shot anyway. So I'll stay away.
Me
And
too.
it wasn't mutual. It wasn't like, she didn't say anything, and I'm Mr. Fun Time, retired. I'm retired.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And so back in the day, I didn't know, and they lived out here. And he told me if he ever saw me, he's going to kill me. And you know what? I kind of believe him.
It's probably true.
What's her name? Carol.
Worth it, though. No.
Oh,
And I
okay.
know the guy. I know the person because they're on the. They look me up every once in a while. Now
I can honestly say I've just never. The only time I fucked around with somebody is with somebody I've never been caught. Will, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to do.
I used to go to bars by myself. That was the thing, because I'm super social, shocker. So I'd always meet people. So I would always go out by myself, and I'd always end up meeting someone. And if you're not wearing a wedding ring, like, I can't tell if you're lying or not, That was my Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, I was always getting some after a show.
It's true.
I always knew I messed up when I would get an angry text from the same number from their significant other.
Oh, motherfucker. I know you're talking to my wife. I saw that dick pic.
And I learned, there's quite a few times where I was like, oh, well, she wanted it and you should do better. Those are the ones who come in their big diesel truck and try to run it through the front windows of your shop.
Right.
Been there. So I've learned to be.
Here's a good history thing here on trans. 2004, 10th of February, The Gender Recognition Act becomes law, allowing transgender persons to legally change their sex and have it recognized for the purposes of marriage. And it says, and other issues. I don't like how that's worded. It's
What
not
does
an
that
issue.
mean?
Well,
What is that?
That's things like getting, changing your name to get insurance, changing your name to go to school, changing your name to get your driver's license, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What that's referring to.
Which also falls underneath the Civil Partnership Act was passed prior to coming in effect in 2005.
Okay.
Came into effect in 2005. Was passed in 2004. Along the same lines.
A federal law?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about a federal law here?
It doesn't say. I was just looking up trans history timelines. And this one goes all the way back to 1897. The first gay liberation organization in Germany, the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, was founded by Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld.
1897?
1897. They coined the term transvestite and transsexual in 1910, and they did their the fifth surgery, which killed a woman. Lily Elbe, Lilielbe is her name.
The Danish.
Her fifth surgery killed her in 1931.
That was the person who the movie The Danish Girl was all about.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a book on her, and then how many years was it later? I forgot. I think it was the next year. Yeah, the next year, the first documented sexual reassignment surgery was done, and that was 1932. So people need to quit acting like this is some new shocking thing.
Yeah, that's whenever I'm speaking, I make it clear to people. One of the points I want to make is that it's over 100 years old.
Yeah, I mean 1897.
Science to me to talk to me about it.
Right. I mean that's what 124 years ago. Like, really, are we done yet?
Exactly.
That's
ridiculous.
the same year the book Dracula came out.
Like we said, human beings always need an enemy. We need someone to hate, something to categorize, to say over there, oh, I'm not like this person, and it's ridiculous. My problem is that we are well aware of what's going on. So it's just shocking, like we were saying earlier, how history just repeats itself over and over.
Yeah.
I wish people would choose to pick a different person to hate. Somebody who deserves it. Pick poachers, people who kill all the rhinos, who killing all the elephants, who killing all the pangolins and stuff like that. Don't pick people who are just trying to live their lives in quiet and peace.
That's why my saying on my Twitter is I won't say the exact word, but off Nazis like your grandfather used to.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
like let's concentrate on the people like when people started using that N-word again, I was like, didn't we fight a war to get rid of all those guys?
Yep.
Like, isn't there a rule that if they rise up, we just smash them again? Like, I have to warn people. Like, I always say, like, oh, that stuff doesn't go on. It doesn't go on around me because I wouldn't put up with it.
Hell no, I don't.
Around here, you would get your face smashed. If someone was flying a Nazi flag, even if someone was armed, they'd get jumped because people have numbers out here.
Help the world. Punch a Nazi.
I'll be honest with you. I've worked in a mostly male environment like 90% of my working life, which has now been 32 years. And I'm going to tell you, I have pissed off a lot of people. I've pissed off a lot of male rednecks. And I just told them to fucking stop. And they were like, fuck you. And I'm like, no, fuck you, man.
Yeah.
This is work. And I can have you fired for this shit. So take it somewhere else and don't let me hear it again. Because I'll fucking make it happen. I don't care. Get mad at me, come after me, whatever. Beat me up. I don't give a shit. You're not going to scare me. I'm just going to say it the next day. Through the stitches. I don't give a fuck.
You're not going to change who you are because of stupidity and threats.
Well, not just that. I'm just not going to change hating racists or prejudice or anti-whatever these people. I don't even like to call them racist because we're the human race. I think they should be called anti-ethnicists because they're against every ethnicity. It's not theirs.
That's like when anyone is shot and and I'm talking to like a cishet white male, I'll say, "Did you see that American that got shot last night? Did you?
And wait to see what they say.
I can't believe what they did to that American George Floyd. Like, they got to stop doing this to Americans." And people like, no, because most people won't speak up. See, that's the problem. Like, most people won't. I'm one of those people who do. And disclaimer, you know, don't put yourself in a situation that you can't fight your way out of.
No,
don't follow my advice, because I
have the largest lesbian balls in the world. Don't do what I do. Don't get hurt.
Yeah,
don't get hurt. You got some friends with you, and you got some backing. Say what you want. Be careful, but don't do that. And
I've had just enough head injuries to want to get into a fight, so don't take any medical advice from me. But you know, I don't put up with that in any way, shape, or form. I have no patience for that. So when all this rise of this new stuff coming around, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. But you know, it's ridiculous. Just like, okay, like recently, I have to apologize to somebody. I called out a certain YouTuber, and they were actually standing up on the side of tolerance. And I didn't like the fact that they platformed somebody who was preaching eugenics. But in the end, this person showed their they showed their cards that they were just a flat out racist, you know?
Right.
And they ended up getting blocked by the person. And I was quick to judge this person, and I was wrong, because they were actually standing on the side of what's right, you know? But I'm all emotions, and I'm a little bit William Wallace. I come in fighting everybody. So, you know, it's one of those things.
Maya, I want to respond to that.
It takes me a while.
You know, I said why I don't like racist, obviously, because we're the human race, so it shouldn't be. It's not racist. We're all the same, or we should be considered. And I don't like bigot because it's too generalized. A bigot is someone who hates everybody in groups. That doesn't mean that it doesn't. It could be like, oh, I hate Asians. I don't care about gay people or black people. I hate Asians, which I know people like that who are of mixed race.
Me too.
And they half Spanish, half white, hate Asians.
Archie Bunker caricature.
So, right, pretty much. Anyway, so that's why I dug through different terms and thought the only thing that makes me happy for equality of POCs is anti-ethicists. It's the only one that says it all and says it appropriately without using racist.
How about colorist?
What, Jenny?
How about using the term colorist?
That's Bob Ross's category.
Oh.
Colorist. But you'd have to be an anti-colorist.
When I think of colorist, I think of
colorist is someone who does colors. You'd have to be anti-colorist.
Well, no, not anymore. Then a racist is a racist. It's the same kind of thing. That the word race is just a simple noun, or in this, yeah, it's just a simple noun, and so is color.
Colorist, art designer, a person who tints black and white prints, photographs, or movies, and a hairdresser who specializes in dyeing people's hair.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe not.
Okay, we'll find a different word. Well, you know what, Jenny? We'll make up our own. I want everybody to come up with their own word that means the most to them, and DM me on Twitter, and then we'll do it on the next stream. We'll read them all out and see who has the most popular one.
Anti-human.
Or we'll go with whoever's the worst one will win. How about that?
Because in the end, they're just anti-human. And I know, see, the problem is when you...
Not white humans.
Right.
When you say all humans, it takes away from the people who are actually suffering, you know? So we do need to categorize to be able to point and be like, hey, these people over here that look like this in this region are being hurt, you know?
I'm going to take exception with that. We think white, but I would bet you the people who are behaving this way for every other ethnic group or social group hate their own neighbor too, their white neighbor. That they hate everybody.
Yeah.
That there's nobody who escapes their ilk.
But that's not a racist. That's just someone who hates the fucking world.
But narcissists are like that.
Yeah, and
a dickhead.
And they spread their hate to everything.
But that's a narcissistic tendency. That's like people who surround themselves with people they can control, which in the narcissistic world is called their flying monkeys. So you get your flying monkeys and you live in your world where you control all these people and you say whatever you want, you know, and anything challenged, your flying monkeys will help you push that person out of the group, you know.
Right.
People are very narcissistic, and there are people who follow. You know, I asked too many questions to follow. I raised my hand. I asked way too many questions. That's why I couldn't be in the military.
You know,
Mhm.
starting to make sense to me now, Will. That's been me my whole life. I can't, and you know what? I don't even mind following if I have a great leader.
Yes.
But almost every leader I've had sucked. So I don't want to follow them. So I tried to build a new path to make things better, and they fire me.
I had the I was fortunate to be around people who tried to teach me their skills. So I as a kid it taught me to like shut up and listen, you know.
Right.
But I completely forgot my point. I tried
That's
to find it. I completely stumbled
I
and,
didn't
and
know what-
forgot my point.
I hate it when people say,
Damn
"Oh
it.
man, what was I saying?" I'm like, I don't
Leadership.
know. I'm not in your head. I would have said it for you.
Oh, thank you, Harmonica Man. Basically, I was around men and women who would tell me like, no, I'm not infallible. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I don't, you know. So I grew
tell
up
people
like
that all the time.
Yeah, yeah, because you know, I just because you have a you know, just because you're the captain doesn't mean that you know what you're doing. Even the captain needs to ask for advice every once in a while or see what's going on, you know?
Look, my supervisor at work, he's a good dude, and what he knows,
Mm-hmm.
but he doesn't know as much as he should know for his position, and he doesn't. Okay, let me change that. It's not that he doesn't know. It's okay to not know things. He doesn't ask himself the right questions to get to the answer of, oh, I need to know this, or I need to try
he doesn't
that.
know what he doesn't know.
Right.
Mm.
Yes. See, I know what I don't know. I'll tell you. People bring up a subject, I'll go, nope, don't know shit about it. I have no problem doing that. So I constantly make suggestions to him, and he's like, oh,
Me too.
thanks, B. Appreciate you, man. I didn't even think about that. Because he was like, well, I wanted to put the paint down here in this storage unit. And I said, what if it spills? It's all carpet. We'll have to replace the carpet. Let's put it on the concrete one that doesn't matter. And if it spills, we'll just paint the floor with it. And he was like, oh, that's a great idea, man. I didn't even think about that. He just doesn't think outside the box. He has this,
simple
and that's
stuff.
all. That's all.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where he is. He's right there.
I used to have a problem in a kind of different direction. I worked with somebody who was an ex-electrical engineer. They had all this experience, and they'd be like, all right, we're going to run the conduit, and we're going to put an elbow and do this and this. And I'm like,
And a sweep, and yeah.
And I'm like, we're just running a porch light. So I would have to tell this person, like, settle down, Turbo. We're just running a porch light. We don't have to, like, make it the best porch light ever. We can make it like every other porch light we've been doing for a year, you know. Sometimes people overthink
if it's outside,
it,
you should run conduit, though.
No, but my whole point was it was always.
But if you're bringing it through the ceiling, no, you don't need to.
It was always some grand plan, and I was like,
oh, okay.
Well, let's just do it the textbook way and go home. You know, let's not be here until 3:00 in the morning. You know.
See, but I try to come up with ideas that I try to think of things that are not. I'm like a problem solver. That's what I need to do for a living. Really, I'm really good at problem solving.
But
and I don't even know why. It just dawned on me like about 7 or 8 months ago. I was like, oh my god, I'm a problem solver. But I just think outside the box. I think outside the lines. Even with my brother, he knows this man can literally. I know he preaches God. Everybody forgive him for that. But he can literally build a house from the ground up, and it's regulation built.
That's awesome.
He knows. He knows how to do things, and he does them correctly, or he doesn't do them at all. And he goes a little bit above and beyond in every single thing he does. Where not only will this not fail, but it's really not going to fail. And that's just how he does things. And there's still times where I'll say, "Hey, brother, why don't we try this?" And he'll go, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that." I'm like, "Oh, I got one.
Yeah.
I got one on him." Because that fucker knows everything, man.
Exactly.
I'm always going, what do you want me to do next? I'm like his helper because he knows so much more than I do. Yes, logic is your friend. Yes, Nils.
Ox said in the chat, Maya, if it wasn't for smart ladies, where would us men be?
You'd be fucking
Well, yeah,
starving
that's
and living in
kinda
a
true,
cave
but-
still.
So
That's where you'd be.
true story. When I was
That's
a
okay.
kid,
I plugged into a lot of geniuses.
my mom took all her male sons. She lined us up and she made us prove that we could cook. And she looked at us and she's like, "I quit." And my mom never cooked dinner again after that.
Good for her.
But you know, I was the
For like,
youngest.
what, 20, 15
Yeah,
years?
yeah,
You're great.
some insane amount. Like I'm the youngest, so I was like 9 or 10, you know. But she was raising kids in the 60s, in the 70s, you know. So by the time the 80s came around, she was like, "No, f that." You know, you need to learn how to cook. And she did. She was tired. And she told me, "You mother effers don't appreciate me." And she would cook like Thanksgiving and, you know, but we cooked dinner after that for each other.
Well, my mom said to my brothers, if you guys want to know how to take care of yourselves when you're adults, learn how to cook.
Oh, yeah.
There's going to be times in your life that no one's going to feed you.
And that's the one thing I appreciate, because I was raised really harsh and really old school. But when I went out in the real world, I'm never late to anything. I've never been, I haven't been fired much, but I've never been fired if I'm 20 minutes early, I feel late. Yeah, at least, you know, at a job. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, 10 to 15 minutes is my minimum.
Yeah.
It's my minimum of getting there.
Right.
I always have done that.
Looky.
Oh,
I like
cool,
it.
Jenny.
Trans Day of Remembrance.
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
Oh.
Nice. That's great.
So that's why I always say, for as much as we should chuck out all the idols and stuff, we should keep some of those old school principles. Because every day I get up and make my bed, and I was never in the military, but I was raised by a man who was.
You know what? I was in the military and I don't make my bed. I can tell you right now, it's a fucking mess.
I have made my bed twice in 50 years.
You know when I make my bed? When I change my sheets.
I'll tell you, like,
that's the only time I make my bed. And I clean myself before I go to bed, so I leave my sheets on for like a couple weeks. I don't give a shit.
I'm a bit of a clean freak then.
So twice a month. I make my bed twice a month.
And I also have a rule that, like, even for as much as I've been at home because of COVID, I get dressed every day. I don't, even today when I was loafing around in my Big Lebowski outfit.
Maya, I'm never on time. It could really be an issue if I gave a shit.
I don't. If you're paying me, I'll be there smiling. If you're paying me, I'm like, hello. It's different.
Yeah.
It depends on where I'm going. Like if it's like people I know, everyone shows up an hour and a half late, anyways.
I hate people that are. I can't stand it when people are really late. You know, I mean, I know, like my girlfriend's that typical. I'm gonna take a while to get ready kind of person. And she's like, yeah, I'm always 30 minutes late. She just told me that when I first met her. I'm always 30 minutes late, sometimes 40. It's just the way. If I say 8 o'clock, I'm not going to be there till 8:30, 8:40. And I said, fine, I'll just meet you at 8:30 then. She said, no, then I won't show up till 9:10.
Yikes. Yikes.
She said, I am always late. I just always am. She said, I start doing stuff and I forget, you know, and I'm like, oh, I got enough time. Oh, it'll only be a few more minutes. Oh, and then she looks and then she's late. But I mean, it's fine.
When I had my shop, I would let my employees take an hour lunch, and I would demand that they took their 2 breaks during the day. And I didn't care if they went 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour, as long as they came back. But getting to work on time was an absolute. You will be there when the door opens.
Right. Well, yeah, absolutely. You can't run a business without employees.
I'm old school. Like, you know, if you're paying me, I'm gonna do the job you've asked me to do. You know, I'm gonna show up on time. But that's an old school kind of principle, I think, because nowadays people give you their opinions at their jobs and all kinds of things when that didn't happen back in the day. You know.
Right. So Jenny, how was your streams? Weren't you on 2 today?
Yeah, I was on. I'm Well, Purple at noon, and oh God, I can't remember.
Sam Chaos this morning.
Oh yes. Sam ran an impromptu.
I was like, I know there was
stream
another
this
one. I
morning.
saw you. Well, I mean, I didn't see the stream, but
And that was nice. That was a good stream. Purple's was wonderful today.
really
I
good.
don't know how many people we had in the chat, but
Yeah.
God, the panel was just on fire, and it went 3 hours.
Yeah, I saw you guys were on for a while. That's great.
I showed up
missed
in my
all of that.
After a
PJs.
while, I'm like, man, these guys are still talking. I better go poop and get a snack and come back.
And we even pretty much stayed on topic.
Because Purple was
We don't know how to do that here.
They were a referee, and they kept on saying like, no, let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic. But it was
So
important.
I was showing everybody before you got in, Jenny. I was showing everybody these flags. So, anyways, I just thought it was interesting. I didn't know there was that many. And then Will is jealous because the femme lesbians have the coolest one with the double-headed axe.
They do.
So that's where we were with that.
And now I'm gonna have to grow a beard, and I'll fly the bear axe. I mean, the bear axe, the bear flag. The bear flag was awesome.
The bear flag is cool. My brother's a bear. My next to the oldest brother. Because the
And
one you guys know is number 4. He's my 4th brother.
And just to
But
get strange looks, I
second
would,
one is a
I
bear.
would fly the twink flag too. But I've been sitting. I'm not in twink size, but I would totally fly the flag just to get strange looks from people, because I truly do not care what people think about me in any way, shape, or form.
How can you do that? I mean, I'm not going to say I admire it. I'm jealous of it. I wish I could feel that way.
It's because
it's really difficult, worrying about what everybody thinks all the time.
It's partially I reached a point in my life where I used to care what everybody thought, and I reached a point where when I was younger, I did a lot for other people. I mean, when I was much younger, I went out of my way. I was like a humanitarian on shrooms. And then when I was like 19, 20, I needed help, and no one was there to help me at all.
Yeah.
And I was on my own. And so from 18 on, I was kind of like F trying to not help people, but care what people think. So me not caring is more from a place of putting my hand out and getting it stomped on, Right. And so over the years, I'm not angry. I've just learned to be self-sufficient emotionally. I'm like everybody else.
It's hard to do that, but
yeah.
My brother and I were talking about that. You have to do that to protect yourself.
Absolutely.
Because those of us who are soft-hearted, and I will admit it, this one time, I am a fucking mushball. And I'm empathetic, and I care about everybody, and I want everybody to be happy, and I go out of my way, and I do little things for people that and in my head I think, oh, I should do that. I don't want them to afterwards I'll think, oh, I didn't want them to, think I was mean for not helping them. So I offer help, and they're like, nah, dude, I got it. I'm picking up a hammer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but I don't know. I'm trying to help you pick the hammer up. And I told my brother, my middle name should be OC, overly considerate, because that's what I am. I am overly considerate with everybody. Like, I do a stream, and I'll put the link out on the main DMs, but then I send it to people who I know are in that DM because I want them to feel special that I'm personally inviting them.
It works. It works.
That's what I do, Like I want everybody to feel personally invited. If I know it's a topic or a stream that person really wants to be on, I will make sure I send them a link. I don't know. I'm just OC. I'm overly considerate.
Well, don't ever stop.
So I've learned to one day I had to learn to like myself. I spent 10 years alone, off and on, traveling around. So one day I had to force myself to like myself. And it wasn't like, oh, I love who I am, but I just became okay with who I am. You know, you don't have to be, my dad used to always say, you should, you know, no matter who you are, look in the mirror and say like, hey, I'm the sexiest mother effer on planet Earth, you know, no matter who you are, because you have to live with you. Nobody else like you do, you know. So you know, I've just learned to tell people to shove it.
Yeah, I had parents that they had a number of lines that would all relate to the same point of what others say matters. You know, getting fed. You know, don't do that. What will people think? You know, and
I had my grandmother tell me to my face, oh, it's not what I think, it's not what you think, it's what other people think.
Exactly.
She smacked me in church because I was acting up one time, and I deserved it. But she told me the pretentious reason why, because she cared about when she was going to be in the hair salon. They were going to say, "Oh, your grandson's an idiot" or something. You know, she cared more about what people thought, less than she didn't care what my actions were.
Yeah, well, those lessons really stuck, and it's made me a highly neurotic person who can't accept myself for anything. You know, I'm not going to sit there and lay out my life and try to explain how I'm one of the good guys or something. But I know that I'm not a bad person.
Not at all. But
I know that I've helped people my whole life, but I still hate myself.
But you shouldn't treat yourself as you would like. Just don't be an enemy to yourself, you know. And I'll tell you, there's language I had to stop saying because I would say those same things, and after a while, I had convinced myself that they were true. Because if you say anything over enough, it's going to become true. Anything, and that's not woo woo. That's just human nature.
Yeah, because like I'll be building on something and I do something stupid and I go, "What are you fucking doing, dumbass?" And I'm like, "Why am I talking to myself like that?"
Seriously, I'm gonna make a clip video. I made a video. I messed up so many times. Every time I mess up, I'm talking, I'm commenting, I'm like, motherfucker. And then it's like, bloop. And then another one's like, oh, fuck, I forgot my line. Like, we are harder on ourselves than anybody ever could be. And that's why when someone says something hurtful, it's because we've already thought that of ourselves. And then they see it in us and it hurts. You know, and that's why when people speak out,
evolution faults.
Yeah. Human beings scream when someone's yelling at you.
Evolution.
It's something they hate in themselves.
Take care of it.
When someone doesn't like you, it's what they see in themselves. So if someone's like, "Oh, did you get a troll?" Oh, anyways,
I did. I got my first troll. It's my first one, everybody. Woohoo! I'm going in the big leagues now. I got a troll.
I always miss it.
Who's the troll?
Evolution's
Evolution Fall said, "Oh, just an atheist echo chamber." Dude, we're not even talking about religion. Go find some other stream to harass.
That's Darth
Get time for your ass. I will block you, and I will make your life hell if you don't leave us alone. Thank you. Have a great day.
That's Darth Dawkins. You need to come out of I accept you for who you are. You need to come out of the closet. I'll give you a big hug. We have cake on the dark side.
Yes, we do. We do.
And cookies and
straws to suck out babies' brains. But anyway,
and to the troll, I'd like to say, if you need help,
you know who's going to be my troll.
Closet, if you need help coming out of the closet, just get a hold of me, and I will help you in any way you need.
That is Darth Dawkins. Evolution's fault. That is Darth Dawkins.
Yeah.
Darth Dawkins is definitely somebody who can't
Darth doesn't need to talk to me. I'll put him against my brother again, and my brother will make him sound like an idiot again. So just
I saw that too.
If you want to stay here, Darth, and you want to be nice and not be a dick, everybody that's not a dick is welcome. And
Absolutely.
I have no problem with you hanging out in my chat. Do not insult people. Thank you. Now.
Who my
behave, Ox.
Troll would be
agree, Ox. I agree.
My troll would be a bass player.
Oh, that would be funny. That's actually hilarious, Harmonica Man.
Anyway, like we were talking about, Jenny, the thing I figured out with myself is because of the shit that's happened in my life and the things I've been, I really thought I didn't deserve it. After my mom died, I just figured I'm a piece of shit. And I don't deserve to be happy, and I don't deserve to have a good life. I took someone else's life. Why am I alive? And if I wasn't so lividly scared to die, I would have been dead a long time ago. because I looked at a lot of trees and thought, I'll just drive into this and then me and mom will be even. That's how I spent about 20 years of my life after she passed away. And 19 years after she passed away, I decided, you know what? This is enough. I do deserve to be happy. I do deserve to have good friends. I do deserve to have fun. I deserve to go out and spend a little money on myself, even when money's tight, because I worked my ass off for it. I am a good person. When I was 29, I did a really big self-analysis, and I picked myself apart. I made a pros and cons list. It was one of the hardest nights of my life. And I cried, and I laughed, and I cried. And I was honest with myself about myself. And the only thing I could find that I didn't like about myself was the hatred I put out into the world because I was so angry at myself for what happened to my mother. So I had to come to the realization that although it happened, like, how much punishment do I need? Is 20 years enough? I mean, there's people that kill people and don't go to jail for 20 years.
It's 7
so
here in
I
California.
I finally said, you know what? I deserve this. I deserve this. I am a good person. May have fucked up. I may have made some mistakes, but I am a good person now. And now is what matters. And that's why I walk around singing every day. And I listen to music at work. And I'm doing this while I'm working. Like, yeah, oh, it's a good beat. Oh, yeah. Because I deserve that. We all deserve it. It's just whether we choose to see that we deserve it or not. Most of us don't think we deserve it and don't think we are good enough or don't think, and there's something that's holding us back from being what we should be. And we're doing it to ourselves. We got to crawl out of that, man.
Tons of mice. That's in the state of California.
Yeah, life. Yeah, life is meant
only
to be
7
enjoyed,
years.
not
Be right
endured.
back. I love mice.
Yeah, it's great.
I don't know who's the troll's troll is, but you're great. Hang out all you want. It might just be mice. Who knows? Mice has like 20 fucking sock accounts. Anyways, that was my whole point, Jenny, is you are a good person and you do deserve to be happy, and you need to see that in yourself. You need to write down that pros list. Write down what's good about you. Actually, I told somebody this the other day. Write down a list of everything good about yourself that you do every day for a week. You know, Monday, I did this. I realized I'm good about this. I love this part of me. And if someone compliments you, write that in there too. That counts. And look at all that at the end of the week and tell me that you don't deserve to fucking be happy. And you should love yourself. Because you're a great person.
You are a good person.
You're fucking hilarious. You're lewd when it's appropriate. You're brilliant when it's appropriate. You help people out. You're a fucking good person. I don't let assholes on my streams. So you must be. And we all love you, man. It's just, you know, you got to love yourself. It's the only way you'll ever be happy. You know, I'm to the point in my life, I love my girlfriend, don't get me wrong, I really do. I'm steadily falling in love with her. But I'd be fine on my own because I love me and I'm okay by myself. And when you get to that point where you don't feel like you need anybody and you're happy every day, that's when you know. That's when you know you figured yourself out.
That's why I was single for so long, because I got tired of being in the same relationship because I had issues and I would always gravitate towards the same person. It didn't matter what gender they were, didn't matter who they were. It was always the same person.
Right.
It's because I had issues and I was looking for this like trouble and I found it every time because I was trouble, you know?
I just ran out of money.
You gotta love who you are, and it's not an easy process, you know.
No,
you
it's
gotta find
hard,
it on your terms and only your terms.
I mean, I was 46, 47 before I finally said, "Oh, here I am. I really love me." I mean, that took me a lot of work. I started when I was 29.
I'm just coming to that point myself.
It's hard. Some of us get there faster than others. I'm emotionally damaged, so I'm slower with everything.
My new pills and my psychiatrist help a whole bunch. But saying the same things, just the good things. Think of the good things that you're doing. Stop taking blame for things that don't even matter. From like 30 years ago or what the hell ever. Stop being so damn guilty. You deserve to come out of it and have a life also.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
Jenny, Nell sent out a group hug. Just so you know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes life's just shit, man. Just because we're handed shit doesn't mean we're shit.
Mm-hmm.
I got handed a lot of shit. And I know does anybody be honest, anybody here think I'm a piece of shit?
No.
I mean, I know you're gonna say no. And oh, by the way, I don't care if you think that. Since we were talking about that earlier. I don't care because I know me. I have figured myself out. I know I'm a good person. I know that every day I consider other people over me. I know that I am. So I don't worry what other people think. People want to hate me? Fine. Fucking hate me. Whatever. If you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. Tell me you hate me. I'm good with that. I like that. I want to know where I stand. Then I know how to deal with you. I don't have to waste any of my emotion or energy on you if you're a piece of shit. Just tell me you're a piece of shit and we'll move on.
To be fair, usually people will tell you they're a piece of shit just by their actions.
Oh, yeah. You just got to
So after a while, you can be like, okay, this person's a scumbag. I can tell, because we've all been
It's
there.
usually my family trying to argue with me. And I'm like, you're just mad because I wiped my ass with your face this morning. Little prick.
Oh, jeez. Well, that's direct.
Did you write that one down, Will? You should just start writing them all down.
I should. Harmonica, man, you
know
have
what you should do? Just write down the timestamp and the name of the video.
Yes.
And then you'll know when to go back. You won't have to look. So it'll be faster.
That's another thing.
Harmonica Man response to everything video.
I'm getting better with editing, so watch out.
Stupid one-liners.
My skills are getting better. No, but Jenny, you gotta you have to love yourself. Always be out for number one.
Yeah.
And it's not easy.
Because the bottom line is if you don't take care of yourself, you can't help others.
Yeah.
So you're a number one. And that's just the way it is. And your family and friends that are close, whoever's close to you, they're number two, or your kids or whatever. That's number two. But
here's the thing. You have to dig out what your self-worth means to you. I personally think my living consciousness is the ultimate value in my life. And I'm not going to put that, behind anybody else. I'll help everybody else as much as I can, but human consciousness and existence is way too precious of a gift for me to just say it's worthless. And it's too hard, to be around. I mean, I'm coming out of, I'm highly suicidal, or used to be anyways. I don't know if that's you can do something about that, but it's about your self-image pretty much, and your self-worth.
I'm someone who literally,
it really is.
I literally died because I was looking for it. So that's why I try to help people wherever I can.
I did it. I did attempt suicide once in college, and I've dreamt of it ever since. Mm-hmm.
And don't get me wrong, everybody. I'm not trying to say I'm fucking perfect. I'm not. About once a year, I break down and I have a shitty time for about 2 weeks, and I cry and I get it all out of me, and then I say, you know what?
Yep.
I'm done with that now, and I go on, and then I'm fine again. And it used to be every other day and every day.
I was about to say you're strong. I'm like every 4 months.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel. You just got to work towards it.
Yeah.
You got to keep positive shit around you. I know somebody that I suggested that they give themselves notes about how awesome they are, and they started putting Post-it notes around their house. So everywhere they went, there was something positive looking at them. And it helped them a lot. You got positivity breeds positivity, and negativity does exactly the opposite.
Well, I'm doing it wrong then. I go around the house peeing on everything like a cat, saying mine, mine, mine.
My cats don't do that.
That you know of.
Dogs at work pee on everything though.
And I'm sure somebody will be there to help you out with your cup of coffee thing too. Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny.
Yeah, they're.
Well, you have a big community who loves you. Go ahead. What?
Were very kind to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was late to this, because I was eating.
Yay! Code word yay! 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 You're absolutely a good person, so you should never forget that at all.
All right, I agree.
All right, well, let's change the subject. Hey.
Okay, so back onto my crappy history book that literally left out 1,000-something years and said Chinese people don't exist and Australia, Pangea is still there. Or we could go.
Yes.
It's an old library book that I bought. It literally cuts out 1,000 years. Or we can read, let's see, 1942, a year that doomed the Axis. Or one of my favorite books. I found this in my grandfather's library at his house. A very private woman. This is a book about Kennedy's girlfriend.
Girlfriends or just one of them?
Well, it's one, but there's a joke in Absolute Fabulous where in one of the episodes they're actually talking about her, where they're Patsy gets caught up in I think that's her name. She gets caught up in a scandal, and they're talking, and they're like, back in the day, those women kept their mouths shut. And that's basically what this book is about. She kept her mouth shut.
Damn.
Yeah, that's basically what he didn't say a word. So let me put this away. In what year was the where's my ashtray? What year was the
Maya said hard on.
What year were the Olympics? It was, which one was it? Oh, damn it. So my grandfather used to go to all the Olympics, like in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. This was the one where they had the hostages, because I'm really bad at history.
1972.
Okay. So
snap. See, this is why I need Jenny on my fucking streams right there.
So in 1972, speaking of, because my grandfather's passed, he took his girlfriend to the Olympics because my grandma was like, when you come back, you can go live somewhere else. And so he took his girlfriend to the Olympics, and I think he like bought that book because he kind of had that life. But back then, all those like Mad Men type had girlfriends. He bought her. Oh
yeah, everybody did. Every guy in power had a girlfriend. The mafia guys had girlfriends, and every sect. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I always wondered why.
It was a thing.
My grandma always looked young, and I don't know why. It was never a family secret, but the second my grandma found out that my grandfather had a girlfriend, she went and got a facelift. She went and got a whole body tuck. Because I always wondered why she always looked so young. But she got redone, in the 70s, and they never got a divorce because they were good Catholics,
Oh yeah.
But every time I read that book, it reminds me of my grandfather. Because he was my hero. He was a great guy. And my grandma every once in a while would just look at him like, don't let me catch you in a wheelchair and I'll push you down the flight of stairs, because she was still mad at his ass. And when she was full dementia, I have the same name as my grandfather. And she used to look at me and be like, William, why did you cheat on me? William, why did you buy this bitch a house? Or like, she never let it go,
Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it? When I was taking care of my dad as he passed on, dementia, and he'd be in and out of it. And many times in that year and a half, he called me by my mom's name, and it was,
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was really weird.
Yeah. My grandma, she was like a crash course in dementia because up till 95, she was sharp as a tack. I mean, she'd be kicking us out of her house. She'd be like, I'm an independent person. Like, get out of my house. And after 95, she just started downhill racer slowly, you know, and she slowly, by 97, she's just slipped into dementia. And by 98, 99, she was full. She went from one of the most prim, proper human beings I'd ever met to like a witchy, scary lady, you know, because she had just dropped off really fast. Oh, dementia is evil. I don't believe in good and evil, but it was harsh to watch her slip into it. But I'll tell you, my grandmother wasn't as racist as I thought she was because she never said the N-word, and she said everything else under the sun, but she never said the N-word. So she wasn't, you know. She wasn't that racist. No, that's wrong. That's wrong to say. She didn't hate black people, basically.
Hey, Ox, I don't care if Otangelo hangs out. I've talked to him on the other chats. It's fine. Just don't be a dick, anybody.
I time him out.
Including the people that were already here, be nice. I don't care if other people hang out. We're not here to talk about religion. If they want to talk about history and shit, that's fine. They can hang out. Just everybody behave.
Yes, Maya, we are opening a troll farm.
Yeah,
Where's my hat?
And if
Where's
you
my
happen
cowboy
to if you happen to sleep with a fat hooker named Tootie, make sure you get checked.
Check. Thank you, Harmonica Man. I will note that and make sure I never sleep with a fat hooker named Tootie.
Do you know every time you say Tootie, I think of Facts of Life. I grew up watching TV.
I know, me too. When he said that, I instantly got Tootie in my head.
Me too. I grew up watching TV. The Tootie I know grew up to be a beautiful woman, and I love
Yeah, it's true.
I have no idea who Tootie is.
It's Kim.
This one wasn't, but she was my landlady.
Oh, from a TV show or something?
Yeah, from Facts of Life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I have the theme song stuck in my head.
You take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the Facts of Life. The Facts of Life.
Great show.
I love that show, man. I wanted to fuck Joe so bad.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, dude. I was just drooling over her all the time. Everybody was like Blair, and I was like, fuck Blair, she's a dumb blonde. I want the hot lesbian chick.
Both versions, the early version and when they all lived in the house together. Yeah.
You know what year that came out?
There was always Mrs. Garrison running through with that big old bun on her head. Girls.
Girls, stop fighting.
1979, they went for 9 seasons.
Look at that. 1979, I started watching that show, and I was staring at Joe the whole entire time. Like, was there any doubt? I was 8. Mm-hmm. I was 8.
Oh, that's awesome.
That was
she was quite attractive.
Yeah. She was. I think she was the sexiest one on there. One has escaped. Return to the capsule. It's time for us to go. Oh, gotta be mice. Gotta be.
Oh, that's hilarious. You know what though? It's so sad. The older I get, the more nostalgic I am. Like I watch shows from the 70s and 80s because I remember them. You know, because when I was.
Dave, you met Kim Fields? Shut up. So jealous of you. I want to know what that was like.
She aged
Go ahead,
well.
Will. I'm
Isn't
sorry.
she doing like a collector's?
She was on Real Housewives of Atlanta. And I know that because...
really?
Yeah, because I walk in my mom's house without knocking, and I should really learn to knock because my mom watches that stuff.
Is anybody
wow, look at her now. She looks good.
That's what I said. Kim Fields looks good. She still looks good.
Oh, I do her.
Me too.
I mean,
I'd
not right
still-
now because I'm in a good committed relationship. Just in case my girlfriend's watching, please don't take that
Retired.
wrong.
I always say I'm retired.
Yes, I am retired. Yes, I am
Is
retired.
anybody here a fan of Grey's Anatomy?
Oh, I love Grey's Anatomy.
Dr. McDreamy?
Mm-mm.
Oh, Dr. McDreamy. Yeah.
I've chummed with him at the racetrack a few times.
Really?
Oh, that's awesome.
He's not such a bad driver. He needs to get better, but he's not so bad.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Hey, you're talking about Derek, right?
No, I don't. Patrick Dempsey?
Let me look it up because I think I know who it is, but
I'll be right back.
just want to make sure. Yeah, Derek. Yeah.
Oh,
I never watched that
Well,
show.
Derek, before he died, he was Derek. Before they took him off the show. Yeah, see, I know their names. That's how. I've binge watched Grey's Anatomy. Now, the last season, I'm a little fuzzy on. I haven't caught up with it. I've been watching other shit. My brother and I went on a 2-month Lost binging spree. We were watching like 3 or 4 episodes every night. Oh, Jur. First of all, thank you, Tubian, for coming in. And Jur. And Jur says, I wasn't allowed to watch The Facts of Life because the phrase the facts of life refers to sex, so therefore the show must be all about sex. I guess?
Really? Jeez.
Wow. Your
Well,
parents need to go get laid or
learned
something.
Yeah, back then there's a lot of parents that wouldn't say shit if they had a mouthful and expected you not to either. About everything.
my mom,
This,
my mom
fake
didn't
purity
broach any.
culture.
Right. My mom didn't never broach any subjects, but you could literally walk up to her and ask her anything, and she would answer it to the best of her knowledge, and then she would say, with this part you should go reference because I am unsure. And so I remember my the brother right above Richard, he came to her one, he said, can you leave the room? I need to talk to Mom. And I was like, all right. Well, our house was small, and literally it was a ranch house, like for ranch hands originally. So there was no insulation in the walls. It was just like studs and wallpaper. So you could hear everything. Like everything. If you went into the laundry room, you could hear somebody taking a shit. Like you could hear everything. So I heard him say, Mom, can a girl tell the size of your of my penis by the sound of the urine hitting the toilet?
Oh yeah.
And she goes, possibly, son, but I don't really think that's an issue you have to worry about. I think it's just urine hitting the toilet. I think you're all right. Okay, thanks, Mom.
I never thought of that.
I never ever said a word to him about that. I've never told him I heard that. But
that's legendary. That's hilarious.
But I honestly I have a theory. Speaking of brothers and sex and stuff, I have a theory that every guy in my family has a large penis, because, including my nephews and shit. Because every time they broke a girl's heart, and the girl would be like, "Fuck you, you're an asshole," none of them ever said, "You have a little dick." And that would be the first thing out of every woman's mouth. You have a little dick. And they never said that. They just said, "You're an asshole. You're a dickhead. I'm done with you." Never ever said anything about dick size. So I'm convinced they're all well endowed.
Another way to tell is if your exes still call you. So if your exes still call you, that's a good way to tell that you know.
Right. No, that's a guy thing.
That you laid some pipe.
You laid some pipe. See, I said earlier, Dave said something about, if she says, "Oh no, you're not going inside me with that thing," then that's a good woman. And I said, that happens to me all the time, but of course I buy mine, like in a store. Like I purchase mine, so I can purchase whatever size I want. That's like 3rd, 4th date material. Go to the sex shop, pick out your own toy. Which one do you like, baby? Which one do you want?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's always hard, never goes soft. Yeah. Removable, cleanable. I mean, I just don't see any downside of being a lesbian. I'm saying.
So and now I remember what I was gonna
Tons
say.
of mice. How the hell did you know there's a garden hose in there?
My
in
the beginning
that.
So about like 6 months into the pandemic, I started getting calls from ex-girlfriends. And, I'd be like, I'd always tell them like, you're not that bored. But I got a call from an ex-girlfriend that I actually respected. And I told her like, we're in a pandemic. You're not that bored. I only seem hot because my life is functioning. I'm the same person that I was 10, 15 years ago,
Dave, I always walk into the washroom and use the low urinal for young/short people. Also for handicapped, Dave. And I say, oh, good, they have one for regular sized penises.
I would laugh. I would look you in the eye and laugh if I saw that. I would turn my head and go, ha, and laugh. That's hilarious.
Dave, I know all about the rabbit vibes. Those came out a long time ago. Nels said I must be good then because all my exes just called me an asshole. Too funny.
Same here.
Mine still call me and I changed my phone number.
Yeah, people laugh at me about the fourth date joke, but it's really smart to just do that when you're a lesbian. Just take them to the store, let them pick out what they want. I mean, they already picked out the person they want. Now they just need the size and width that they want.
And this is a joke, but isn't the second date you show up with a U-Haul?
Third date.
Okay. I love that joke. I love that joke.
If no one has ever watched it, look on YouTube and look up an honest lesbian relationship. And it will look like faded pastel cartoon big-headed cats, I guess is what they are. But it's basically two people meet in a park and they go, hey, how you doing? And then they discuss their entire relationship. What the stages it's going to go through. I'm going to become emotionally unavailable. And the other one says, I'll make fresh hummus. It's fucking hilarious. And anybody who hasn't seen it, like, wait a minute, I will look it up and I will give you guys the link. It is absolutely one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. And it's old animation, so it has very rough robotic voice, so you have to kind of listen at first. But once you get used to that.
Speaking of males and females breaking up, why do men climax faster than women? The answer is who cares?
Bernie Mac used to tell a joke how sex is nothing more than 50 pumps. Count it if you're bored.
So, Will, is it correct?
No, I'm young. He told that joke as an older man. You guys. And the whole time he's like saying, I'm well endowed. Then he says, I can't do shit anymore. But it's still big. Like, he was honest. He's saying the older he get, he's not as rough and tough down there.
Who said that?
Bernie Mac.
Oh, Bernie Mac.
You should look like the Bernie Mac stand-up. He's vulgar, but he is one of the funniest human beings that ever lived. Just, he goes off and he talks shit about kids, and he always says, I say the things that you can't say. Right. Because it's true. Like, even Kitty and I talk about that all the time as like autism, parents with children with autism. We say things, that most people be like, oh, whoa.
Oh, Dave. Dave said, I got a book with a whole chapter about the female clitoris, but I can't find it. No, honey, that's the G-spot. Oh, if you don't even know the terminology, we really need to work with you. Oh, the man in the boat is the clitoris.
I'm
G-spot's on the inside. That's what men can't find because nobody's dick bends like this.
I had an ex-girlfriend from Norway.
That's why I live sideways.
After about 3 weeks to a month, we're drinking coffee, and she looks at me and she's like, I want to show you something. And I'm like, what? And she's like, the G-spot. She was honest, and she's like, here it is. This is for me, and I want it here. I want it here always, and I want it there.
That's what I do.
She knew what she wanted, though.
People are afraid to ask. I pay attention.
Yep.
When I hit the right spot, I know. I don't need to ask her. She tells me through actions, and then I'm like, and there's that one. Oh, wait a minute. And by the way, man, lucky. By
It
the
made
way,
it
man,
easier.
most women have 2 or 3 spots like that that will hit that
Exactly.
hard. Just so you know, there's
And-
not just one for most women. Just saying.
Yeah, just so you're not poking around aimlessly, you know.
Yeah,
It's
I
good
mean,
to
just
showing what
you
the
know, make it
dishwasher
feel
looks
good
like.
while you're searching. That's what you got to do. I'm gonna have a sex ed class for straight
You're gonna have to,
guys.
you know, you need directions. Is all I'm saying. Communication is key. Damn
I
it,
can be
communication
your
is key.
model.
What's that, Jenny?
I can be your model.
Jenny's like, I got you, man. I got you. You try out all the toys on me. Oh, Jenny, what are we gonna do with you? Well, at least what the started as a trans stream went to toys.
You know,
fun fact,
Trans
they
people
used to
use
be made out
toys,
of
so
wood.
That works.
They used to be made out of wood and hand carved, just so everybody knows.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
you know, I'm looking at all my history books, but history's depressing.
Brass and metal.
You guys want to talk about Mikhail Gorbachev? I have a book about good old Mikhail Gorbachev. Ooh, the secret war with Iran. That book's depressing.
Yeah. Well, Family Guy is still making Reagan jokes. Him and Gorbachev. It's been how long?
But it's funny.
40
Why
years?
not?
Yeah.
As long as it's funny. Absolutely. You have to forgive me, guys. I'm having an allergy attack today.
No, it's okay. Today's this is my third stream today, so I'm gonna go to bed early tonight. I say that, and then like around 10 o'clock, that's when I you know what I do? I put on music, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna listen to one song. 3 hours later, I'm dancing, crying because I'm listening to slow music.
Right.
It's awful. It's awful.
I love you, baby.
No, I listen to more upbeat stuff. Like I listen to a lot of James Brown. I listen to a lot of Slayer. That's not upbeat, but it is to me. But I like a lot of. I'm eclectic when it comes to music.
I listen to
Turn on
everything.
TV and start watching ABC News overnight. That'll put you to sleep.
Oh yeah.
So I was a news
Not
junkie.
Fox News, you'll get mad. ABC News. So that one's boring. Yes.
See, the thing is, when I watch Fox News, I actually pay attention because what they say is pure bullshit. So everything that comes out of their mouth, I'm like, no, you're wrong. It's like a hockey goalie. You're like, block, block, block. You know.
I don't even watch
I don't know
television anymore. I just study music, play music. I was on a video today. This guy wanted me to collab with him. He's got like 8 million followers and shit. So that was pretty fun. And,
That's awesome.
Damn.
Just
Sweet.
music stuff and chores, pretty much.
Oh, that's here. That's my house too. It's always like, you know, if I ever get bored, there's always something to fix at my house. There's always, you know, something that needs to be put away or something I ignore.
Uh-huh.
It's true, Maya. You just get pissed off and then you're up till fucking 3 a.m. cussing at a TV that cannot hear you.
Yeah, I can't stand Fox. And you know what? I made a comment earlier because someone was like, MSNBC is an echo chamber. I love Rachel Maddow. So if that's my echo chamber, then I'll be in that one.
Yeah, but see, the problem with that is I'll start watching her and I'm like, yeah, you tell them. God, I love her. And I'm like this.
That's true, too, because I get pissed off when I watch her because she exposes people. She puts them right on Front Street and shows them how much BS they are, you know? So I fall asleep to old BBC shows. I fall asleep to Last of the Summer's Wine. Are You Being Served? I fall asleep to a lot of Ken Humphreys. He's a Jesus basher, you know.
Right. I will say for Serial Real or however you say that, Real. I don't care if anybody comes in. My rules: don't be a dick. Just don't be a dick. You can hang out. You can discuss with people. I don't care. Just don't be a dick.
I got drunk with Rachel Maddow once.
Yeah.
Shut the front door.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd bang her.
It was at the local ACLU party or anniversary, and she was the guest speaker, and I was the photographer for the local chapter. And so we got to spend the whole night just chumming out and shooting the shit and getting.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, it was
Cool.
very cool. She's very, very cool.
Yeah, it is.
Maya.
And we got
Maya
very, very
asked
drunk.
Jenny if you're making that up just to piss her off.
No, I never lie about these sorts of things. I've been very fortunate in my life with the brushes with greatness that I've had. It's many of them through no fault of
Yeah,
my
me
own.
too. I don't know what it is. It's minding your own
It's just-
business,
it's
and here
cool.
comes a
It's just
superstar.
cool. It means nothing in my life or for what it's done for me except a good memory, but so at least I'll die knowing that I had something unusual happen in my life.
I almost got ran over by Raven Simone in North Hollywood.
Oh my god.
I can see that.
She missed me by about 3 feet. And I was so happy that she didn't kill me that I was like, oh, no harm, no foul. I could have sued her because she wasn't paying attention. I didn't care because I was just happy to be alive. It's crazy how things happen like that.
You should ask her for a date.
Reese already knows this serial reel, but yeah, you could discuss whatever you want to in the chat. Try to stay on topic would be great. We are not having a religion stream tonight. It's just the name of my history club. It's a kind of a silly, funny thing. But anyway, yeah, just don't be a dick. You're fine. You can put your opinions out there. Everybody be respectful. And everybody on my side, please be respectful. And yeah, that's fine. And if you're an asshole, I'll just kick you out. So just be cool. So
I'm so lucky I've been here this long.
Maya, I ran into Wesley Snipes in a Acura dealership in the year that White Men Can't Jump came out. I met Wesley Snipes. He was very well dressed in a double-breasted suit and stroked a check for $53,000 and bought a brand new Acura NX. Is that what they are?
Is that why he went to
sporty looking cars that are like Lamborghini-ish, but they're Acuras? Yeah,
I respect Wesley because he did 5 years flat in prison for not paying taxes. I meant
back at you, Reese.
So in West Hollywood, I was walking down the street and I saw Lenny Kravitz. And I'll never forget. I was like, "Hey, it's Lenny Kravitz," and he was in his car, and he went like this. He tried to shush me, and because I'm an angry person, I instantly went from "You're Lenny Kravitz" to "I'm a grown ass man." So I'm walking down the street. And I'm like, I was like 22, and I was like, Nels, "I'm a grown ass man."
Nels.
So same thing. Godless sewing that Bob Seger used to do. I used to mow his parents' lawn on their vacation home in Fife Lake, Michigan. And that song he wrote about Fire Lake was about Fife Lake.
Oh, that's awesome.
So about going down the skinny dip or whatever the hell it was. But every time he come into town, he'd be at the gas station. Didn't want anybody to know who the hell he was. And my cousin went to school at Interlochen School of the Arts for classical music studies with Bruce and Demi's kid, what the hell her name was. So I got to see them a couple times. Said hey.
That's cool. I just put that up there because Maya said no need to pay attention to me, so I thought I would give her extra attention. Maya's brilliant. She just doesn't like to admit it. She's humble. She knows she's brilliant. She's just humble. Yep. Rumor Willis instead of Bruce. Oh, Rumor Willis. Is that one of the kids' names or something? Please tell me it's not.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Out here,
so every time the kid's talking, you can say, I heard a rumor.
It's not strange in LA for someone to walk up and be like, my name's Broom Handle, or my name's Rainwater, or my name. Like, people have the strangest names out here, so that's not rare. And lots of I know a lot of women that are named Sunshine
Really?
because their parents were hippies.
Oh, I'll bet.
Oh, well, the area you're in, that's why.
They were Northern
It was
California.
all surfer hippie shit out there for a long time.
They were all Northern California hippies, and they moved down here to be like F you to their parents. I know quite a few women that are named Sunshine. That are in their 40s or 50s.
Freaking Eddie Murphy movie. Harlem Nights. That's what that reminds me
Oh,
of.
that was a good movie.
I
Where
got
I
a
grew
girl
up, Bill,
named
I knew a lot-
Sunshine, because if you threw her in the air, it would be sunshine. And old Red Fox was like, I'm
Do
do
you know?
sandwich.
Do you know how Red Fox died?
Everybody.
No.
So, to the people who don't know, Red Fox played a character that would fake a heart attack, and he would say, "Elizabeth, I'm coming. I'm
This is
coming,
the big one,
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
This is the big
This
one."
is it. I'm coming.
So, at the end of his career, he was a comedian. Red Fox was a comedian, so he'd go around on the circuit, and he was filming another show to be re-released, to be back on TV, and he had a heart attack. And do you know what everybody did? They started clapping because they thought he was reenacting the show.
Oh my god!
So he fucking died, and he died. The last thing he saw were people like, "Oh, you're the funniest." And so Red Fox died because no one gave him help because they thought that he was. And by the time they got to him, he was dead because he'd had a full heart attack. And it's
Children,
not like
there's something to be said for calling wolf.
and it's not like he. It's not like he.
Yes.
It's not like he didn't. This guy is saying, I'm just trying to understand.
The answer is yes.
Well, you know,
so
the
it's
woman
not.
played
He lived
Aunt
hard.
Esther
He lived.
grew up with him.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I love
And
that show.
yes, godless sowing
Yeah,
does
they
so.
were best of friends.
Summertime's coming, so I'm not gonna be wearing my vests as much. But I go full hillbilly and I wear nothing but cut off sleeves.
Nothing wrong with that. My girlfriend told me I need to wear muscle shirts this summer because the top of my arms are too pale. So that's a goal. To try to tan the top half of my.
Well, you don't sun naked in your backyard. Avoid those bikini lines and stuff.
What the hell? Do you know? I live in the high desert. Ain't nobody out there sunbathing naked.
That's how you get melanoma.
That's how you get a scorpion in your hooch. That's what you get from that. Get a scorpion in your ass, and you know, sometimes the tarantulas will come across the fields like hundreds at a time to migrate.
Yep.
And they migrate through here.
Oh, jeez.
You don't want to lay outside for that. It's just
my-
like tarantulas just walking across the field towards you.
At my
I go in my
job,
house, I would just lock the door.
at my job,
Thrower.
in one of the catch basins at my job, we call it Tarantula Hill because there's hundreds of thousands of tarantulas that live in there. I bring them home in my clothes sometimes because I find them when they grow bigger and they're crawling around my house. Tarantulas are actually amazing survivors because they survive like through my tool. You know, they'll crawl in my toolbox and then survive in my house till they're big enough. Till they're big enough to scare the hell out of me.
Huh.
How cold can they tolerate?
I don't know because I live in a warm place. So because where I live, like right now, like we went from our winter conditions and summer is basically here. I'm wearing shorts right now with cowboy boots. Summer is basically here.
Yeah, that's what I said to my girlfriend. And she goes, "Oh my god, it's getting so hot." And I said, "I know, babe." I said, "I'm wearing like a t-shirt and shorts right now. What am I gonna do in 2 months?"
Oh, Reese.
Like I'm already like, "Oh, it's hot out," and it's funny because the people that are native to this area. And well, of course, a lot of them are of Hispanic descent because I live in the Southwest. But they're walking around with sweatshirts and jackets on, and I'm like, dude, it's like it's hot. Get to like 62 today.
Oh yeah, summer is coming.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And to answer what Reese said,
T-shirt weather for sure.
I miss Mojave because when I was in Mojave, I knew that that was on my way to Vegas.
Maya, to be fair and honest, you only see that in the area I'm in. You only see it every few years. So it's not an every year thing. They don't always take the same path.
And when they get in your clothes, they don't bite you because they're trying to go somewhere. You know, they're smart.
They're not stopping. They just go.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure at some point they find
the
food or
freeloaders and
whatever, but they're tarantulas. They're probably eating like bugs and other spiders. So you just don't fuck with them and you're fine, you know?
yeah.
Well, you can,
but any path, I'm just saying. I hear you, Maya. When I heard that, I was like,
them and sell them
why didn't somebody tell me that like 8 months ago before I moved out here? That tarantulas just walk across the fucking fields. But from what I hear, they do try to avoid, like, you don't see that shit in town. They don't just walk through the middle of town. They don't walk where there's lots of people. They go out, they walk through the country. You'd have to be far out to see them. I just happen to be far out.
Oh, out here we have rattlesnakes and all kinds of fun things. But normally, if you leave them alone, they won't kill you. Like most predators, if you mind your own business, they will leave you alone. You know. We have. Sorry.
The county I live in, and the county north of me, and that's as far as it goes in Minnesota. Timber rattlers. We have.
How big do they get? We get
not big. They say they tend to limit to around 4 to 6 feet.
We had one that we named Fred because it was 6.5 feet long, and we figured it was old because it didn't try to kill any of us. Like, it was so docile, it went between my dad's legs and he took a picture of it. we figured it was old, but I'm sure Fred has been eaten by now because I haven't seen Fred.
Are they protected in your location?
I'm gonna say yes, but I have to look that up because so much changes over the years. Now they won't even let us cut in the creek because of some horny tree lizard that's a protected species I've never heard of. That like they're like we can't even we have all these weird laws now. So we have so many protected species. I have
get ready for a land grab.
I get a list.
The rattlers are definitely protected here. Although, if you have one in your yard and it's threatening you or your pets, you are allowed to kill it.
I was about to say, because of the facility that I work at houses mentally disabled adults. Like, if it's near a nonverbal client, we kill it. But it's only been twice where I've seen it going towards a nonverbal client because someone will get bit and not have enough mental wherewithal to scream, ouch. So we can at least try to get you to the hospital and live.
Reese, where are you? The major coyotes are an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Reese said they live in Mojave. That's out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
That is out in the middle of nowhere.
Yes. We might as well go into the middle of West Virginia and camp out.
When I say when I say that I pull over
but it's not because they threaten people. It's because they take the livestock, the chickens, and some of the small.
Reese is in Utah. That's in the middle of nowhere too. I've been to Utah too. That's just as deserty. The Mojave Desert, like I love the Mojave because you can pull over and see the Milky Way. You can see what part of the galaxy we're in. It's awesome. At least for a Californian who's constantly has light. I have light pollution here at all times. So I can get in my truck and drive out in the middle of the desert. It's epic. When you step out, turn the headlights off, and then you see how insignificant we are. We also have flats here too, like salt flats. We have all different kind of flats where you go out in the middle of nowhere and it's like the movie. It's like the movies.
Literally.
We had a puma around here a couple of years ago that was kind of raising hell. People's dogs were disappearing and they'd be found later in a tree.
Our coyotes are sad and emaciated and so mixed with dogs. I wish I could take them all home. Our coyotes are the California animals are sad because they're all being pushed out of their habitats. Like we are destroying them.
Oh yeah, we absolutely are.
They're gonna fight back and move back into the city where there's coyotes living in downtown Chicago now.
I saw that show. CBS cut it off.
It might be like
awesome. That. I'm kidding.
Like the zoo that was on for a while there.
Zoo was awesome. And I'm going to say the geeky thing. The book was better, but Zoo was awesome. Oh.
I watched the first couple episodes of it, and that was about it.
South of
about the time I stopped watching TV.
South of here, apparently, feral pigs have become an issue, and there's pretty much open season on them year round.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, they're pretty dangerous and just shred whatever they go through. They just rip everything up.
So according to Google, Reese, or no, who said? Nels. Nels said something about seeing a coyote in an urban area of New Jersey, but they are all over from Mexico all the way up into Canada. So they are indigenous to the entire. Yeah. Americas, all the Americas.
Crazy.
Yep. So you might see them anywhere.
We have coy wolves.
My girlfriend sees them. My girlfriend sees them in the city she lives in all the time. They run around through town. So, they're not down in downtown, but the edge of the city where all the people live, they're there.
I can always tell when they get someone's cat because you can hear them howling for each other.
I've heard reports that they're finding them in New York City.
It's so sad here in California. Like we have cougars and all kinds of things, and the only reason we see them is because we're pushing them out of their natural habitats.
Well, they got to go somewhere.
And here, what happens, and this never makes sense. They shave mountains in order to put up housing, to put a grass in a front yard of a house, to put grass and plant a tree, but they'll rip down all the nature and all the natural habitat. I live in the desert on the outskirts. LA is a giant desert.
Yeah.
And so they're ripping down the natural habitat to put up yuppie style houses, and it's destroying the wildlife. It's absolutely destroying. And so it's getting pushed more and more to the outskirts of the city. And in LA, we have people here. The coyotes aren't going to go to the central of the city. They're going to come to the outskirts. So it's nuts.
I'm afraid they're going to start eating the homeless.
Reese said there's so many coyotes here, they almost outnumber the Mormons. Laughing face.
Well, that would be a good thing.
They should. So they've unionized.
Yes, they have unionized.
One Mormon, problem solved.
Yeah, and their union leader's got a card.
I believe they call it a pack or something, but yeah, it's a union. They protect each other. Randy. They make sure you get fed. You have a place to live. Yeah, it's a union.
Oh, that's funny.
What the hell, mice? That's like shaving your pubes to wear a merkin?
That's exactly what it is.
Hell are you?
That was actually one of my first protests when I was like 15, 16. We were trying to stop. I was an idealist, and I thought I was gonna save my town. Man, they shaved like 50 miles of every hill around here, and they destroyed the valley. We're basically not a valley because they've torn it down. Tell you the honest truth,
Yeah.
If it's not hard rock, they've cut into it.
Yeah. Well, got to get them Benjamins, baby.
Not
Come
a valley
on.
anymore. Your plate.
It's all about the money.
Oh yeah, and there's a running joke in the construction field, like, why would you want to live in a house when you can live under $30 million bridge? Like we spent all this money for these elaborate bridges and everything, and no one has money for cars or any of that anymore.
Right. Yeah. Yes, Maya. Hail capitalism. Yes, Maya. Sarah came back and said, "What the hell did I walk into?"
See, but that's the problem. This is the problem with California. With California is that they're building all these elaborate spaces. No one's renting the buildings. So the construction building, the construction business is booming, but no one's moving into these gentrified buildings because no one has money to live here.
Right.
And so even in the old parts of LA, you'll see for sale signs on the buildings. And in the new parts, we have brand new buildings. Just up the street from my house, they have built this really awesome medical shopping center. It's been empty for 4 years.
Oh my God.
Well, that's what I always
They convince the banks that it looks good on paper, but in reality, that's the people aren't there to fulfill that.
That's
I
what
watched
used to
them,
tell people
you know,
back
on
in
their
the
books.
days when McMansions were really popular. They're popping up everywhere. Is okay. There's a boom going on, and so people are spending huge money on these huge houses for a family of 4. They seem to think they need 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, and I'm going, okay, that's fine, but what about the next purchaser? Nobody's going to be able to afford that.
Yeah.
And
Right.
sure, they're sitting open,
Right.
25, 30 years later.
And that's you brought up a really good point too. The rent is so high here. I don't know who can afford to rent out these businesses if you don't have massive capital to back you up,
So this, oh, come on, that's not the right tab. Hold on. Give me a sec. Because we're talking
While
about
you're bringing
empty,
that up,
cities emptying out. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say goodnight to everyone, and don't forget to come to my other channel, Shedding Mysticism, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm gonna have Pale Blue Mama on talking about climate science and
Awesome.
debunking myths.
Cool.
So I will. You guys have a great night, and I'll see you around. And always remember.
It's funny. So this is a city in China that they built, and
I would love to skate the parking structure of that building. I bet it's just endless concrete.
It's huge. There's actually more pictures than that, but this place is huge, and that's right there. Those big tall apartments, 64 million apartments that are totally empty, and they said it's like a ghost town there. Literally, nobody fucking lives there.
That's gross.
And this is them building it. Just nobody lives there. Nobody can afford it. It's so far away from everything. People don't live. They don't have vehicles or whatever, and they can't afford to live out there.
Yeah.
It's so expensive. So this whole city just is sitting empty, constantly. Pudong is one of them. Like this one, it's
Look at
there.
this sky. Look at the sky. They probably cleaned that picture up. Look how gross the sky is. Someone from LA could spot that real quick. They probably airbrushed that sky.
Yeah, that's pollution haze right there.
Yeah, exactly. That's gross.
I mean, when they were building it, yeah, it's all active when they're building it. But then once they're done, yeah.
Wow.
It's ridiculous.
And that's also another thing that we have here in Southern California is we have neighborhoods, brand new neighborhoods, 8-bedroom houses, 6-bedroom houses, 3 people live on the block,
Right.
and there's like 100 houses in the track and no one lives there.
Well, plus Maya, the other reason they said was because people in all the cities, they don't own vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
They can't even afford to buy a vehicle. So they can't travel 45 minutes to an hour away to live. And the people that have the money, the big business people, they don't want to live that far away. They don't want to deal with the travel, so they just stay where they're at. So nobody's ever used those cities. There's like 6 of them or something like that in China where they built it. Or maybe it's like 3 in China and 3 somewhere else. Anyway. Yeah, you'd think they would.
You'd think we'd learn from the opulence of the malls from the 80s and all these things that we bought that we built that are empty now, but we haven't. We haven't at all.
I wouldn't doubt that, Dave. Like Trump would have his name on a tower and wouldn't care if anybody lived there as long as there was some kind of money coming in. City of California. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a bunch in China. Well, thank you, Sarah. I didn't know. I knew of like 3 to 6 or something like that. But anyways, it's just crazy. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of resources.
It's obscene.
And like you said, you got the construction companies are busy as fuck, but nobody's using anything.
It's like in America. There's lots and lots of empty properties in America.
Yeah,
enough to house every homeless person in the country
with room.
I think my brother said that if you gave everybody in the entire, what is it? Did he say the United States? I think everybody in the United States, if you gave everybody in the United States just enough room to live, like tiny home size, that we could all fit in Texas.
I don't think that's true.
I think that's what he said. He did the numbers on it was something like that. You can fit them all in Texas.
Right.
Well, if you think about it,
take the square miles in Texas, and you're going to try to calculate it based on that. There's a lot of the square footage that you can't use in Texas because.
No, and I know that. I know that. That's not the point. The point is that we as Americans buy these huge pieces of land and we destroy shit. And we don't really need all, like, people are like, oh, we don't have enough space. Well, that's because you're in the city. There's plenty of shit out in the country. If people went out and tried it, there's plenty of places that they could incorporate and improve on. And
if the average person saw how much waste, first off, that the fashion industry dumps into the ocean, how much they destroy the environment, or how much clothes are left over every year. Every year we have nothing but back stock. Everybody would be shopping at not the Goodwill, but somewhere that's a secondhand store.
Right.
You would not want to buy new clothes if you saw what happens just in the process for a shirt like this. Not even the print, just the ink and the material it takes and the shirt itself to get here. You would never want to wear a new t-shirt again. It's awful. And like, if you don't think slaves are making your clothes, you don't live in the Western world.
Yeah, anything you get from overseas, I'm serious. Anything you get from overseas, there's a large % chance that there's women in like a sweatshop or children, 13, 12, 10-year-old children, that ones old enough to do it proficiently, are in there fucking busting their asses making shit for us.
Oh, yeah. There's a brand called American Apparel, and they pride themselves on the fact that they're like anti-sweatshop. They basically allowed people who make clothes, they allowed them to unionize. But if you go into their factories, it's still an effing sweatshop. There's still, it is the weirdest thing to see 400 people sitting at sewing machines. To me, it's slavery. I could never work in an environment like that.
But at the same time, if you think about, I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second. If you think about all the people over there that wouldn't have a job without that, even if they're getting paid shit, if they're making money, it's still helping their families rather than them having no job at all.
I agree with you, but
I think that most of them see it like that. Like, you know what? This sucks ass, and I'm like a slave, but I need to feed my kids.
I agree, but I'm anti-slave as an American.
Oh yeah. Well, so am I.
And as an American,
saying, even those conditions, there's still as long as there's still some gain. I can only bitch so much.
No,
because that factory, even if they're shitty, even if they work 16-hour days, they'll get breaks. They're still bringing some money in, and otherwise they would have nothing.
But it happens to us
helping a little bit.
It happens to us just in a less scale. Like, we get a half an hour break every I don't even know anymore. Wow, it's been a year. We get 2 half an hours, 2 15s, and a lunch or whatever wherever you work.
Well, federal law states for every 8 hours you get a 30-minute lunch and 2 15-minute breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's, we're still slaves to our jobs is what I'm trying to spew out. It's just the leash is further away.
Right. It's true. Mice. Thanks, Will. I feel good about my old raggedy clothes.
You should. I wear raggedy clothes on purpose. You should. No, people, I think we ignore that. Like, look at your shoes. Someone got their ass kicked to make those, you know. Somebody in a factory got beat up so that you could wear those shoes.
Fact.
I want new shoes.
I have like 5 or 6 pair, and I feel like I have too many.
I wear my boots down, and I wear my boots down to the nub until I cannot wear them anymore.
Well, I have 2 pairs of sandals because I use one for inside the house, like house shoes.
Oh,
and then the other pair I wear wherever. And then I have like my big heavy duty work boots, and I have my light work boots. And then I have my old shitty, I don't give a hell shit about them, I'm tearing out a house.
Yeah.
If they get torn, I don't care shoes.
I have a pair of Wolverines.
And then I bought a pair of sneakers because eventually I should go exercise.
I just
bought those like a month ago.
I'm right there with you. I used to be athletic, and then COVID hit, and I discovered I liked cornbread and making cake instead than walking every day.
Really, Maya? I thought it was federal. Is that state level?
It depends on where you live.
Is that just general? Like most states have that? Because almost everywhere I've lived, that's been the law. And I've lived in like 9 different states.
In California, even. You know what's so sad? I don't know this, and I sit there and drink my coffee in a room where there's a big poster with the updated laws every year.
Yeah, and I don't know what they say either. Dude, do you know how many times being a manager? I was a manager for years. Do you know how many of those posters I hung and I don't know what the fuck they say? The only thing I ever know is what the minimum wage says on it. I know that every time.
Yeah, right. That's how I know minimum wage is $15. That's how I knew the poster was updated.
Breaks your state level. Yeah, Reese, you're right. You're right. Technically, slaves do not get paid, but and yeah, these people are pretty much in. But at the same time, they every day they leave, they come back.
But that's why the fashion.
I worked as an indentured servant for about 4 years. That
like a butler.
As a laborer, This guy basically owned me. He was letting me live in an apartment. You know, he got me out of a homeless situation, and he put me up in this fairly nice apartment, and expected me to work in exchange for that. And if I, worked more than the value of the rent, I would, get that in cash and stuff. But he kept he started the rent high, and he kept raising it. And adding on extra fees and things like that. And it got to the point where I couldn't make any money to exist outside of paying for rent. And that's indentured servancy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's illegal.
Yeah.
And I knew it going into it that it's illegal, but I didn't think that the guy was going to try to take advantage of it that way. And he did.
That's awful.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, Sam. What the hell are you doing awake?
Hello. What I am doing awake is I got distracted and didn't eat.
Oh, yes, I do that sometimes. If I get into a project, I've been known to have girlfriends that have to bring me food, or I just won't eat like all day.
Yeah. There have been occasions where my dad has like brought me up food and been like, Sam, it's like nearly midnight. You've not eaten all day. You've not been downstairs.
Right. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
So,
I do that on weekends when my son's not around. Because I lose track of time because I'm by myself.
Oh.
Same. Time doesn't exist. Time is fake.
Right. No, I know. I've done stints where I took like a month off of work one time before I went to EMT school. And I ordered online before I did this. I ordered online the book that school used the previous year. And it was by the same maker that they were using that year. So just a little updated, but I know most of it. And I just studied that shit for like a month. And when I went in to take that written test, man, I fucking aced that shit.
Yeah.
I was like, I know this shit. I had my kid like go over it with me, like answers to the driver's license test. but it was EMT shit, and she went over all of it with me. Just kept, well, she back then. He. See, it's hard for me because if I think about my kid in the present, it's he. But if I think about when he was she, then it's hard for me to think he. You know what I mean? It's not hard for present time.
I do that all the time.
Past shit, I want to say she or daughter or.
They filmed Chips in my town, and when I was little kid, I met Caitlyn Jenner, but Caitlyn Jenner was Bruce Jenner, you know. But I don't want, you know. So what do I say, you know?
Ma'am.
I always say I meant Caitlyn Jenner. I always just say I meant Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
And most people
but it doesn't bother me in present time. It doesn't bother me in present time. Like if I say, like I said to my girlfriend, I talked to my son yesterday. That doesn't faze me at all. It's really easy for me to do that. My child has always been more guyish than girlish. That's just like me. I just carbon copied myself and gave my son better eyes, prettier blue eyes. Damn him. Anyway, he won't give them back either. I've tried.
Simply Secular Dave knows what I'm talking about. Chips was awesome. Even when
Chips, yeah,
I love that. They filmed it in my town.
Yeah, Chips was awesome, man.
As far as your
I totally wanted to be Eric Estrada.
As far as your pronoun thing and your discussion just now, I'm going to offer you a little insight. It's very common for trans people that I've had discussions with, where we feel uncomfortable referring to our post-transition gender for our childhoods.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually, and some of this is supposition, I think that most people get to the point where like I can talk about myself when I was a little girl. But it for a lot of people it's very difficult to do that, and it takes some time to adjust to that themselves. So it's not unusual for you to be going through it either.
Okay. Fair enough.
Actually, meeting them is what got me into motorcycles. Just like seeing all the stunt doubles and watching them film and stuff. I'm really aging myself.
I promised Jenny, since she can't see the chat normally, that anytime I'll put good comments up and leave them up long enough for her to read them. So I was like, oh, sorry, I took that one down fast.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll get internet again one of these days. I'm really sick of being on the phone.
Oh, no, you're fine. At least you look good. It's not like a fucked up camera or something, you know. No one's drunk, Santi. And thank you for coming.
Well, none of you guys are drunk.
Santi, would you like to come in?
It's been forever, and you should join, Santi.
I haven't talked to Santi in so long, and I just love him to death.
Santi was the first interview I ever did on the internet.
Is it Santi or Santi?
It's my accent. It's supposed to be Santi.
Is it Santi?
No,
it sounded like spicy and tough.
I know. I'm doing it the newscaster in LA. When there's anything with a Hispanic name, they get the Hispanic announcer to say it properly. So they'll, it'll be in mid sentence. They'll go off in Spanglish.
Right. Santi. It does. It sounds. Actually, my old landlord's grandkid, her kid, he's named Santi, and he's a little tough little bastard. He's getting all. He was like a year ago. He was like really scrawny and wiry, and all of a sudden now he's getting all buff. He plays football and shit.
That's like Isaiah.
He's at that 13, almost 14 age where he's just about to start looking manly.
My son is going to be bigger than me. I think he's going to be way bigger than me.
Really?
Pretty certain my.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
Pretty certain my smaller siblings are going to be larger than me because my little brother is already like more than 6 inches taller than I was at his age. And then on my mum's side, my little siblings with my stepdad's like 6'4", so I'm pretty sure they're just going to automatically be taller than me.
I look at them, but I've been when I was, I want to say 15, 16, everyone I had a growth spurt, and I haven't grown since. So I've basically been 5'9" since high school, and everyone told me like, "Oh, you're gonna be so tall." Every person I've seen since high school always tells me, "I thought you were taller," because they've grown and I haven't.
Oh, that's funny.
So
I love when people use that line in a movie. I thought you'd be taller. Like, so he's trying to kill him. I'm so and so. I'm gonna kill you. And they're like, "Oh, I thought you'd be taller."
Did I tell you about?
You're like 5'2". You're such a short hit man.
Who's grown since high school? I think pretty much everybody stops growing in high school. I think that's the norm, isn't it?
I had an ex-girlfriend who was 5'7", and she's 6'2" now, flat-footed.
No shit.
I see her she's the one that said that to me, and I was like, "Well, you're making me feel short now."
Women typically stop at 21, and men typically stop at 23.
My foot, so my foot went from a 12.5 to 13 when I was 25.
Woo!
So we're kind of, still growing. We're all,
well,
we're still growing.
That's just
shoe sizes.
That's generalized. Everybody's different.
Shoe sizes are funny because in the UK, men's and women's shoe sizes are just pretty much the same. But like, when the difference in the UK is that the women's shoes are narrower, so I have to order a larger size in women's, but that's about it.
Right.
What's up,
Santi? What's up, man?
Long time no see.
You are muted.
Muted. Yep, you sure are.
Yeah, I had you guys on the TV and on the phone and on the laptop, so I had to. It was going to be a lot
that's
of
lots of love and views right there, buddy. Thanks.
Get the triple threat there.
Yeah, man. Where's your tablet? You're slacking on me. I thought it was 4.
I have no tablet. My kid took it over.
I know how that is.
Sounds about right.
And just to jump in the conversation, I also thought he was taller.
Who? Will? Oh. You thought he was taller too.
I thought you were huge.
No, it's because it's because I'm half Mexican, so I stopped growing when
I'm actually very short, so
I've gained. You know what though? I look back. It's been a year since we had that interview, and I look back. It's almost been a full year, and I look back. I've gained a full 40 pounds. I look all skinny in my vest. I can't even close that vest that I'm wearing in that. Now I can't even close that vest. So I know I've gained some significant amount of weight. How you been?
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Sam. Oh, I've been here. I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
I've been adjusting. It's good. It's been good. I just had to take a little break from everything.
I haven't talked to you in so long that your hair was much shorter last time.
Oh yeah, look.
Like by 4 or 5 inches. Your hair's really long now.
Yeah, your hair's epic. You should keep growing it.
Oh yeah, I'm going full metalhead.
Heck yeah.
Until combat is over, I'm not cutting my hair. So it's gonna be a minute.
You can always get them like in LA. It's nothing to see a grown man with 2 giant braids because they've never had their hair cut. 2 giant braids.
Hey, the natives used to wear it like that all the time. Native men always had that long hair, and they just put it in 2 braids. I don't see anything wrong with that. As long as you wear it right.
Yep.
I usually do like how you just pick up the top and you do a little braid.
Oh yeah.
Or like a little ponytail, and then you leave some.
That's like man bun extended.
Yeah, but like no man bun. Like just braid down.
Down, right. My ex-husband had such long hair. He was a redhead, and he had a full beard and everything. He kept the beard pretty trimmed up, but he liked his long hair. He was an old metalhead and shit. And his hair was like down to the top of his belt. And he would, before he went to work, he would put like 10 elastics or 8 elastics in it, so it would stay in that area because he was a framer and he did construction, so he had to be safe. So he'd clasp it all up like that, and when he got home, he'd take that out and it would go poof. Because he was like a wavy redhead with the coarse hair, and it would just like fluff out, and he could like fluff it out and make it almost afro. It was crazy.
It's not long enough.
I'm gonna have to take off. My sciatic nerve on my right side is just.
Oh yeah, go, honey.
Screaming right now. I just can't take it anymore.
Okay, hope you feel better. Thanks for coming.
Bye, Jenny.
See you later.
Everybody in chat.
Love you, sweetheart.
Wish I could.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Dave said Viking brains are best, and then corrected it to braids. Baby Vikings? I knew it, Dave. I knew it.
So I'm not even saying this to be funny, but autocorrect has started some fights in my life. I've sent some crazy texts in, like, no, I didn't mean that word. And they're like, no, you meant it. I'm like, no, I didn't mean it. No, autocorrect has started some fights.
We are at the point where my autocorrects the word duck to fuck.
What?
I do that. Mine does that too.
No. His goes from duck. Sorry. Goes from duck to fuck instead of from fuck to duck.
Yeah.
Mine goes the other way around. Yeah.
No,
shit, that could be embarrassing if you're talking about class or something.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about ducks at all.
And then I pulled out that fuck.
It's trust me, my autocorrect tells on me. If you were to grab my phone, you'd be like, how much porn does Godless Sewing watch? You just hit any word and it would align with something you'd see on a porn search engine.
That's like when my computer was acting up. I said to Dave, I swear to God, Dave, I don't look at porn on this thing. He goes, you look at porn. I said, on my phone. I said on the computer, I've never looked at porn. They should have no viruses.
So the for some reason the phone I don't want to say anything out of pocket, even though that's all I do. But the phone doesn't get viruses like a computer would, at least from my experience. I'm only semi-pro. I'm not full pro on the.
It depends what you do with it. A lot of people, when downloading random shit off sites on the internet, won't do that on their phone, and they'll only do like apps and stuff.
Exactly.
Which tend to be at least more secure.
So it's when you're not
it's just by virtue of the method people use to download stuff. Like if you downloaded stuff on your phone the same way you did on your computer, you'd get a shit ton of viruses.
Yeah.
It's just that the method is safer on the phone.
How come they can't treat a computer like that? I'm not saying that I want to put massive amounts of porn on my computer. I'm not that bored.
It's like, how much porn before viruses start fucking up my computer? Like,
but I'm asking,
it's not about the porn.
I'm asking for my imaginary friend.
Because, like, in conversations about porn, I've noticed that I weird people out a bit because I watch porn and I take notes rather than watching it to get off or anything.
Okay, I can see that. But
Nothing wrong with that.
I do both at the same time. Like if there's a technique, like he's going to the left instead of the right. Like okay, I'll try that next time.
But like,
duly noted.
I think the thing is that because I am demisexual, I can watch porn, but I'm not going to be attracted to any of the people in it.
I'm not familiar with that term.
So I don't experience sexual attraction towards a person unless I have like a strong emotional bond with them.
Huh.
So I can only actually ever be sexually attracted to my friends, which is great. It makes it interesting.
It would. I don't find any of my friends attractive.
I can only find my friends attractive, which is interesting because it just means all of my friends are hot.
Wow. Well, there may be correlation here.
That's a good policy to have.
Right. Only hang out with people that are hot.
Yeah.
God,
the issue
damn,
is it
that
means
is
they're all
some
always
fucked up
upstaging.
shit, Sam. No, I'm kidding. I know what you mean.
And the other thing, of course, is that I my dating pool is very small because I'm also polyamorous. So I can only date polyamorous people. I can only date my friends. And I'm non-binary, so I can only really date people who are bisexual or pansexual or something like that. I mean, granted, most of my friends are bi, so it doesn't matter too much.
Well, I know that all you fuckers, like, I'm gonna act like I'm not in any kind of a group. Hold on. I know all you fuckers have sites for that to find each other. There's BDSM sites. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure, but I've got to know the person for like the best part of a year before I'm going to be attracted to them.
And I've heard Purple. I've heard Purple talking, and he's led me to a few sites as well. But I lurk. I just lurk,
But yeah, that is.
So you guys can look up like Vanilla Umbrella. It's free. There's all kinds of different kinks going on there.
Did you just introduce me to something new? Hold on.
Vanilla. No, not you. Telling the people in the chat that need some help with this. I found that like a couple years ago.
I only use the internet to find people to play D&D. No, that kind of search.
Honestly, I was just curious, so I was talking to people.
That's really
what it was.
This is exactly what Purple was talking about.
What, Vanilla Umbrella?
No, but a Fet Life. A site just like
yeah.
it. Yeah.
And you can go in there and pick all the kinks you like or don't like, and then when people look at it, it'll tell you if you're compatible with that. And then when people look at it, they can go, oh, nope, that's too far for me. I don't like that. And just move on. Hilarious. You can like determine whether someone's at your level, even if it's vanilla.
Well, I'm gonna stop the camera for a second because if no, we're gonna play how red Santi can get.
You know what? I'm very sad I can't see your face right now. That's it. I gotta end the stream. That's it.
Sorry. The smell of vanilla shame and daddy issues reminds me of my strip club days.
Vanilla shame.
That's awesome.
Oh.
No, actually, it's true, Von Reck. I'm being totally honest. I was curious about certain things, and my son and I have a really open relationship, and about talking. We talk about everything. He tells me shit sometimes. I'm like, whoa, son, that's one step too far. Don't go that far. And then he's like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's just sex, And so we've always had a honest relationship, and so he said, well, I found this chick and she's a little. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck that means. I mean, I kind of know what it means, but I don't know the whole meaning. And so we started talking about shit like that. So I went and found the website and logged into it, made a profile and shit, which I've since deleted because those people are a lot too crazy for me. I'm not into
that's
showers or scat.
I like to look. Then, I just look with this face like.
Is it bad that when you said that then my brain went to, okay, but which type of little? Because there's two different primary types.
Oh, yeah, there totally is, yeah. But I found out some of that because I went on there and I talked to some people, and then, I looked up some stuff, Googled some shit, found reliable sources kind of thing and good sites, and then I was like, oh, okay. Now, I mean, there's a lot more to it than people think.
There is. And my general rule is so long as it doesn't pass my kind of hard boundaries, I'll try anything once.
Right, and we all have those hard boundaries, which is, I mean, but you have to be honest about that. But yeah, we all have a hard line. Like my girlfriend and I, we talked about that a long time ago before we ever started. I mean, it was probably a month or 2 months before we ever had sex. We talked about that. Like, this is, I like, no, but I'll let you do okay. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like we talked about the whole thing. But, that's, but there is different. And people automatically think that if someone says daddy and little girl or baby girl, are talking about like somebody in diapers. No, that's not common.
Nope.
Most of the women I've talked to and met and asked about, and people that more than anything, people that my son has known or dated, they were like 16, 17, 18-year-old in that range, that I feel like that's pretty common. So just dispel that myth. They're not walking around with like a pacifier and diapers. It's usually old men that like to do that. And so somebody takes care of them and babies them and puts them in a crib. That is not a daddy little thing. That's entirely different.
No, that's... Oh dear. If I start ranting, it will reveal quite how much I know about that side of stuff.
Oh, please do.
Right.
I don't know anything about this. This is very interesting for me.
Bye, Nels. Love you, man.
Dear. Now the really funny ones are when like because we used to sit around at college in the cafe having conversations about kinks. Because why not? And for frame of reference, college here is 16 to 18 education. So we kind of had a bunch of 17-year-olds sat around discussing our kinks and like sharing around what our BDSM test results were.
Right. There you go.
So like,
but that's key. It's great. People have to talk. You got to talk about shit. Anything.
Yeah.
Any end of your relationship, whether it's finances or your love life or your daily life, you have to communicate.
Like I knew a woman who was into biting, and now I know that I'm not into biting.
You learned that.
I mean, we had discussions about what people considered weird kinks. Like, do people consider hypno kink a weird kink, or tentacle porn a weird kink, or whatever?
I'm just old enough to not know what that is.
Hypno
the first one or the second one? Hypno.
No, I've heard of the second.
Yeah,
I heard the second. I don't know what the
getting off to being hypnotized.
If I was hypnotized, how would I know?
Well,
how
would I know? I've never been hypnotized.
Okay, so
this might be a whole new thing. I'm gonna go get hypnotized. Maybe it'll be awesome. Maybe I'll be like, "Oh, it was the best orgasm ever." I don't know.
Am I gonna have to bring up ecstasy? Am I gonna have to bring up ecstasy again? Okay.
Don't you get me started on that shit, Will.
Godless Sewing Industries does not promote drugs. I do not promote drugs in any way, shape, or form. I know my son is watching, so do not do drugs. Don't do drugs. But sex on ecstasy is amazing. Under proper supervision, it's amazing. Go to bed.
It's literally like you touched my arm. I just touch my hand again.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah. Just stroke it. You're in heaven. Somebody gives you a back rub or a head. Oh, head rubs are great. Oh my god, man. You just melt.
And if it's good enough, they look at you and you feel it.
See,
be careful and make sure you have someone there that's sober and do it in a safe place. Disclaimer. Carry on.
Were I hypothetically to do that, I know that I would want my mate Dave in town to be the person who was giving me the stuff because he actually has clean pills. I'd want to do it with one of maybe 4 or 5 of my friends, and I would want them to be sober while I did it.
There's a list.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, if you take ecstasy, you would invite on ecstasy. You would invite everybody in. You'd be like, "Oh no, you guys can all come in. Everybody,
I'd
bring them all."
I'd have the person there beforehand.
When you do that, everybody's your best friend.
Oh yeah.
Even the guy you just kind of like, you hung out with like once a month at the bar. Man, that is your bro.
Oh, and you're gonna tell him the truth, like, "Hey, I kind of didn't like you, but now that I'm high as hell,
out with you, I love you, man.
Now that I'm on drugs, I think I love you."
I'll be honest, an embarrassing amount of that list is my D&D group.
Hey, you know what? I live your life. I for years I threatened doing the helicopter, and I got blackout drunk at a party, and I actually did it in public. And still to this day, I'm surprised I haven't seen that video on YouTube or some porn site yet. You know the helicopter where you put your hands on your hips and the helicopter.
I know you. That was filmed of anybody doing that by anyone.
That's, you know what? That was actually a moment because I quit drinking because of moments like that.
That's
You know what I call alcohol, Will?
What's that?
It's truth
What?
serum. When people
I
get
used
drunk,
to-
they act like themselves.
I used to know that I'm a freakazoid.
Ones that are laughing and happy and your buddy, that's how they really are. When they're not stressed out. And the ones that are assholes, same.
I'm a happy drunk. Everyone's my friend. I love everybody. I want to hang out. I want to listen to music. I want to go dancing. You know.
See,
I'm a happy drunk.
I've noticed this thing that I get when I'm because I tend to think like weed is also a bit of a truth drug, and like I get really fucking cuddly when I'm high, and I get a bit boisterous when I'm drunk.
So to answer Og's, there was one time I took 2/8 of mushrooms, and the most I'd ever taken was 1/2, and I lost my damn mind.
On jury, post that for me.
That's it.
I don't see it.
On tweet.
Yeah, but this is when I was a kid. This is when I was a kid.
Okay.
You know, I was under 18, and the most I'd ever had was 1/2. You know.
Oh, gotcha.
I was like 150 pounds. You know, I ate 2/8 on an empty stomach. That sent me on a trip. You know.
Oh, I know.
Oh, see, my
No
thoughts
comment.
on shrooms are I
Don't do
will
drugs.
probably try them once just to know.
I've taken acid a couple times, more than I'll admit. I had it dropped in my eyeball one time because a really cruel person was like, "Here, oh, your eyes are red. Use this." And I was at school, and I dumped it in both eyes. I was up for 3 days.
Horrible.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
3
they could have
days.
killed you. What the
Oh, yeah.
fuck?
I was up for 3 days.
It's a good thing that most of it fell out of your eye, huh?
I am a walking, talking, just say no commercial.
It doesn't matter. Like if it would have dripped out of his eye, his skin would have still absorbed it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was.
Like it's like
But it's just not as
yeah,
fast. My
I
point
was-
is, it's not as fast.
I was seeing shadow people.
mucous
for-
membrane. Man,
Oh,
it's
I
like
was seeing
that.
shadow people for months. It took them a while it took the shadow people a while to go away after that one.
That's fair. See, I
Maya,
know
wait a minute.
lots of-
Hold on. Everybody stop. Hold on. Let me put this up here. Really, Maya? What are you doing?
Oh dear. See, I've been told I'm permanently flirty, but that it's especially
Hi,
bad when I'm
Bonrek.
drunk, so I relate to that.
Right. I can dig it. I'm always a happy drunk.
all
Always
like
a
when I
happy
get drunk, all my macho bullshit like goes out the window. Like that's like it's like a big part of my personality, you know, like whole Hispanic.
So you
macho
start
thing.
like you put on a feather boa, start doing makeup. No, I'm kidding.
you know, it has happened.
I just let my girl go.
No,
See,
no,
when
no,
I
no,
try to
more
act
like
feminine, it comes out like a gay man. I just try to let my girl go, and I just put on a nice shirt, and I accessorize, maybe with a nice necklace. Gotta have a nice belt. I mean, let's be
Nice
honest,
rings.
belts are important.
some eyeliner.
That was Santa Monica, West Hollywood. You just that was so LA right there. I felt at home.
Thank you, thank you. I'll
I
do it
have
again
that-
for you. Anytime you get lonely, let me know. I'll do
I
it.
have that conversation with people every day.
I usually do it to people. Like I go, "Oh, honey, what is this? Oh, that shirt, that's wrinkled. I mean, really? You don't have an iron?" Anyways,
The reason I quit drinking is because I loved moonshine, and I drank it to pass out. Like after a while, it solved all my problems.
I've
Like
never
real moonshine?
understood people
Oh,
who
yeah.
get blackout drunk.
Oh yeah,
Like I know some people who are real lightweights, but I have never been blackout drunk. The closest I've come is that I've been drunk enough that I've just wanted a nap.
that's one of the reasons I stopped drinking, because I started drinking at a very young age, and then in my 30s I started blacking out, and I was like, oh no, because one of the reasons I stopped doing acid and mushrooms is because I didn't like the loss of control. So I'd get so high I needed a babysitter, you know. So I was over it at that point. Like,
I mean, if if I get high, I'm well aware I lose control, so I do things beforehand to prevent myself doing anything dumb.
See, but high is relative because there's people in pain who take opiates to get on the level of what we consider normal.
Oh, like, don't get me wrong. The reason I would smoke weed is chronic pain, but I would also have more than I necessarily need and get high.
Oh no, I smoke I'm like Snoop Dogg up in this garage. I'm not judging at all. I'm just saying
Oh no, I'm saying were I to hypothetically have weed because I live in the UK, hypothetically where Randolph lives. Drugs? What drugs? I don't do drugs.
Allegedly.
Santi, are you still in a place where pot's not legal?
Shit.
Yep, I'm still in Florida.
Oh, honey.
I didn't want to dox you.
This is me. I'm just gonna rub your head a little bit. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not. I don't seem to be going anywhere from Florida, but it's still hard here. I actually had to give it up because I moved.
Hey, Randolph.
Randolph's that good Randolph. Guy. What's up?
Well, I've got the bottom of the framing painted with a special kind of paint called Kills. That is for mainly it's meant for recovering from burns and rotting.
I love Kills.
Mildew
and mold.
But I put it on preventively, so ahead of time, because you never know, and so a little extra protection doesn't hurt, and most likely it's going to happen at the bottom there.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, you're dealing with concrete that's kind of outside. You need barriers. You need Yes.
Well, I have the styrofoam in there already, the layer of that. So, but this is extra protection.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Did you get a haircut?
Build it right.
Yeah, I cut my own hair. That's right.
It looks nice. It looks nice.
That just took like 10 years off your face. And I'm not saying that just because I should have said that like this. Oh, honey, that took like 10 years off your face. Oh my God.
I'm trained.
Cigarette in your hand, you'll be just like Joan Rivers.
I'm trained to notice these things when people change things about themselves.
Okay, here we go. She's gonna lay it on thick now. Santi the Sane, it's a pleasure to see you in person. We've interacted online a few times.
Yeah, the live chat.
Santi, strong Santi. Meet RR. As in he's kind of funny, and sometimes you go RR.
That's the first time I've actually heard that. I'm serious. I've never even thought of that before. That's really clever. I like that.
That was quite quick.
Well, thank you, and you're welcome.
And I know Sam. Sam and I have talked many times.
Yeah.
Hi, Sam.
And if I'm not introducing Will ever, because everybody knows Will. You know me, you know Will. Whether you like him or not, you know him.
I'm gonna borrow some phrasing from religion here. He's self-evident.
He was my first interview on my channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That's how we met.
If you want to see the progression of time over what a year. The year that has kicked the heck out of my stomach and my thighs and my butt. I've rediscovered food. I'm sorry. I've rediscovered my love for eating and making food and cupcakes and nachos.
You've rediscovered food. Well, congratulations. You'll live longer.
Yeah. It's been a long time wandering in the desert without a GPS. It took me 40 years to get here.
See, we say Will live longer, but if he eats, but he said he's given up drinking, so he might not live quite so long anyway.
See if it lets me.
But he'll remember more of it.
Yeah. No, I had a hard.
Kicks mine off. Anjur said she tried to post that, and then the bot wouldn't let her post it.
I had a hardcore.
My mic is. I gotta see if it turned down the volume on my mic. Somebody's saying it's a bit hot. Let me see here.
I got you.
So
I'm gonna do it.
I think the reason it didn't let Aunt post was because it has a link in it, and Aunt doesn't seem to be a mod, as best I can tell.
Oh, she's not a mod.
I was on Nicholas Lamar Suter's channel yesterday, In Time, and we talked about atheism and philosophical ideas and things like that. It was quite interesting because we looked at Sam Harris versus Ben Affleck on the show of that. Oh, what's that guy's name? He's a comedian. He's on HBO, and the name is
Jimmy
Bill
Fallon
Maher.
or something.
Huh?
No, Bill something.
Bill Maher. Bill Maher.
Yeah,
Bill
Bill
Maher.
Maher. Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Maher.
It's one
I
of
think he
three
pronounces
people
it
I throw out one of the names.
So my listening back on it today in the truck while I'm going from site to site, I'm thinking, holy cow, my microphone was hot. It was loud, and I had no idea. Nobody said anything to me. So yeah, please let me know if my mic is odd. I'll try to fix it. So
It's a great
Sounds
sound.
good.
it's good now. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds.
I don't want to be. Yeah.
There, I fixed that. There's going to be a bunch of blue in the chat now.
They say a sea of blue. I've heard people describe it as.
Yeah, well, you know, same people come here all the time. It's not like I don't trust any of them. They fuck up, I'll just kick them.
Yeah.
I did
No,
the same
It
thing
is-
last week. I did the
No,
same thing last week on my channel. Like when everyone came in the chat, I was like, okay, I know you, I know you, I know you. You're
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, I might as well. And sometimes there's only 2 of them here, so then I have mods no matter what. You know,
And also
eight
you-
streams, I at least 2 or 3.
And like Darth Dawkins came in today, and I didn't even get to see. And he was
did
kicked. Yeah, he was booted before I even got to see what he said.
Dark Buckets.
I have to unload about 8 sheets of thick plywood from my truck, so I'm going to be back and forth, but I'll be listening.
Go ahead,
Awesome.
Randolph. We love watching you work, man.
Yeah.
It's a favorite thing. Sit here in my comfy chair and watch Randolph do some work. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Randolph.
no, it's weirdly
my
satisfying.
beer.
It's weirdly satisfying seeing all the progression. So I like, because like a month ago, none of that was there.
No, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. That's awesome.
He really kicked it in gear. He's been doing
Yeah.
a lot. And for
Yeah.
a guy that, and for anybody that doesn't know, Randolph doesn't do this stuff normally.
Yeah.
So all this construction shit he's new at. So he's like making sure it's correct
It looks
by the book,
perfect.
blah, blah.
It
Yeah,
looks
it looks
perfect.
great.
Is
I mean, he
what
put
I'm
a real
hearing,
header
though.
in. You
Wow.
know, I mean, he did
Wow.
everything right. He really did. He put
Mhm.
underlayment underneath the wood, in between
Uh-huh.
the concrete and the wood, and all that plastic, and yeah.
Is what I'm hearing, Will, that your new kink is watching Randolph do construction.
No, it's an old kink because I love watching tiny home documentaries on Netflix. I love watching I love watching weird stuff like that. It's satisfying to watch something go from a frame to see someone be like, "Hey, look at my house." I don't even care about the social stuff in between when they're like fighting and they almost break up. I could care less about that stuff. I just want to see the finished product.
This is fair.
Fair.
Because I used to watch the DIY channel, and then Netflix started having, they started showing the same stuff, basically. I don't know if they do anymore because I watch weird stuff on YouTube.
You can find some very crazy stuff in YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah, you really can.
YouTube is interesting.
I have yet to put something in the YouTube search engine and be like, "Hey, I can't find this." I've learned let's see, every vehicle that I've ever come across, I know how to change the oil because of YouTube. Even the 35-foot bus at my job, I couldn't figure something out. I just walked in the office and put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
And figured it out in 10 minutes.
I do it
I-
at work
you know,
constantly.
I was not a YouTube person at all. Like, I didn't have the app. I had to go on to the Chrome and actually look up
Yep.
YouTube. And I looked up, I couldn't get the drums off my truck. I was changing the brakes out all the way around. And I was like, what the fuck, man? I've done everything. And it was a 2005, and this was like in 2011 or 12. So it wasn't an old truck, you know? So I'm like, I don't know why they won't come off. I go on YouTube. In about 40 seconds, I realized that it was because there is a screw you have to loosen the emergency brake.
Damn right.
Because even though I didn't have it set, it automatically has like that automatic braking when you put it in park. So
YouTube-
yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that about my truck.
I
There I
buy,
was using the emergency brake for no reason.
because I buy lockers, I've had to break into like toolboxes and stuff. Because, people will lock their toolbox and put it in a storage unit, and then they never come back. YouTube showed me where the lock pin was.
See?
All those I can get in those things in 10. I look at my own toolboxes. I'm like, they are not safe because anybody with this much knowledge could get in them in 10 seconds. You just have to know which brand and where they put the lock pin in the back. Always.
Right. Yeah, I YouTube stuff all the time. I'm not afraid to do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the where the adjusters are and the spring. Yes, you have to back off the spring so that it loosens it up enough that you can pull that drum off. So,
now that I think about it, I put my garage door together.
Shut up, Jenny.
Because of
she wrote, rear drum brake, step 1, retract the shoes.
Oh yeah. I put my garage door together.
I only ever did disc. It was my first drum. Come on, man. Give me a chance. I still did it by myself, though, and I saved myself like $210 that day. And it took me like 4 hours to do it because of those drums, but I did it, by God.
I still work on my own cars, except for my Flex, because I don't have a diagnostic machine, but I still work on all my trucks.
Well, dude, just go to AutoZone. They'll put a diagnostic for you and print out what's wrong with it and give it to you. I
found a semi
it's free.
Reliable mechanic.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Who works on newer cars? Because it's like older. Like I have 2 Ford trucks. I can fix those things in my sleep because I grew up around one, and the other one.
Simple, dude. The old trucks are not. It's not full of wiring.
Yep.
Oh my God.
It's so.
They were simple. All they had was a wiring harness for like the lights and the dash and shit. And if that goes bad, you just pull that out and just replace it. It's so easy. And now it's so complicated.
Oh yeah, all these new stuff on newer cars, it's Greek to me. So I take it to somebody else. But if I hear one ping or anything in my truck, I pull over immediately and look, because I'm the one I'm the reason it probably is making that ping. Because I put something in the, I was too ripped.
What did I do? Yeah. Oh, I know where that screw goes.
Yeah, damn right. Right.
The only times I've ever kind of done deconstructing or rebuilding of a car is I've helped my dad kind of take apart and put back together a couple of Landies.
A couple of what?
Land Rovers.
Oh, Land Rovers. Oh, we have a place right next to where I work that services just Land Rovers. The lot's full of them. Older
my dad,
ones.
A few years back, my dad got his hands on I think a 2000 Land Rover that was all original parts except the engine.
I had a Montero, and I miss that. I miss my Mitsubishi Montero. It was luxury just because it had so much space.
What the fuck? She's gonna crawl in through her hatch to get to her fucking driver's door to open it.
That's awful.
That's not great.
That's like a bad scene. That's a bad scene from a movie.
It's really good when you're like 60-ish.
Yeah, that's awful. If I saw that, I would volunteer. If I saw that, I would be like, hey, I'll do it for you. Can I help you, please? Yes. Like, let me help you.
Yeah. Now, see, I have a view on cars that a lot of people around me dislike, and it's simply that it needs to be a comfortable way of getting from point A to point B. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, like all this mechanic stuff is Chinese. Like I can't all my experience with mechanics is my dad yelling at me while holding a flashlight, and I didn't learn much.
Most of it I learned from either watching people or, like with my brakes on my truck, I just started taking it apart.
Yeah.
I just started taking it apart. That's how I didn't have a fucking clue. I knew I needed to take the tire off and remove the drum or rotor or whatever. That's all I needed to know. The rest of it I just figured out except for the spring.
I've owned enough extremely crappy cars to almost know everything about cars. Because every time something breaks down, I all of a sudden become an expert on it because I have to replace it, figured out why it broke down, where to get parts and everything.
Well, I tell you, with the older trucks or cars, anything like older than probably like 05 or 06 or whatever, when they started getting more technologically advanced with these vehicles, I could hear something, and don't ask me how to fix it because I don't know. But I'd hear something because I had so many old vehicles that made noises, and I'd take them to a mechanic, and the mechanic would be like, "Oh, it's this," and they'd replace it. So I was like, I'd hear something, and I'd go, "Oh, that's your PCV valve." You know, like I knew exactly what the fuck it was.
See, for a second there, when you started explaining that, I thought you were going to say if it was older than Sam.
Yes, if it's older than Sam, for sure I can diagnose it. Yes. So, you know, more than 15 years old. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sam's like 19. Oh, Sam. Sam's cute. It's okay. Cute and smart.
I'd like to think so, and also apparently more self-aware than a lot of people, unfortunately.
Oh, we're all self-aware. Don't let anybody lie to you. We're all very much know exactly what we look like and where the lumps are and the curves are. We all know.
Oh no, I
people
mean
who say,
self-aware
"Oh,
in...
I don't think about it." That's bullshit.
No, I don't mean self-aware as in self-conscious of my body. I mean self-aware as in aware of the fact that my words have actual impact on other people.
I gotta say, I think I know my wife's body better than my own.
Oh, snap. But you're still aware of your own. That's the point.
Now, I'm fairly aware of my own body. I'd rather not be, but here we are.
A 1984 Capri, and it has disc brakes on the front, even they basically don't exist. Okay. Nice. Mathpig's car is pretty cool. It's all blacked out, and then it says 666 on it, on the license plate.
Nice.
That's quite fun.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like that.
I thought I was cool doing that with my soccer mom card. I pulled up to the elementary school, and every other mom had the same car as I did. I thought I was like, yeah, I got the black car all blacked out. I pull up, literally every other mom had the exact same year. I think they had a sale.
Yeah, Jenny, I did cosmetics on a 1974 regular Volkswagen bus, not the 23 window or camper or anything, just a standard one. And the inside was just filthy and nasty. I went over the old upholstery and upholstered the seats with this really soft, like chenille kind of stuff. So when you sat on it in shorts, it felt good on you, because I'm big on that. And I strapped down the back seat and put a full-size double bed in there. I had to cut like 15 inches off the end. It was just a little bit too long. And I put that in there. We carpeted it. We just redid the whole fucking thing. We took the old panels off the doors, and I cut out like 70s wood paneling people used to have in their like trailers and houses back then. And I trimmed it out with this black rubber, and I used like the big cool looking study bolts, because I figured if they're going to see it, I might as well make them look cool. So I put these big ass fancy bolts in there, and it was like choo, 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 choo. And then we bondoed the front floor to get rid of the dips, and we bondoed the whole thing out. We painted it dark purple, and I flex stoned the dash because it was destroyed. It was just so weather destroyed. We bondoed the dash and put it back together with like Bondo for the outside of the vehicle. And then we flex stone the whole thing. Just all kinds of shit. I painted everything that was white in there, except for the ceiling, all got painted a dark green. Just whatever extra paint I had on hand. But it looked badass when we were done, man. It was really cool. We had like a little table in there. There was an incense burner screwed to the wall. And the whole outside was hippified. Like it was just random art all over the outside of it. And it took us like 2.5 months to paint all that on.
That sounds beautiful.
It was fucking great, man. We went through a antique car parade. They let us go in the back. And all the cars that we were in there with were like 60-something or older. They were beautiful. But they let us go in the back, and we threw candy out to the kids and shit. And I had like Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin blaring. And everybody was like, yeah, peace. It was fucking great. was like one of the best times I've ever had, not high or not drinking or not. No, that's not true. But it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Here in this town, they do a hot rod race with like cars from like they're very chopped up, that they look like very greaser, like not even muscle cars, like all the way back to like those little square cars with the spokes engine. I wouldn't know what they are. Yeah, but they do like a huge race, and like I live right next to downtown, and downtown here is like 3 blocks in a circle, so. Like they do a signing there, and they bring all the cars, and like it's like a nice time. Like it's like, and it's like that's cars that I find beautiful, like the old ones, the restored ones, because all new cars for me look like electric shavers. Like it's just, I don't like them. They have that like the little like like rounded thing. I guess they're more aerodynamic, but like it's, aesthetics.
The next thing I want to do, I want to get a hold of an old Volkswagen that just has a decent motor, as long as the basics are good. Axles are good, motor's decent, and can be rebuilt easily. And I just want to like redo it, do another one, but I want to change the whole inside of it. Like I want to get rid of the passenger seat and put a big U-shaped seat in back there.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. So there's no passenger seat and you can fit more people.
How
put a little table back there with like the little cutouts for the cup holders. I want to make it into like a little like chill-mobile.
That sounds like a chill. That sounds awesome.
Fucking do it too. And I want to literally like rebuild the dash, because all the dashes in those are trashed. So I want to like literally take out the dash and make a piece of wood the same, and put a piece of wood on the for the dash, like a nice mahogany or cherry or something that's disgustingly cool and expensive. And then you could buy those wood steering wheels too. Put a wood steering wheel in it. Trim the whole fucking thing out with wood. I love wood. I fucking love wood. I had thought about taking a Volkswagen, and originally I was like, oh, I should get an old car and just cut the back out of it and make it into a truck and put like a wood bed on it. I mean, fuck it. If it's within specs and regs, they can't say anything to you. You know,
I used to talk about wood all the time, and it got me nothing but stalkers and weird random dick pics.
Oh yeah, I'm one of the few lesbians in this world that will admit I love wood. I do love wood, preferably an oak or ash. Reasonably priced, easy to deal with, hardwood. Anyway,
I'm fond of oak generally.
I like hardwoods. Yes, me too, Sam. I had to take it one step farther for you.
I'm all lost in my phone. I'm looking for pictures of my old truck that I crashed, but I think I went too far.
Oh, for the Dave, you mean for the U-shaped seat? You mount seat belts. All you have to do is bolt them into the floor. Once they're bolted into the floor, you can just drill new holes and bolt them in the floor. Once they're bolted in the floor, they're legal. They just have to be bolted into the main frame of the vehicle. That's the only rule.
You say like bolt them into the floor, like this is like a skill that we all have. Like, no, this is like a specialized skill that you have.
I'm sorry.
This is not a hammer and a nail, B. Like, this is like bolt something to a car.
I have the proper tools to do that.
All this framing is bolted into the cement, by the way.
See?
Awesome.
See? Sometimes you need a hammer drill and some lag bolts. I'm just saying.
And a masonry bit.
Yeah, and a very good masonry, very sharp, fresh masonry bit. And you better keep switching it out.
Oh, I'm still on the first one. It's working great. It's cutting through this stuff like frozen butter.
Dave, the only reason I think I can get away with a side-facing seat is if I make it so it twists into place. Like you could sit like this, like a passenger, and then switch it. What am I trying to say? Spin it around and put it into place for the U shape. I think that's the only way I get away with that, honestly.
Oh, these pieces of plywood are so heavy. They're 1.5 centimeters thick. Oof. And so that's less than an inch. They're 8 feet long,
Jenny.
4 feet wide.
I don't know what kind of hardware store they have over there in Canada, but
You mean up there?
here, up there. Sorry,
We have a whole bunch of hardware stores here.
Way
Over
up
there. Like you're in the
Way
UK
up
or some
there.
shit.
And lots of wood
Way
stores.
over there.
Like I'm in Florida. I'm basically in another like continent, but friggin' like there's this like orange plastic that they sell, right? That expands your hand and you put it at the bottom of it, and it makes it weigh nothing. Like so you like
yeah. So
like
yeah, so
I
the
used
way
it a
I'm
lot of
carrying-
work.
Yeah, the way I'm carrying this is mostly if it's the wood's on my left side, my left hand's at the bottom. So, because if you do it across, you're going to get a heck of a workout. I did the first few that way just to get warmed up, and I think I overdid it a little bit because I'm still tired from it. But it's good exercise.
Yeah, I had to drag those things.
I got eight pieces of wood here, so they're going on the outside of that. But it's after 8 o'clock now, so I can't use the skill saw because of municipal regulations. So it'll be tomorrow.
So you have a law from when to when? Because here it's 10 to 10. You can make as much noise as you want.
Oh well, here it's 8 p.m. Is as late as we can go with any kind of outdoor renovation work. That it's. But as far as parties and things go, it's until 2200 or 10 p.m. as you said.
Yeah. Wow.
The morning, I think, usually starting at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. people can start, but I'm usually dealing with email and checking on servers and things before that. So, yeah, so I usually don't get an early start on construction here, unless the weather pattern's weird. Oh, what are we looking at here? Lots of rainbows. Look at that. Huh. Isn't that pretty? Diversity all the way.
That is all of the flags.
Wow.
That is all of the flags.
These cool flags.
So Jenny sent me this. This is
Ooh, those look
this
those look
is she
shiny.
restored parts. These were old shit, and she restored it all the way back to hold on.
She's masterful at that. You know, this is something a dragon would desire.
Yeah, he's very shiny.
Yeah.
Parts.
Yeah, like look at that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look
that
at
color
that.
part.
It looks better than brand new.
Oh yeah, yeah. New stuff.
Yeah,
doesn't
they're
look
car
like-
parts.
Yeah, new stuff doesn't
Restored
look.
all these car parts. I think this other one's like a carburetor. Yeah.
That's how much. That's how much I know about cars. I had to make sure they were car parts because like I had.
Look at that.
For me, it was a bunch
Take
of
all
gold
that
stuff.
apart, clean every
Auto
single
mechanic.
nut, bolt,
Auto-
washer.
Yep.
Get it
Auto
back to
mechanics
brand
is not
new, and
my
then
thing.
put it back on.
No, my
Yeah, she was showing pictures of this before a few months ago. I wonder if it's the same one. She's been working on it, and it's looking really good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I sent you two
it's pretty
pictures,
awesome.
B. They're of my old truck and what I did to it
Oh, I
With my
saw
skill-
that.
with my skillful driving.
I'm in the same boat as you, Santi.
Yes, I saw
auto
the fire
mechanics is not
truck.
my area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I'm very
Dave-
handy when it comes to building stuff, but when mechanics, I'm
Oh, captain's
Dave,
chairs.
kind of like captain's chairs, but I want to have a track where the seat it goes from here and just goes on a track into like a semicircle.
That way, it leaves lots of room for the captain's wheel, right?
And then the driver's chair could be a rotating captain's. I hadn't thought about that.
So,
Yep.
so that picture I sent you, I was trapped inside the vehicle while it was on fire, and because I was
Whoa.
young and wiry, I jumped out the window. And I
You recognized correctly. Thank you, Jenny. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Nice,
My
nice looking work. Really nice looking work there.
Yeah, it's true.
my brain is starting to catch up with me on the fact that it's 4 a.m.
Go to bed,
That's-
Sam.
That's
So-
the kind of self-awareness that's important.
you've been visible all day, so happy trans
Yes.
visibility day.
Well, now,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
since we're past midnight, we're now at Bank Heist Day because I'm not visible anymore.
Well, happy Trans Day, man.
Cheers.
Sorry.
So, by the way, actually, Will, on the stream we did earlier on my channel, my friend Adam who hopped in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I explained to people that my chosen middle name is Sam and that's why I use it as a screen name, that's the first he'd actually heard of me having chosen a different name since high school. Apparently,
Oh,
I just neglected to tell him, and I've never heard him use my name in front of me in the last kind of year.
oops. I mean, it
Communication
happens.
is important in every relationship.
And so
I
it's just
said
like,
that
oh
earlier,
shit.
Randolph. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that the
did.
tagline for my channel is communication is key.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's good.
Fact.
Yeah. Well, and as to Ox in the chat, you say go to my room. I'm in bed already. I'm just
Yeah,
talking to
I
you
was
guys
gonna
from
say,
my bed.
Sam's already in their room. It's true.
Yeah, no, I'm already like under my blankets and shit.
Well, we have officially been on 3 streams together from
We have.
almost
This is our 3rd stream together today.
from quite literally when I woke up and got on your stream in my pajamas.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I could round out the evening.
Yeah, it's
Make
been
it
a
a
full
unround number, uneven number.
been visible all day.
Yeah.
We've been
All right,
some
take care,
visible
everyone.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Today
I'm
has
tired.
been a fun day. It's been knackering though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take care, everyone.
Bye,
Take care,
Sam.
Sam.
Thank you.
Great talking to you.
I've been invisible for a while. It's been nice being out
Hey, Dave, you know, if what consenting adults do, you know, crossing streams, you know.
Yeah, if they want to cross streams, that's on them. Some people want a sword fight, whatever. I don't get in the middle of it. Literally, I don't get in the middle of it.
What you want.
You wouldn't want.
Exactly. Who the fuck would? Either one. Either one. I used to, my nephew and I shared a condo for a while, and he'd be hanging out with his buddies in his room, and he had a big screen TV and the huge king size bed and his desk and chair and all that shit. And they'd hang out in there, and they'd be on their laptops sitting on the bed, and he'd be on the computer, and they'd all be like checking on each other and shit, you know, and playing a game together and everything and communicating. And it was pretty cool. So I'd walk in and I'd go, "What the hell are you fuckers up to?" And they'd be like, "Just sword fighting." And I was like, "Sword? Shut the fuck up, man." That's
I always say that
and they
at
were
the
like a
job.
bunch of straight guys, you know, like totally not gay at all. And they'd be like, we're just sitting here sword fighting."
I always say that. I'm like, hey, stop for sword fighting. Do that on your own time. Do it somewhere else.
Right.
You know.
Right.
I always say that.
No e-spooning.
So how have you been?
Said, Sam is in bed. I'm in bed. Does that mean Sam and I are in bed together? And Ox said, "Hey, no e-spooning." And Jenny said, "Don't deprive me of the only sexual activity I have."
So
how
have you been, Sandy? How have you been?
I've been good. I've been good. I've been I've been away from the channel for a minute. I needed to take a bit of a mental health break. You know, like it was a hiatus. Yes, that's the word for it. And I recently I still doing the Dungeons and Dragons on Saturday with Julie and Sam and
Ring.
Geo Sam, another Sam and one ring, you know, like it. Yeah. But it's for me, D&D, like Dungeons and Dragons, is therapeutical. Like I love it. Like it takes me away from whatever problem. Like I can have whatever issue, but I can just jump in there and be like a monk for a couple hours, and just I come out with a smile.
One of these days, I'm gonna have a Monday through Friday job, and I'm totally fucking gonna join you guys. Like I want to do it. I'm serious, man. But I have my job right now, mandatory Saturdays. The other 2 days I can put anywhere I want in the week, but I have to work Saturdays. It fucking sucks.
I started playing on Sunday in a like on a server, right? Like I found a few people, and now yesterday I actually started running a campaign for my daughter. She turned 9, and she is very into, like, you know, she knows that I like the game and stuff like that, and she doesn't live with me. She lives with her mom, right? And so we mostly communicate on the phone until it's visit time. And so now we're like, you know, like I found a couple models online for kids, like I designed just for kids to get into D&D, and and I'm DMing for her. So we're, you know, like if we found something that we connect with, and she's
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah,
so you're
absolutely.
you're hanging out with her, having fun
Mhm.
with her and her friends, and regulating what's going on at the same time, so they're safe.
Well,
That's
so far
awesome.
so far it's just her and me. Like we're gonna like right now she's learning
Oh,
the rules, and I'm making like I made her like a couple NPC like companions and stuff like that, so that she can like fight. But right now she's learning how to play it, right? So like
okay.
later on we're gonna add my my older son and maybe like some of her friends and stuff
Yeah.
like that online, But like right now it's like it's something really good to connect with. Like usually like all the phone calls will be like, oh, how's school, how you doing, like why are you watching on TV. Now it's like, what do you want to do, like how's the adventure, like like when are you
Well,
gonna give me a set of dice.
I can see it now. Santi Jr. She's gonna be like Santi Jr. She's gonna have her own YouTube channel where she does D&D gaming. Watch, it's gonna happen.
That'd be awesome. That would be
yeah,
awesome.
I think it would be
I would
great.
be so proud. I would be so
Because
proud.
kids are really getting back into it now, man. It's a good time for her to expand her online friend group too.
And plus, like she knows she's been in, she's in Miami, so she's been in quarantine since the whole thing started. So
Santi, saucy, strong Santi. I told you. Yeah, it's the hair. It's the hair,
Yep.
man.
like,
You
Jenny-
gotta let the hair go for real.
Jenny sniffed it and she wants it.
Yeah, she was like, I smell a man with long hair.
Mhm.
Damn, I'm in a mood tonight, aren't I? I've been so full of shit this stream. I have been so full of shit.
You know what?
That's pretty good.
We've had a full stream with stalkers and friends alike. It's been a jam-packed stream.
Oh, so this
wait
is
a
not
minute.
a dating.
It's been
So this is
awesome.
not a dating service.
There you go, Jenny. There you go, Jenny.
Show off your muscles.
There you go. There you go.
Oh yeah. There you go.
Show off your
That's
muscles.
it.
I'm gonna
That's
slow that.
it.
I'm gonna slow that one down.
Look, Jenny's like 2 more seconds and I'm going to sleep.
Try that. Nothing happens.
I know.
Hold
I
on.
try to do that too, Randolph. I'll like pull up my hat and go.
Hold on. Let me brush my hair.
I don't know. It's really hard to flip. Give me a second.
Let me brush my hair.
Right.
Doesn't work.
Not
Doesn't.
working.
Hold on. Let me brush my hair again.
Fluff it. Try fluffing.
Yeah.
Fluffing helps.
even my eyebrows are long. They're like popping out.
It takes upkeep. If I don't cut them, they start drooping down.
You know, if you let them grow
Really?
long enough, you look like one of those ancient Chinese kung fu masters.
It's called Vulcan. If I let my eyebrows grow long enough, they just start going this way, and it's straight Vulcan. I don't even.
You could get hired for the movies with
I
that.
don't even need makeup or anything.
You'd be a natural.
Yeah, Jenny, you have to thank Ox for that one.
It has been a full day though. That's good. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I'm about ready to get off here in a little bit. I don't know, go stalk somebody or something.
It has been
Go find somebody on YouTube to get their chat and talk shit.
I just wished I got in here an hour earlier because I could have made more progress today, but that's okay. We'll do this more tomorrow. Yeah.
It looks good. It
Damn
looks
it,
good.
Randolph, I can't leave you alone for 1 minute on that project. You start slacking. Jesus.
It's I blame you because you're not my neighbor here.
Yeah, I know. It's my fault. You're right. You're right.
I remember you saying you'd love to be here helping me out, and I'd be very much welcoming it.
Oh, I would be on it. I'd be on it like mayo on bread, baby. I would be on it.
I own my own house. I'm always looking for help. No,
Sorry, Randolph. Will's closer.
There's just
Then
certain
go for Will.
projects.
That's okay. I support Will.
There's certain projects you can't do by yourself.
Yeah.
I rented a dumpster and I did demo in my backyard. I cut trees. I took down old structures I'd built. A week later, I was so tired I couldn't even move my arms.
Fucking Dave. Shut up, Dave. Guys are.
I'm the dude guy at work, right? Like I do a lot of construction, right? But most of the people I work with, like I work with my dad and a couple of people his age, right? So I'm pretty much the only the last one that can lift stuff. So like I get constantly called for those like the extra hand job, you know.
Yep,
Like, oh,
yep.
that came out.
Did you
That came
just
out
say an
super
extra
raw.
hand job?
I'm thinking there's going to be another comment from the
Really
chat.
just say an extra hand job?
Okay, so
I
in
don't know if
LA,
that was planned.
in
That's not
LA,
what I meant.
in LA, that's
Double
like
entendre.
$30. In Vegas, it's like 50 if you look like a tourist. If you look like a local, it's like 20. It just depends.
Oh, Jefferson's here. Hey, Jefferson. It's great to see
Santi.
you.
Right on time.
He hit his face but left the mic on. We could hear him laughing the whole time.
Now, I wonder which words Jefferson Spatchcock just came into hearing.
Well, there's
Was
a
it
language,
starting with the
there's a
word
language
hand or
barrier.
a little bit before that?
He caught that because he said, "Oh, Santi."
Ah,
Oh, he's used to my shenanigans. What's up, Jeff?
Right?
oh, he did a review of my my second conversation with Darth Dawkins, which is on MathPig's channel just yesterday, and I thought that was great. He's there with Tangelo, and it was actually quite a good conversation they had. It was really nice to hear. So
I wasn't the
I
live
think-
for that.
I
Even
think they're
Dawkins showed up in later.
I
Like,
think they're
he was
complete
doing-
trolls. I think they're complete trolls, and you're wasting your time. Just an opinion. No,
Which ones?
Darth Dawkins. And then
Oh,
I
yeah,
think they're
no.
complete trolls.
I'm telling you,
You know,
all
I
he does
think
is
you're-
frustrate people.
Change your life. Change
You know
your
what?
life.
you
I
know
think
what?
they're
Every time I go on
completely-
to chat with Darth Dawkins, I get a whole bunch of subscribers to my channel, and the subscriber count hasn't been dropping.
Loser. He's a complete. I don't care. He's a complete loser. He's
Yeah.
stalked. That's that. I won't get into it. But atheism has turned into apologetics, and it's because of people like Darth Dawkins.
You haven't seen the streams I've been on with him.
It's
I don't do that. I don't do apologetics on him.
It's a lot of genuflecting and just wash, rinse, repeat to me. It's
Yeah, well,
he
because
has the
Darth
same
has
arguments.
his script and he says
Yeah.
the same thing. And if you don't agree with him, he will eventually tell you, "You're a dumb asshole. You're crazy. You should seek help. There's something wrong with you." So he looks like he's coming out on top.
It's the
He
micro
insults
penis.
and then he ditches.
Micro penis Rochambeau. It's the micro penis. Oh well, you didn't hear what I said. You didn't. I'm over it. Like
that South Park reference. That was cool.
These guys are like.
Randolph, you could go on my brother's channel and look up Darth Dawkins, and his talk with him is on there, and it was horrible.
Yeah, those guys
Darth
are.
was a total douchebag. And, you know, even though we don't agree with what my brother says, he's a nice guy. He's gentle and he's kind and he's respectful and all those things. And sometimes he'll get like a little, excited about something, but he's not a dick. So he just, you listen to that and you'll see a little bit of Darth that maybe you haven't seen before or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing with Richard is that he's honest when he talks to you. Like he believes what he believes.
Yes.
What he believes, and he tells you what he believes. He's not gonna run around with a script or apologetics.
Nope.
You ask him a question, and he straight out will tell you what he believes the answer to the question is.
So
Yeah.
my third
He doesn't look at a piece of paper.
Micro.
And people don't know that that shit's in his head, man. He knows it all.
My third interaction with Darth, I ended up telling him that explicitly I don't believe what he's saying. Maybe implicitly I do. And then he got really angry and he yelled that there's no difference between explicit and implicit, Randolph.
I'm over it. Like it's like arguing with children.
Oh yeah.
He's
No,
a child.
If there was no difference, then wouldn't it just be one word?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, they do mean distinctly different things, and
these are the guys who think they one upped you in life, and they're eating spam in their apartment. I'm over it. These are like I have a
There's
house
nothing wrong with
payment.
spam.
No, I have a house payment. Like I have adult problems. I'm over these
me
guys.
too.
I'm over these guys.
Afterwards, he got even angrier, and he called me a retard. And somebody asked me, "Oh, what do you think of that?" And I said, I think he mispronounced my name.
Next time you should have said, no, Darth, it's Randolph.
He didn't say that to me directly. He said that afterwards in his own thing.
Of course.
He lost
because he's a stand-up, upfront guy.
And Tom Rabbit, what a hero, posting all that stuff. That was
That's
great.
what I'm saying.
Jenny Santi the Sane is in Florida. I believe, right? Okay.
You ever wrestled any alligators?
No,
Probably could.
I'm terrified of water. So, so
You're like
if he
me.
comes out of the water, I'll give it a shot.
You and I have something in
You
common.
look like you could.
Actually, no, that's not true. I'm not terrified of water. I'm terrified of drowning. And if I can go all the way up to here with water and I'm fine, if I can't touch and keep my head above water, I'm not fine anymore.
I have trouble even doing that because I was thrown in the swimming pool when I was a kid. So I'm getting better at it. But I don't know how to swim yet.
For me, it's weird because I was thrown in a swimming pool, right? And then my family did a lot of fishing with nets. So you had to like actually swim in the middle of the river, put the net there, and then come back out. So I'm a pretty good swimmer. I'm just terrified the whole time. Like I'm not gonna drown, right? Unless like something bad happens. But like the whole time that I'm in the water, I'm terrified. Like I have like there's just so much unseen.
You gotta take a page from Randolph and I. We just don't learn how to swim, and then I don't get in the water. I don't swim. People leave you the fuck alone. I can actually swim enough to save my own life. Like I can swim to a close or something.
Oh, I can't even do that.
I surfed for a long time.
I am horrible at it, and I go like 40 feet, and I'm exhausted because I'm really bad at it. Because I can't put my face under the water. I was a
kid. When I was thrown in the pool, that drunk guy picked me up and said, I'm going to learn you how to swim. I always remember his voice and everything. And I hit the water, and I'm trying to get up, and I was sinking. And I remember some woman jumping in after me, and then I blacked out, I guess, when I hit the ground at the bottom. And I woke up on a cot, coughing out. It's horrible. So, yeah. So I'm working on it.
I wasn't laughing at the story. I was laughing at the comment from Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine. If you laugh at the story, I'm okay with it, too.
See, something similar happened to me, Randolph, when I was a kid. I didn't know how to swim, and we were at the pool at the college because my mom went back to college. And we were at the pool, and there was just people everywhere. You know, it was the college pool. There was people with kids, a bunch of like 18 to 25-year-old people everywhere. So I'm going around the outside because my brothers are swimming around, and I'm trying to keep up with them, you know. And so I'm going around the outside of this pool, inching my way around, and this old man's there, and he's just sitting there. And I tried to say, excuse me, but it was so loud he didn't hear me. So I was like, you know what? I've kicked off around somebody before. I mean, I was in the deep end too by this time. I've kicked off around somebody before. I can make it. I thought I could make it. So I pushed off, and I went to go around, and he went like this with his arm and just knocked me right in the water. And for a minute, I just freaked out. And then I just grabbed a hold of his shorts and pulled myself up. And he was like, "What the fuck, kid?" And I grabbed the edge, and I was like, like gasping for air. And he was just being a fucking dick. So then after that, it scared me, man. When that shit happens when you're little, it scared me bad enough that I'm still kind of freaked out by it.
That stuff I can totally relate to. That's
big fat, hairy dude. He had like gray, black hair on his back.
My dad was there.
I had to touch him to save my own life.
My dad was there. And that drunk guy was under arrest. That drunk guy got arrested. What happened to the guy that pushed you?
Nothing.
Oh.
Just nothing. Nobody saw it. And I told my mom about it later, and there was like 6 old fat men in the pool with back hair. I don't know who it was.
Well,
I didn't see his face, but I can tell you he was wearing light blue shorts with pockets. I remember that to this day.
And it had a traumatizing hairy back hair.
Yeah, you just said, look
hairy
out.
back hair, the color of his shorts. I remember that shit. He had hairy ass legs too.
Bright trunks, and then a wall of what looks like, ground beef, hanging off the.
Well, that's all I really saw because I would go around him and he knocked me. I didn't look up at his face. I was drowning. I just saw shit underwater. I don't know what he looked like from here up.
Yeah. I actually don't remember the face of the drunk guy either, but I remember him talking and saying that.
See?
So.
Oh, I remember very well the guy that threw me into the pool. He went on being my dad for a while. He's still around.
That's so dark.
What happened to you? Did you drown?
Huh?
Did you end up taking in water into your lungs, or?
Yes, I did. I can still taste that. You know how you feel it like in your nose?
Chlorine.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I guess so.
let's give Math Pig some attention. Let's give him some attention because he's begging. He's begging
I'm
like a little kid.
Hey,
No,
you
because
be
if
nice.
you don't,
That's my buddy.
no,
Right
if you
there.
don't, he's gonna say how he uses Twitter like his diary. So we got to be nice to Math Pig. All right,
Oh, Jenny?
moment over.
I got it. Can you showcase Jenny's
You can
comment?
stalk me later, Math Pig. You can stalk me later.
Can you showcase Jenny's comment about coming up north?
Who's that, Jefferson?
Because what she's saying is, come on up north here, where there's nothing in the water that will eat you. I guess you haven't heard of polar bears, have you, Jenny?
She does not live that far north.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's talking about her area. I thought she's making fun.
Yeah.
Of
She's
Canada.
in the north of the
I'm
state.
so used to people making fun of Canada. Sorry.
Canada's beautiful. I've been all the way from Vancouver all the way to Saskatoon.
Next
How do
time
you
you're in
know it's
Vancouver, let me know.
Well, I used to go all the time. Then I used to go on trips all the time, and then COVID happened, and now I want to move out in the woods and never talk to anyone again.
Oh, you like hiking? I will tell you the best places to hike up here, man. There's this one place. We cross a suspension bridge, and then we walk about 45 minutes, and then we can go and circle a whole lake. Takes almost 2 hours if you just take your time walking around the whole thing, and you can see the bottom of the lake because the water's so clear. It's beautiful. It's quiet. You don't hear any traffic at all. It's just wonderful, and there's hardly anybody at the lake. It's great.
I love hiking. I haven't done it here much. Like in this area, I had to kind of explore more. But here, the problem is there's bobcats and little black bears or something like that. So I like where I used to hike the
Little black
that was
bears. What did
No,
you do
they're
to the
just
mother bear?
little ones. They're only like a couple of pounds.
What did you do to the mother bear?
Well, no,
Yeah,
no.
that's
I mean,
how
like,
they are in
it's not a
Pennsylvania.
grizzly
There's
bear.
black bear
Like,
everywhere.
That's like when I walked
black
up
bears
to a
are
moose.
tiny.
When I was in
Oh,
Long Beach,
they're
good
tiny.
old
Oh
Long
my
Beach,
God.
Washington. I had never seen a moose before. I was drunk as hell, and everybody was like, "Are you trying to die? Are you trying to die?" And I walked up to it. I think even the moose was like, "This guy's drunk," because that thing. I had never seen a land animal that big. I'd never seen.
Those meese are pretty smart, I tell you.
I walked right up to it.
Fucking big too.
I'd never
Not
seen.
play
I
with
had,
one.
its legs were as tall as I was.
Did you ask it like, why does this telephone pole have a face?
No, I wasn't that drunk. I got within distance where I was like, okay, at a dead run, I could probably get behind this brick wall over here.
Dude, is it just me, or does this bush in front of me have big antlers?
Yeah.
Because it feels furry like a bush, but I see antlers.
This was back in the day, and up in north, they have great pot up there. So I was drinking, I was smoking a J, and I was like, is that real? Is that real? I'm from
Hey,
California,
don't do drugs.
Hey, man. BC Bud is the best in the world.
Yeah.
So
I don't even smoke the stuff, and I know this.
no, I laughed in Amsterdam. I laughed because they had Humboldt pot and BC pot. I laughed because I went halfway around the world to get pot that I could go down the street for.
Right.
I'm just thinking, if I'd been in that situation, I'd been like, if I can get a running start and mount that moose like a horse, they'll make me their king.
Until you still around.
I've seen that movie.
King of the world!
I've seen that movie. They chopped the head off of the king of the forest, Princess Anunnaki. Great movie.
Sad.
Oh yeah.
great. That made me want to ride a reindeer.
That creepy
I don't
pig
think I've seen
though.
that one.
Those pigs creep me out.
I still have dreams about the Kudamas, the tree spirits with the heads that turn.
Yeah.
I used to fall asleep to that movie because it's like a 3 or 4 hour movie.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Ox saying that he's remembering the first time he came in face to face with a white-tailed deer in New York. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jenny's saying you get tossed in jail because it's illegal to harass moose.
It was like 2
Autocorrect, damn it.
I was to
here
say,
in
depends
Canada,
on the move.
It's the same in Canada.
I was in Long Beach, Washington, and it's one of those beach towns that like is abandoned after 10 o'clock. So when I walked out, I was in the middle of the town, and when I say town, I mean like a city block. is the entire town. And I walked out, and I was so drunk that the air sobered me up a little bit. And it was weird that the town was abandoned. So when I walked out, I'm kind of wandering towards the wood, totally Mr. Burns Hammered style. I'm wandering towards the woods, and I see a moose, and I'm like, I've never seen one before.
Well,
And trust me, I'm lucky. I'm a lucky human being, and curiosity does kill the cat. So don't ever take medical advice from Godless Sewing. Do not copy anything I do. I am lucky. I don't believe in anything, but I'm lucky to be sitting here.
well, I don't believe in anything, but I do believe in luck. Like luck is very real. Like
I was
like
hammered.
It's just chance.
I take less. Back in the day, I would take more chances than I would take now. Like I'll just drink at home, save myself the drama.
So the older you get, the less you bounce. Like if those moose kick you, you're just gonna burst into the dust. When you're a kid, you might like just get thrown and like bounce off the ground, and it'll hurt, but you'll heal. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You literally ran into a deer.
There's people that died that way. That's no joke. That is no joke.
Let me tell you, I know a guy that hit a deer with a tractor trailer, and it was jumping across that part of the road. So he hit it in the air, and it flipped the body, and it just slid right up the hood, and the antlers came through the windshield. And he was trying to pull over to the side and trying to look around this deer, and the antlers were like this far from his face. Like that shit's dangerous. If that would have came through the windshield all the way, just like if he would have hit a little bit faster, it would have like impaled his face and the top of his body. Big, like 16, 18 point buck.
I think I read somewhere that like deer kept in captivity, like at rescues and stuff, I think they're one of the most dangerous animals to keep because they scare easy. And around humans, they tend to jump and then kick. So like, yeah, they're just not safe to be around ever.
Yeah,
it hurt.
It's just a fancy way to die. And I drive really fast. I think about that all the time. That's what slows me down more than a speeding ticket is like that one time I catch a deer or, it's not rare for people to throw rocks off the freeway here in LA.
Is there a lot of deer in LA? Like is there's like a big chance that you're gonna hit one?
Where I live, if I go north, I can go to Central California. If I head east, I head towards Vegas, and if I head south, it's like straight towards LA. So it's like pick an animal, coyote, cougar. Like cougars are in the suburbs, and I'm not talking about the average single mom.
Right.
I'm talking about that.
Follow-up question: like if you do hit a deer, right? Can you take it home? Like if he doesn't survive,
actually, that depends on the county. The county I grew up in, you could take it home. You just had to report that there was an accident with a deer to the local ranger guy. And we had this guy growing up named Danny. Danny was a little fucking crazy, but he was like a good old boy. Had the snuff ring in his back pocket, smoked Marlboro Reds, drank Budweiser. Right, baseball cap all the way on the back of his head. Hey, what's up, guys? Like, good old boy, a little crazy. But he had a big blue... He was the reason I wanted a Chevy Silverado because he had a big blue Chevy Custom Deluxe, and he had a big cow catcher on the front.
I think I've seen this Danny in a couple of Southern movies.
You probably have, yes. I think he's starred in a lot of them, actually. No, he was. I don't know if he was prejudiced or not. I don't know. But anyway, so he'd drive down the road in the wintertime and see a herd of deer, and he'd just run right through them with his truck. And then he'd throw them on the back of his truck and go down the payphone and call the guy and be like, yeah, yep, accident happened. Yep, I can take him home. All right, thanks. And then they'd go give everybody a deer that he knew. Like feeding people. He was feeding people. He just didn't care if he hit him. He'd try it. He was fucking nuts. He'd go cow tipping. You know how dangerous it is to go cow tipping for real?
So
with a bull in the field?
So I got a question for you.
Nobody runs that fast, man.
What do you think cow tipping is really all about?
It's about running away from the bull and the risk. It's the risk of the bull.
No.
It was when we were kids.
I found out Most of the people, almost everybody who's tipping cows has rape on their mind.
What?
What?
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Whoa, okay, wait, yeah. I'm with B on this one.
So the reason I say what is because I have a cousin who used to live across the street from a cow farm in Corona, and his house smelled like shit. Yes, he had this giant mansion, but it was cheap
I'm
because
sure
it smelled like shit. But they had such problems with people tipping over cows that they dug a ditch along the entire property.
I
And
thought it was a myth. How do you tip a cow?
But people were
Hold
trying. But
It can be done.
What they
Go ahead.
did is they lined the ditch with cow shit. So when people would jump over the fence, they would jump in this slurry of cow poop, and it would usually deter them because they're just covered in this disgusting cow
Yeah, you just
poop,
want to go get it off of you, right?
Oh yeah. But you could always tell when people tried because they'd be like walking down the road covered in cow shit.
Be like,
If
I know where
Randolph-
you were, asshole.
If Randolph is correct, then yeah, you know which one is more dedicated to the whole raping aspect because the shit didn't deter them. They're
All
like,
I
no,
know,
That's
I
so.
got romance to
no
do.
way.
we went
Hey.
3 times when I was a teenager. There was a group of 4 or 5 of us. We watched where the bull was, went across the field from the bull, went in there, and every time we got close to a cow, that fucking bull would come at us, and we'd
Yep.
run for our lives. So to us, it was dodging the fucking bull. It was all the risk of that bull at night, and they were black Angus. And so you turn around, there'd be a bull coming at you. Like literally, you couldn't see that fucker.
If I ever caught someone
fun.
effing a cow, I would break their kneecap just to talk to them. Just to be like, what are you doing with
If
your
I
life?
found anybody
What are
fucking
you
any
doing?
animal, I would take pictures and report them to the authorities, and I would go nowhere near them because they're sick fuckers.
Exactly. Like,
I don't want to touch them.
that's
I'm
bad.
good.
I get the whole running for the bull thing because, like, I'm Hispanic. Like that runs in our blood. Like freaking in Spain, they have like you just run like you don't even need the cow. You just put a bunch of bulls on the street and you run.
This video came up on LinkedIn, the business network. Somebody posted how to talk to cows. Oh, this is so funny. Got it all in this kid. This is so funny. There's no cow tipping.
What?
Gulped out of a thing of soda.
Yeah. Some
Well, he's
people
got a
have
burp
talent
that
for this.
sounds like a moo. My God.
Yeah.
Okay, that guy humps cows. That guy humps cows.
There's more.
He's
More come over.
Wouldn't it be creepy if the cows are actually really more intelligent than we think, and they're all wondering, like, what's he reading?
I agree, Genesis guys. I think about that all the time. Actually, they probably are more intelligent.
Yeah, like, what's going on that piece of paper?
Reach on it.
That one cow is dead. What are you doing?
Wow.
I don't know what job he's applying for, but I'm sure he'll
Oh
get
got
hired.
my God, that's
Sort of the-
hilarious.
Kind of the exact opposite of a horse whisperer. Like he's a cow yeller.
Yeah,
He was faking with the coke. He could just make that sound.
Yeah,
Yeah, for
exactly.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't load up with a lot of soda before he. Yeah,
No,
Maybe they're his sponsor.
that
I
was
don't
just
know.
being exaggerant.
yeah. This athlete's been
Nothing on
sponsored by
YouTube is
Coca-Cola.
exaggerant. Where did that guy come from?
Well, if he can attract that many cows, it's like, wait, what do you do with them now that you have them all under your sway? Wait, you don't fuck them, do you?
That guy's dating at least 3 of them.
Yeah. Total player in the bovine community.
Oh,
We are
wow.
not going into bestiality, people. That's
No.
disgusting.
No,
What
that's
is-
what.
but-
That's
see,
what
but
we
I
call a
don't
line.
understand. Like, I'm not
That's
king
a weird
shaming.
line to
There's
draw.
some things I just don't get.
I'm a city dweller, so I think all
Just
that should
don't
just
get
be
it.
set on fire, just pushed over there. Like I'm a city dweller. I think it's all gross.
It's not. I mean, the countryside is not all Thunderdome, man. I mean, some of it is kind of civilized.
I don't know.
Not
No,
all
I've lived-
Thunderdome.
I've lived out in the middle of nowhere.
No.
I lived in Oregon, and it wasn't as bad as people think it was, and it was actually really beautiful. You know.
Yeah, except for the parts that are total fucking Thunderdome.
I have
Where
lived in all
people
kinds of
are-
country-ish places, and nothing has been Thunderdome-ish or like at all.
Yeah, but in
Try
Oregon,
Florida.
like, there was
Try
this
Florida.
place.
Nebraska.
Like
Quiet,
Florida country. Side,
know, I-
boring
please.
areas to live in.
Being from LA, I was always like, yeah, people aren't that, like people claim they're hard. Yeah, whatever. There was this place called Felony Flats in
What?
Portland. It was one of the most ghetto places I've ever seen in my entire life. And it was in the middle of nowhere in Oregon. Well, to someone who's from the city,
It's my son Ux.
Yeah, it's kind of giving you like a Jesus crown. So Ox making jokes about you being holy Santi. Santi, strong, holy Santi.
Thank
That's what it is.
I actually I miss living out in the middle of nowhere nowadays with all the crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
kinda
I'm
nice
telling
living
you,
in a
that's
small
why I
town
moved
and
out
having
here.
Yeah.
It's so nice out here. It's quiet. Hey,
There's
the
nothing-
other night, honest to God, like the third, fourth night I was here, you know what I heard? I heard coyotes for about 10 minutes and 2 horse whinnies.
What?
It was like chaos. I almost had to call the cops.
What?
Jesus.
Maybe the
Wait,
cops are riding horses.
They were being chased by the coyotes.
No, not so much. We got some bike cops. Most of them have Ford Explorers. They stick out like sore thumbs.
Yeah.
I think we have a ton of bike cops around here, and I can't stand people that buy the same motorcycles that the police have.
Yeah,
'Cause they-
really, dude, because they're cranking up behind you, and you're like, fuck! Oh, man, that guy's shirt says Harley.
Hey, I was so
But
mad the
for a
other day.
minute, and then they get the matching helmet, too.
Yes, I
Like,
think that shit should be.
Like, you Erica Strada motherfucker, fuck you.
I think that should be illegal. I think that should be illegal because they look like cops.
Yeah. Some bullshit, man.
Actually, it
heart
happened-
attack on a motorcycle.
It happened to me the other day when I was going to the dispensary. I was jamming on the freeway, and I see the motorcycle lights, and I'm like, I'm gonna get pulled over.
What the hell is this, Randolph? I'm
Oh,
afraid
this
to
is
ask.
a guy delivering a package, and a squirrel greets him. And it's really cool. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Yeah, don't give me any scary shit. We were talking about kink stuff, and now I'm scared.
What the?
Squirrels are no joke. They are
He knows
not
that camera's
scared.
there. He's looking
They
right
are
at it.
not scared of humans. See, that's a nice squirrel. Like
what
LA
the
squirrels
stuff, dude?
they'll bite you and give you rabies. We have to warn children, like stay away from them. They're just dressed rats. Rats with fur coats.
I remember my sister lived in Virginia, and she was like, "Oh, there's these really cute raccoons in the backyard, and oh, they're so adorable." And she's like, "I don't know why they keep hanging out here." And I was like, "Because they're getting into your trash." Her trash was all over her backyard. She had no idea. They got into that. They were like eating that shit.
Oh, that's
Never gonna give you up, right?
You tired?
Oh, I like raccoons except for the mess they make. They're pretty interesting.
Thank
Trash.
you, Richard, for getting the
Trash
Eric
pandas.
Estrada joke.
they love the raccoons around here. Love me every time I burn a dish. I'll leave it outside for the raccoons. And I have cameras. And they come, and there's a hierarchy.
Oh yeah, that's why the fat ones are really fat. and the
Yeah,
skinny
they're
ones are
angry.
pretty
They're puppy size. They're big. I mean, like
size.
Doberman Pinscher
I'm
puppy
still-
size.
Big paws and shit,
Oh,
man.
they're
You should see 'em.
gross.
They all
man.
got these leather collars with studs. Rolling like 6 deep, raccoon life.
Well, they are city raccoons. They live off of garbage.
They're like raccoon gang and shit.
Yeah, it's worse.
RGs, man.
It's worse that time of year when they're jumping in the new ones. You know,
Yeah.
just killing people for fun. Yeah.
The head raccoon's got a big gold necklace that says trash on it.
I
Trash.
said this before. There was one time I had a neighbor at the end of the block. She was this like 5'5" blonde woman, and she's standing in the middle of her driveway with her child. It's like 8 a.m. I drive by, and she's like, I'm like, what's wrong? And she's like, the raccoons won't let me get my car. I said, what? She said, there's raccoons that live in my garage. I said, how the F did you allow raccoons to live in your garage?
You know, they have these people you can call. It's called like critter control or something.
Oh, we call the city has a whole division that catches raccoons and possums and stuff, because it's not uncommon. You know?
Well, no, because you guys are encroaching on their land. They have nowhere else to go. They're going to do what they can.
Quite literally, we are encroaching on their land. So they'll burrow into people's garages and stuff. So you gotta inspect your garage to make sure they didn't break in. You know, raccoons are no joke.
I wouldn't.
No, they can tear up some shit. They really can.
I wouldn't mind the raccoons. I mean, that would be annoying. But I remember seeing this house. It was a garage. It was in. It's a family in Japan, and they kind of lived in a rural town. 1/3 of the back wall of their garage, and it wasn't big. It's just a 1-car garage. But 1/3 of the back wall was a hornet's nest from ceiling to floor. It was just this huge, just huge tubes, you know. I don't know what species. I don't know if it was one of the murder wasps or what. It couldn't have been, 'cause they would have killed everybody there. But
the long. Those are mud daubers.
Yeah, whatever they're called. But
mud dauber wasps, and they will sting the shit out of you. Although they are not poisonous, but it hurts.
Yeah, it was a massive complex of them. And they just didn't have it removed, and I'm like, I would burn the garage down in the house with it and just move away. That's all there is to it. Like, kill them with fire. I mean, like, I've seen the Aliens movies. I know how this works.
Well, you know what I do is I would cut a hole in the bottom and fill it with great stuff, and then fill the top with great stuff, and just wait for them to die.
I've actually
they can't get out and get food; they're gonna die.
I've actually cut pieces like that of people's homes out and just left it outside. And then come back 3 days later and hope they all left.
Yeah,
it's unreal. Like I have a camera that's made specifically for spaces like that. Where is my camera?
Okay, my brother wants to know who had the dragon infestation, because they win this debate. Anybody dragon infestation?
I mean, not in actuality. I may have once dreamt that, sure, but
that would be. I would at least take. You know, I wouldn't want to put a chain on it or anything. I would just take a picture at least.
Dude, wait,
try to befriend it. You know, so I could write it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you got a dragon in your house. You want to be friends with it.
I want to grow up so I could write it like the movies. You know.
Keep a bucket of water handy.
Yeah.
For Richard, I've got an idea. I've got a niece who lives down in North Carolina. What I'll do is I'll have her catch some of those animals that run around during the summer, because they're all over the place, and just glue like little paper dragon wings to them, and just have her film that, and then I'll send the clip to Richard like, she's got a dragon infestation. Didn't say how big they had to be.
All you'd have to do is take some kind of like prehistoric looking creature and put some like moth wings on it, and then we used to play with cicadas, depending on where you live, when we were kids, and the boys did, and I played with it too because it was fun. Let's be honest. They put a pin with a string on it through its back of its abdomen, so it was still alive, and then we just like they just fly around in circles for hours on that string.
How'd you get
going?
I mean, it sounds fun, but
it's so mean,
horrible torture.
But when you have
kill this creature and
when
it's trying to get away
out of
from
the
you,
ground, and you have like 1,000 of them, and they're eating your crops, you don't care anymore.
I don't know if that justifies turning one into a torture kite, but
we only did it a couple times.
It's literally a torture kite.
We just did it a couple times. But it was fun to watch before you smash them.
I'm from the 80s, so we used to do stuff like that. Like we'd wad up paper balls and shoot each other with paper wads out of BB guns. It was a different era.
Yeah.
No
we also
helmets.
played with the big lawn darts that are now outlawed because they were so dangerous.
Oh yeah, it wasn't rare for one of my friends just to show up and be like, I have an M80. I have miniature explosives. Like it was a different era. We had M1000s that sounded like shotgun shells because they basically were with a wick, you know.
Yeah, my brother. I'm going to tell a story on my brother since he's here. So we were kids and we were playing lawn darts, but the older kids were playing it basically. And I think him and I were running around, or maybe he was playing and he turned his back. I don't remember, but he got a lawn dart, hit him right in the back of the head, right here on that flat spot.
Hey, those lawn darts are supposed to be safe. What are you talking about?
Oh, this is back before they made them safe. Trust me, they were way not safe back then. They were like weighted.
I know.
Shit.
They were advertised as safe, though.
Yeah, no. So he's like, and he runs around in a circle, runs up the steps, screaming the whole time. He's like 9 or 8. I don't know, maybe 7. Anyway, somewhere in there. So he screams up the steps and he goes in the kitchen and goes up to Mom and stops and goes, Mom, I have a lawn dart stuck in my head. And she said, yes, you do, son.
Yes, you do.
And then she removed it.
She sounds like
but it was
she's pretty
stuck in his fucking bone, dude. It was stuck in his skull.
Mom, I have a dart in my head. Yes, you do.
Mom, I have a lawn dart in my head. Yes, you do, son. Let's take care of that. Okay. You know, like that's how we were when we were kids. We would we all got hurt all the time. So there was so much because we grew up with 6 of us and then found number 7 later. So we were 6 kids in the house. So my mom, we'd go, Mom, and she'd go, what'd you do? But she knew we were injured.
Did she diagnose them though? Did she ask the question, how many fingers am I holding up there, son? Like purple?
Yes.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
Possible concussions. Yes, she did that.
But her reaction to the lawn dart is actually very smart conditioning for you kids to kind of handle stuff without panicking. You know, it's
well, mom was a nurse.
Okay,
and
that explains it now.
You know,
she didn't freak out. She quit freaking out before I was born, man. I'm the youngest.
I'm the youngest of 9, so by the time I came around, my dad's rule was literally like, how much blood do you have?
Right.
Go like this. Yeah. You're fine.
Sounds like you've got lots of brothers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My dad said something similar. It's like, well, with the first kid, you're like, I hope this doesn't leave a scar. By the time you've had 3 or 4 kids, it's like, doctors can actually sew most of that stuff back on.
Yeah, exactly.
So the standard really starts to shift.
Oh yeah. But
I think that was smart of Mom to go to nursing school before having children, because then she'd be like, okay, let me see. Nope, butterfly bandage. Oh, nope, we're going to the hospital. That one needs stitches. She knew.
The cool thing, my dad was 43 when I was born. So my dad was a senior citizen, but by the time I was in my 20s. So he was completely slipping. So he taught me all his secrets. He showed me all the crazy stuff. So there is benefits to being the youngest,
True.
Total benefits. Because he told me all, he was like, all right, you're still around. I'll tell you all this. He was an old man. He was, weathered and leathered by the time I came around.
Right.
Yeah, there is something to be said, because the older kids, they probably grew up with your parents when your parents were still going through their 20s and 30s.
And
they still had stuff to learn. Yeah, but by the time they're in their 40s, they're exhausted already.
Yeah.
We're basically hoping that that some of the other kids are going to take care of you for at least the first 10 years.
My sister still tries. She still tries.
Well, guys, it was good catching up. I got to get going. This phone's going to die any second now, but thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for coming in, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Jefferson, it was great to see you again, Matt. Always like chatting with you.
Sure thing.
Yeah, I really got a chance to talk to you.
Yeah.
So thanks for coming in.
Take care.
You too.
See you around, Jeff.
Later on.
I appreciate them doing that review of my debate last night. That was great. Or it was conversation. Actually, it was an interrogation by Darth Dawkins.
Yeah. Interrogation.
That's what he likes to do. He likes to conduct interrogations, and that's why people have trouble with him, because they're expecting it to be an equal back and forth. So if you actually want to get anywhere with him, you got to be willing to let him do 80 to 90% of the talking.
I agree with Godless Son and what he says, that he doesn't want to waste his time with somebody like Darth Dawkins, right? I get the whole script and stuff like that, but I do appreciate people like you that put the time in this apologetics and stuff like that. For me, it's just like magic, right? It's like, you believe in magic. You can put fancy words, as many fancy words you want. I don't have $25 words like you do, but I don't believe in magic.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, Randolph. I'll
Somebody that he
watch.
has to do it.
When I see you post something, I'm like, ooh, who's Randolph fighting today? Like, I like watching it. I'm just not going to participate in it. I think you're awesome.
That's okay.
I think they're scumbags. I respect what you do. I think they're scumbags, but I'm like, ooh, who's Randolph fighting today? I got to watch this, you know? So I'm not judging at all because I participate too. I'm just lurking.
My favorite so far was the one on Modern Day Debate with Ben Fisher. He's running a ministry, and he goes on his own, trying to all over the place. He's promoting this idea that he has debunked skepticism. But what I liked about the debate we had, we got into kind of all kinds of interesting subtopics, and just fascinating, and just a really nice guy to chat with. He didn't support his side of the debate at all, but I really enjoyed the back and forth. It was really and we got into some really neat metaphysical topics, but in a light way, not really heavy duty. It was really nice. And
Randolph, have you talked to my brother at all?
What's your brother's name?
Richard Madsen.
Richard Madsen, Demolished.
Oh, he's your brother.
Yeah, that's my brother.
Oh, I had no idea. He wants to have me on his channel to talk. I like him. And so we're going to have a conversation one of these days. I am looking forward to that because I find him to be just a really nice, cordial person to chat
And
with.
I'm not just saying this because I'm related to him. He is a good guy. And he's got a
He
good
is.
heart, and he means well, and he really is trying to help people, and he truly believes what he says, and there's no bullshit.
Yeah. Oh no, I can see he's genuine.
Honestly, I watched him
no doubt
even.
about that.
I watched him even before B and I became friends. Like Richard,
really?
you know, it's I have this thing about sincerity. I don't care what you believe. I respect people that are sincere. I still
and
watch
well-intended.
I still watch like there's the 5% Muslim stuff but really it's just some guy telling people to stand up for themselves. I don't believe in any of the woo-woo or any stuff like that, but I respect people who I respect conviction. I'll just say that.
I think you would probably agree with me to add well-intended to that.
Yeah.
Because
that's my thing. That's
Islamic State is sincere.
No, but these guys, no, the 5%ers, they're to put it short, it's the Malcolm X religion. It's an American-born religion, and they don't believe in a God in the sky. So it's more of like, you know, their belief is, you know, God's on earth. So a lot of it is just stand up for yourself, really, and there's nothing wrong with that.
You say his name and he shall appear.
You want to do an eyebrow off? I have some epic brows. I can make mine.
There you go.
This one doesn't go down.
I'm going to start with this. We'll escalate later.
Well, what did I do with my glasses? Oh, there.
But can you hold one down and wiggle the other one? I can do that. It's not easy.
I cannot. It's stuck there.
There you go, Will.
Richard, I'd like to say to you,
you're awesome. You're awesome.
Kick him out.
Richard, I think that if you ever wanted to sing a song that's imitating Willie Nelson's voice, you could probably nail it perfectly. You've got the voice for it.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Road again.
When I make a Civil War
reenactment,
Richard, I'm going to ask you to star in my movie when I
would be honored.
It is an epic beard. It has its own YouTube channel.
Epic.
It does.
Almost wizardly. We need to get you a hat. Can I make you a hat? I'm into big hats.
He wants to make you a wizard hat.
Your beard is epic.
So you look like Gondal.
No, I'm serious, Richard.
That would up your game so much if you were walking around town with a giant wizard hat on.
Right. That sounds great. Yeah, that doesn't make everything you say funny, but
and robes, and then the people will come with the little white jackets.
Like, come on, folks.
I wear this every day. I love big hats. I wear my hat every day. And
do I need to get my big hat?
Do you see how filthy it is? I wear this every day.
You should get your big hat. I
should get it. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll get my big hat.
How you doing, brother?
To all the girls I've won before, who've traveled in and out my door, Enough of that. So
what Randolph doesn't know is that Richard actually sings pretty good. And we know all those old songs because we grew up with all that stuff. So,
heck
there we
yeah.
go. Now Santi's got a hat on. All right, baby.
I'm getting some
Where's
definite
Jenny?
Slash.
She'll die.
I'm getting some definite Slash vibes from that one.
It's my
Slash vibes.
My
that is very Slash like, yeah.
My hat it screams, I can't quit you. I can't quit you. Love that movie.
So does Randolph's.
If you feel like crying, feel like crying.
When I was walking away, I thought I heard some Willie Nelson singing. I hope you don't get a copyright strike for that.
No, we kept it under 6 seconds.
Yeah,
I have one that's like that I haven't fitted to my head yet because I have a 10-gallon head, so I have to like form the hat.
That's the side of my hat.
That's
the
awesome.
The feather always goes on the left side. The right-hand side's always empty. That's the rule. Now, this is a proper cowboy hat, but it is also a special rodeo hat. So
it's got the band.
By being a rodeo hat, it's still the proper design, but because it's a rodeo hat, it's more water resistant and it can handle the weather a lot better.
Oh,
so
good to know.
I do wear it around town sometimes in the rain.
I was thinking about buying a bowler.
So
or a fedora.
Suit,
not bowler, fedora.
I'll wear this with my business suit, my cowboy boots, and I've got the pointy-toed ones, the proper kind.
Well, you have to, right?
Yeah, not the stupid ones that are blocked off on the front. I don't like those. But
those are work boots.
Yeah, those aren't proper cowboy boots, in my opinion. And then a belt buckle that goes along with it.
This is my third one. I don't like it because it's too much going on up here.
Let's go to Littenbach, Texas. Waylon and Willie and the boys.
There, we're like this. I can still hear you guys.
You guys are silly. You guys are silly. I swear to God.
It's a hat, buddy.
And I do have a spare hat.
I got a boonie hat.
Well, you're already wearing a hat.
Yeah, but I never wear that boonie hat. I bought it. I've had it for years. It just hangs there.
This one saved my life in a car accident, so I will keep this hat around.
Okay, you got to tell that story. Come on, it saved your life in a car. Come on.
I told I sent 2 pictures to B actually. One, so I was listening to Sabathon. I was driving too fast because this is the true story. And there was a woman who ran a red light making a left turn. And I was coming straight at her to the point where I saw her child in the back seat.
Aww.
So I turned my wheel. Our cars came up to each other and I went straight into a power pole. And the only reason I'm alive is because I took my seatbelt off and I jumped out the window. But my head hit the steering wheel, and I was in the truck when that was happening. And the second picture is the damage of the truck. I'm lucky to be alive.
Whoa! Wow!
That kind of looks like a truck.
I missed that. That truck was so beautiful. It was
is that a Dodge Ram?
No, it was a Ford F-150. It was a 2003
Ford drivers.
That's what happened. You bought the wrong
truck. That engine. If you see how melted it is, that saved my life because I hit the power pole and there was so much energy. I shut down the power to 17,000 homes.
You're half right about the Dodge Ram. You got the Ram part right.
Look, but when Will has an accident, he does it right. God damn it!
And look,
power outage and everything.
This is the so I jump out like in my cowboy hat. I put it on and it's like this because when I hit the brim, hit the thing and my head went back. It saved me from breaking my neck basically because I hit so fast my seatbelt didn't lock.
Oh, because I was able like a cushion spring effect.
But the airbags and everything did it. The airbags, everything did its job. But it was so fast that it was like. It was one of those things. It's like the movies, you know. But I jumped out and there was a fire truck. There just happened to be a fire truck there. I ran up to the fire truck and I'm like, "Hey, that car's on fire." the the fireman grabs me and he's like, "Hey, there's a dead man in that truck." They saw the whole thing, but they didn't see me jump out.
Oh wow!
So they thought, "Oh, he's got to be dead."
I had this moment where I looked and I'm like, was there somebody else in my car? I knew I was by myself. I knew I was by myself.
Godless. You have to forgive me. Have you seen the TV series Lost?
Only like the last season.
It's where each of them survive something ridiculous that probably should have killed them, but somehow they survive.
Mm-hmm.
And then later they find out actually, dun dun dun, they're all dead.
I did a lot of acid as a kid. So I did a lot of acid as a kid, so I need way more convincing than that. I need way more. I saw way trippier stuff where I was. If this is it, then we're all gypped.
That's why it looks so normal to you. It just looks normal, right? It's just boring and mundane, and nothing ever happens. Yeah. Think about it.
My life's exciting. So I jumped out. It was crazy. It was. It was a crazy moment. Even when the cops pulled up, they took pictures with me because they're like, "This guy should have died."
Oh yeah, you'll be the subject of dark humor for months.
Oh yeah. And then there was this one cop who was trying to be pushy, and he kept on saying like, "Do you have proof of insurance?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's in that truck." And I kept on pointing, and my truck kept on exploding, and like. Because I hit a live power pole.
Yeah, go get it. It's right there.
I told him, like, "Hey, man, you want to be a hero?
Help yourself, buddy."
Yeah, it's in the glove department. What's left
you
of
want
it? You know,
fine, go get it.
Be as pushy as you want.
Catches fire.
I'm not. I was like half concussed. I'm not running anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I promise.
This is one of the reasons I drive a Suburban, because you got much greater chance of survival in a bigger vehicle as long as you're belted in properly and all that.
And the funny thing is, I called my dad and I was like, "Hey, you need to come pick me up. Like, I have one hell of a story." And I get in the car. I get in the back seat. My mom's sitting there, and she's looking at the car. She looks at me and she's like, "So, are you still an atheist?" First thing she said to me. "So you still an atheist, huh? You still an atheist, huh? After surviving that." And then I had to go through the science of a car crash with my mom as I'm concussed on the way to the hospital. As I'm being preached to the whole way.
That is hilarious. That's her first question.
The lighter side is, it sounds like she loves you, though.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. She's a great person. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Will, I am not going to tell you about my dragon infestation. Not even going to tell you.
So, moral of the story is, when listening to Sabathon and you're all hyped up, pay attention for people who run red lights. And it was so not my fault because I live in California, and if it was my fault, they would have put cuffs on me so fast.
Speaking of which, when I look at that picture of your truck, when I look at that picture of the truck, I don't see an intersection coming behind from the direction of travel. I don't see any intersection there.
Well, we have really, really open lanes here, and they're not clearly marked. So we have signs and lights. So when you pull up to the lane, you have to wait for the light, and she didn't wait for the light. And so I had a green, and I was coming on a slight curve, so I'm literally trucking through in my truck, and it was that moment where it was too late. Like, she had made the decision for both of us, and so I had nothing to do except for turn the wheel because I had enough mental wherewithal to know that if I hit her head on, dead, I'm gonna die. I knew, so I turned the wheel and we hit sideways, and that's when I went straight into the pole.
You just slid off her car.
I saved her granddaughter's life and her life by making that your own. By making that.
Do you have any permanent debilitating injuries from that?
It aged me about 10, 15 years. I felt invincible. It took me almost a month to learn how to walk without a cane or just walk in general.
Wow.
Yeah. I woke up, and I'm Black and Mexican, so I'm extremely pride-filled. Everybody's like, "You need to go to the doctor." I went to the doctor and they're like, "All right, you're not dead." And
it's a good start.
And so, I had, and it was ironic because my dad bought me this $300 watch. I never wore it because I thought it was just excessive. The day I wore it, I got in a car crash and it tore half of my hand. I still have the scar. And that was pretty much the worst thing that happened to me. So I'm walking around with my hand covered. Everybody, my ex-wife or husband, they both came in tears because they were like, "We need you." They're good people. They were like, "Don't die." They had to go pick up my son, so we're all at my house and everybody's like, "Yeah, you need help because you live alone," and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "I'll be fine." I woke up the next morning, I opened my eyes and I'm like, I can't move because my entire body was so sore. And I had the seatbelt injury completely across my chest. I had a bruise for months completely. Yep. I'm lucky I didn't break my chest. Like it was violent. But when the adrenaline ran out, I woke up the next day and I was stuck in my house. I literally rolled out of bed and crawled over to the bathroom. It was an experience. I had to learn how to ask for help to because after a car accident, you need help when you almost die like that.
Yeah.
So it aged me. And like when I go to the snow now, it hurts. Like when it gets cold, my body hurts. My knees, my inner parts of my knees, because basically I was like this and I went like this and it hit the entire, like my head, my hands and my knees and the inner parts of my ankles because the car completely compressed in on itself as I'm sitting in it,
Of course.
Yeah. And if the F-150 wasn't like, it was a wide open, it was like bench seating. And so it was more of a wide open space. So I was able basically to maneuver out because the engine had me almost half trapped in.
Yeah.
It was fine. But the explosions from the power pole is what woke me up because it was like one of the most violent things I'd ever, I was so close to the zzz as it's surging through my car, so I had enough mental wherewithal to jump out the window. Yeah.
If you'd have stepped out and had a hold of the frame when you stepped onto the ground, bye-bye, Will.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, it's funny you'd say that because I did this, like, I put my foot up against the middle console and just did this weird ninja move where my whole body flopped out. And I'll never forget because I had my hat in my hand and I just kind of looked at my truck.
I don't want to lose my hat.
It was there because it had saved my life. And, it's the weirdest thing when you're concussed in moments like that. Like it felt longer than it actually was. Everything probably happened in like 2 or 3 minutes. It felt like I had 20 minutes, Yeah. But I'll do a commercial real quick. This is the OtterBox. It survived. So get an OtterBox. Get an OtterBox.
They're great. I tried these one of these UAG ones, and they're pretty good. They're very similar to an OtterBox. They have vents in the back so your phone doesn't get too hot because that happens to some people.
It survived a fire.
But I tell you, I was a truck driver, and I used to drop my phone out of my truck. I had a belt clip with the OtterBox, and I'd go to get out, and you got to spin around when you're a truck driver and step down, So I go to spin around, and the seatbelt over and over caught my phone, and my phone would go flying. It would bounce off the pump and bounce off the concrete barrier at the end of the pump and go fly and end up underneath the truck. I had to get one of the windshield washer things one time to get it out.
That's the worst.
And you know what? There was nothing wrong with my phone.
Yeah.
Nothing. It had the old plastic cover on the front. There was nothing wrong with that phone.
I've broke every OtterBox. I've broke every OtterBox case I have, so I get like the phone clip.
Wait! You just endorsed it. Wait a minute.
No, but the phone clips need to improve.
No, the clips. My clip broke too.
That's exactly. No, I'm agreeing. Yeah. They do have because you bump up against something and you do it enough, it will snap.
Yeah, because they're pretty tough plastic, but they're just not. It should be a metal clip.
And I tested it. It wasn't like it fell off the first time. Like I beat the hell out of the phone.
Yeah, me too. I swore by that shit. That saved my phone. I'm telling you, it probably saved me thousands of dollars for $45 or whatever it was at the time. Yeah.
I'll buy OtterBox stuff nowadays because I know it'll outlast me next time because I wouldn't survive something like that again. I will say though, now I drive like someone I care is in the car at all times. and that's including myself. Because before I was a little cocky. Have a good night. And I did always get fast trucks that sounded great and speed around town. And now I drive with the same truck, just a little bit more respect. Same design,
Right.
I'd be more careful.
So when are we getting to the two R's, RR and RM? When are we gonna get you guys together for a talk?
Hey, Purple.
Oh well, Richard and I did get a little bit of progress on that, and we're going to get back and figure it out and get a schedule going. Richard, I do look forward to being on your show one of these days.
Well, what I really aim to do with people is have serious conversation that's respectful, and have more than one, because I don't think you can learn a human's epistemology in an hour. I don't think that can be done.
Okay. Yeah.
So Dr. Josh, I had on 3 times. Dr. Nisharan, I had him on twice. More like that. Not just a half hour or an hour.
I like you. You've got integrity. I trust you. I expect we're going to have a really nice conversation. I am looking forward to it.
I didn't call you any names.
I see that's how you conduct yourself. Yeah, I am sincerely looking forward to it.
Me too. Me too, actually.
Randolph, you've inspired me to pull out this hat. I don't like it because it's too 10-gallon, but I need to shape it.
Ooh, yeah.
But I need to shape it. I just haven't gotten around to it.
said you should take the old hat and cover it with flags. But Kevin, according to everything written, you are not supposed to wear the American flag or cut it or just damage it or
or be a flag shagger like me.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Cowboy hats are like cowboy boots. You gotta ease into them,
Fair enough.
The cowboy hats. They look awesome.
I don't know if you have that or not, Randolph, but I put Richard's email in the.
We're already communicating by email. We already know each other.
Well, fuck y'all then. I was trying to be nice. I don't want to help anyway.
Yeah, I mentioned that he and I already have been talking about figuring out a schedule.
Well, I didn't know that you had emailed each other, talking with each other online, and emailing is too.
No, thank you. It's very helpful. I appreciate it. So.
See, OC, middle name, overly considerate. Okay, so anyway.
Yeah, the kind of hat that I have, I think, is called the Anson. Yours is a bit taller. It's unusually tall.
Well, I like this design more because I wear these at work, so I need something that covers my eyes, but I can also wear my glasses underneath. So I can wear my glasses, or because I live in the desert, so it's different conditions here, and the sun's out all the time. Yeah. So I wear my cowboy hat as a practice.
You're both near the equator and the sun's out all the time. I'm a little bit confused.
What you've got is a cattleman's hat. The cattleman is taller than the Anson, and yours looks unusually tall compared to this one. And it's the cattleman's hat.
I misordered. I thought I always go with the same company. And with the pandemic, you can't just walk into a store, because I buy a specific hat because I beat them up. I have a show hat, but I wear that in Vegas. I wear it in certain. It's literally in the box in my closet. Like it's a real Stetson. And when I say a rodeo hat,
if they're getting beat up and squashed, you get a rodeo hat. They can survive it almost anything. That's almost indestructible.
I love these hats, and they like that hat is the one that survived the car crash. That's 6 or 7 years old. The other one is 4 or 5 years old. I beat them up, just put them on. I forget which is which. I put them on, go to work. I love them.
I keep this in my truck all the time, and then if I'm driving along and I see some Americans, I'll put it on and I'll nod my hat to them. Sometimes they're wearing hats. It's great.
I will say on the property, it's so funny. On the property next door to my job is a horse ranch, and whenever a horse breaks loose, I literally just have to walk up to the horse and walk past the horse, and it'll follow me. because it's really just following my hat because it thinks I'm one of the people that work at the other ranch.
Right.
And I don't even have to grab the horse or anything. And now I'm to the point where I give the horse a dirty look like, oh, you broke out again, huh? And I named it Susan because I watched too much Doctor Who. So I walk up to Susan, I walk past Susan, and I'm like, oh, not again. And I walk right past the front of the ranch, and Susan follows me right back on the other property. I think it's like part of Susan's routine after a while, comes looking for me.
I think since it's hard-headed, you should name it Ox.
There's a episode of Doctor Who where Matt Smith's out in the Wild West and he grabs a horse and this picture's like, why are you grabbing my horse? And Doctor Who says, your horse's name is Susan and you will respect her life choices. And then he takes off on the horse. So from now on, I call all horses Susan.
You will respect her life choices.
Hello, Purple Rhymes with Orange.
Too. Hi, Purple.
Hey, Purple.
Hey, how's it going?
I love his greeting. Greetings, sentient beings. It always sounds so awesome.
I know, right?
It sounds like fresh off the spaceship.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. Well, you know what? It's less discriminatory than hello, fellow humans, and hello, people. Yeah.
Yeah,
hello,
I'm not convinced all my friends are humans, so.
Oh, this is all lights glitz. This is all lights glitz and camera tricks. I'm all lizard. 100% reptilian overlord.
What do you think? How do you think you learned how to sew so well?
Yeah, exactly.
Put that body together, damn it. That's how good he is. You can't even see a stitch.
That's another episode of
He calls them scars. Oh,
that's a whole subject for a different day.
Yeah, Purple, I'm surprised we're still going too, honestly. I just, I don't know. Everybody just kept coming in and talking and rotating out, and I thought, well, fuck, I'll just roll with it.
I was invited.
Well, that's why my chats tend to go like 5 hours, because it's like, yeah, the first people leave after this 2 or 3 hours, and we get new people in there, so it's just a rotating cast.
So don't move, okay?
We got to watch this twice. Jesus. We got to watch this twice. I'll play it. That looks like an abusive relationship.
Yeah. Still so I can love you, damn it. I don't know.
I wonder why they do things like that. Like why did that even happen? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Oh no, like cats have their own personalities, and like when you have a more than one in a house, like they flourish. Like they
get the leader of the pack. I have that. I was telling my brother about that. Like my female, she's in charge of the bed, and my male's in charge of the food and the water and the cat box. And wherever she lays on the bed, he's got to conform. But when they're off of that bed and down here, he eats first, he drinks first, he uses the litter box first after I clean it. She waits. Yeah,
there is a hierarchy. Like I have 3 cats right now. I have Klaus, which is an adult black cat. I have Klaus, which is he's young. He's probably like a teenager. And then we have Napo, which he went to get neutered, and the operation went bad, so he lost some of his sight and some of his ears, right?
Oh shit!
So, but he's a big dude. He's like a tiger, right? And he used to be like the strongest dude before he left, and now when he came back, the older one like kind of like took over as the leader. But they guide him everywhere. They didn't fight him. They didn't like. They make sure he was like accommodated to the house. They make sure he goes to eat, to have water. Like they have like their own community going on, and you can't get involved.
Each other. Mm-hmm. See, cats can do it, but we're so fucking smart.
Yeah.
God.
No, like
you can't take care of each other.
You can just sit there and watch them all day. Like it's. They have their personalities.
Yeah, you just have to get the right cats to take care of you.
I'm working on it, man. I got my boy both of them. They fetch. Pretty soon, it's gonna be fetching stuff for me. I'm gonna work on that.
Okay, that's You know, for people who say that the
talk about being on acid. I'm gonna see that shit in my nightmares.
Those
now.
are some big ass eyes, dude. That's bizarre.
That is nightmare fuel. That is nightmare.
oh, that's beautiful.
It was like a cat mixed with a Pokemon or something. What the hell was that?
That was amazingly done.
That is, you know, kids before the internet, people used to take some groovy drugs, and you'd see cats playing all kinds of food.
Now they're just sharing their experience in video format.
Yeah.
Much safer this way.
I had a cat for a while, and it. I mean, I took really good care of it. I don't know if I took especially good care of the cat, but I thought I took good care of the cat. But this one day, I walk out on the back porch, and there's a dead mouse there, you know. And I thought, oh, dead mouse, and I threw it away. And then the next day, there's another dead mouse in like approximately the same square foot. So I throw it away. And then one day I go out there, and this just keeps every day. There's a dead mouse right there on the back porch. One day I go out there, and the cat is there with a dead mouse in its mouth looking at me and drops it.
It's a gift.
And I went, oh my, it's trying to feed me.
Yes. It's taking care of you.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I tried to explain to the cat, but the cat doesn't speak English, and I don't speak cat.
Yep. When I fell off the roof.
So I just went back to throwing them away and being thankful, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I usually wait until the cat goes away. Go ahead.
Wait, Santi, hold on.
Go ahead,
Purple.
When I fell off the roof and I couldn't walk,
Yeah.
my cat was concerned I wasn't going to be able to feed myself, and he brought me 11 mice in the first 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holy shit.
He just kept
Nice.
running out to the park, grab a mouse, brought it back in. As soon as I picked it up, he ran out, got another one.
It was an all-day event, 1 hour per trip.
Yeah.
Your cat was smarter because it could perceive that you're bigger than it was. My cat was stupid.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, hey, that's actually sustainable. You know, one
Right,
rat.
like
You know,
Yeah.
but like 9. That's a stew. That's a good stew.
Hell yeah, rats too, man.
That's a great idea for a movie.
Also, what you were saying about just finding the one mouse there. Actually, when I lived in New York, I wound up redomesticating 3 cats from the feral colony. And the one that was the most reluctant, you know, that we started feeding him outside, and eventually in the winter he started coming into the garage, and eventually he came into the basement. But just, you know, I had my shop in the garage, and I cut a cat flap in the garage door for the cats to come and go. And I knew that we had finally worked it out for sharing the territory when one day I came in and there was a headless bat laying there in front of the cat flap. He's like, okay, here's the rent payment.
Yeah.
Here is a rat for you. I kept the head for me.
Yeah. But animals are practical. A human would have just taken the whole bat.
Well, cats are practical, as you can see. Dogs?
The dog's going to run right through it.
Yeah, and it's... Dog wants to be petted.
Wait, they threw that dog. They threw that dog.
Oh, that's what you think? Okay, let's see.
Look at it again.
Yeah, okay.
No, I've had pets on hardwood floor. They can't dogs can't keep up with their claws. They fall all the time.
No, you can see a hand, I think. Wait. No,
the dog's running, it looks like.
That's a slip.
Yeah,
that's a slip. Yeah, I don't see a shadow from a person back there.
I don't think there's a person there.
Well, the cats are quite precise.
And if someone does throw a dog and I catch him.
Look at the cats. Back feet always go where the front paws move away.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and they always step, their back paws will inevitably step where their front paw was.
Yeah, the dogs don't have
and
that
I know
kind of
this because
precision.
every time they step on my boob once, they step on it with the back paw too.
Exactly the same.
And I'll be
spot.
like this
So,
in bed, ow!
What
I know.
What sort of things are you doing with your cats? I'm starting to wonder.
He walks across me. He's a fucking 15-pound cat or something.
The cat thinks of her as a lumpy carpet.
15
He just jumps on me like, "Hey, mom!" And I'm like, "Oh!"
I had a.
Now I sleep like this. I do. If I'm on my back, I sleep with my hand across my chest.
I had a min pin. I had a min pin
but man, he's heavy.
I had a pincher that weighed that much. A mini pincher. They are the most evil dogs.
Min pins, and they are yippy and stupid.
Oh, and they're angry.
Yes,
and they are just.
Yip.
Lulu is how old's my son?
Who did that to you?
Lulu is 12, and she. You know, it's funny. When I got a divorce, I didn't put that dog on the papers. And if my ex-wife is watching, keep the dog.
No, Randolph, give me one of the ones with the Legos.
Oh no! This one actually will make it fair because this one.
Oh, so was this a thing? Was this like a challenge or something?
Yeah.
People were just doing this, making videos of it for a while.
Pandemic boredom.
Yeah, there was. People were doing this stuff with their pets.
I hate the tile.
Dog actually does pretty good on this. It was nice to see a dog that actually make it too.
Oh, pushed one aside. That's pretty good.
Nice to be fair here.
I'm gonna bet they had the cats first, and they got that dog as a very small puppy. So that dog grew up watching the cats and doesn't know it's a dog.
Probably thinks it's a cat. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a chow that we got her when she was like just 7 weeks old, and we had the 2 cats, and she never realized that she got bigger than the cats. So I just told people we had a 60-pound cat that barked at the mailman.
That's pretty funny. My cat thinks he's a dog sometimes. Just depends on the day. Don't you look at me like that. He's laying right here on the bed just staring at me with like half squinted eyes, one paw out like this.
Well, Sammy's son is actually a dog in a cat suit. The whole 9 yards. He'll lay next to the chair here and he'll wait for belly rubs. You know, if I go upstairs and I give Petunia belly rubs, my arm's going to be bleeding.
It's true. It's true.
Okay, guys, look, I gotta work early tomorrow, so I'm gonna
about
take
to
off.
kill this anyways. I think 4.5 hours is enough.
What a day!
It was great chatting with you, Santi.
It was nice seeing you all, you guys.
Yeah, Santi, first time I actually saw what you looked like, so glad I made it in time.
I know, I haven't seen you in a year. So good to see you.
I haven't been around. I'll be around more.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, buddy. Take care.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
No, I missed seeing Santi in the chats. I've never seen him with a camera on, though.
Yeah. The first time I saw him, I was like, oh, didn't expect that. But he let his hair grow out. I told him it looked good. He should leave it. Let it go.
That was full circle. It's been about a year. That's
really?
Awesome. Yeah. It's crazy what happens in a year.
Especially in a year when nobody can get a haircut.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna take that.
Gotta wear your mask.
I'm gonna take a picture of me wearing that vest. And now that I can't close it 40 pounds later, and a year ago when I could comfortably wear a sweatshirt with it, you know.
Oh, Ox is asking in the side chat, if cats always land on their feet and buttered toast always lands the buttered side down, what happens if you butter the back of a cat?
The reason the experiment's not working for him is because he eliminated the toast.
Yep.
Why it's not working. You have to have the toast buttered and attached, perhaps with string or tape, to the cat. And then if you flip the cat in the air sideways, the cat can't fall because the buttered toast can't fall because of the cat. So you get a perpetual motion machine. It just sits there in the air and spins repeatedly.
This all fails. This all fails because putting butter on a cat's back doesn't mean anything because the cat's not actually toast.
That's right. You have to attach toast with string or tape.
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to butter toast and you have to strap that onto the cat.
And then once the centrifugal force gets going, you just hear yep, 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 yep.
So I took a ball of tape and once I got my cat spinning, right, my perpetual cat machine, I took a ball of tape and put it on the end of a drill bit, right? And then I stuck it up against the cat while it was still in the air and got it really going. And it's really interesting what happens at some point. The centrifugal force actually forces the cat's legs to go straight out. I mean, straight out, like it's doing a splits. Now, at that point, you can use it as a blending machine, as a leaf blower. You can use it. It's a very handy tool.
Yes, yes. At those kind of RPMs, you can definitely get some wind going.
Well, no, see, that actually eventually causes,
as they say.
That actually eventually causes a failure, because when you get it spinning at that speed, the centrifugal force will fling the butter off of the toast.
I did wait for the butter to cool, I have to admit.
That's one hell of a scratchy sandwich. Just saying. That sandwich will fight back. That is a sandwich that would fight back to the death. I've never met
inside of your throat, says the dentist. Well, it's a long story. This is how it all started.
I've never met a sober cat that docile.
Wait, you've seen drunken cats that were that docile?
I had a neighbor who would obsessively smoke pot in their house with their cats, and their cats were the most laid back, chill cats ever. It was and you know what? This person, their cats were well fed. They weren't mean to their cats, but they would smoke pot all day long.
I just can't figure out if that's animal abuse or if you're being really nice to them.
No,
I guess it depends on whether or not they like it.
That's why I'm explaining it, like, because I felt the same way. He was my neighbor when I used to live in the condo on the other side of town, and he was an Iraqi veteran, and he had a cat and cats and would smoke all day long, and his cats were the chillest cats on planet Earth. They helped each other. I don't know. They were
one of my fiance's cat, when she got to be about 17, 18 years old, was having a lot of joint pain, and some days you could see it was just painful for her to walk. So my fiance would put her in a cardboard box and take a hit and blow it into the box to let her dome out in there, just so she'd mellow out. And it really seemed to help her pain a lot.
Let me just say one thing about this before we show what Randolph has about cats. I love the cat thing, by the way, Randolph.
This one is Cats Drunk on Catnip, by the way.
When I was with my ex-husband, we had two cats, both males. One was black and white, really cute, Sylvester-ish looking, a little bit more white than black. And the other one was a tabby. And every time we smoked, they would come over and sit. Mine, particularly the tabby.
I remember this.
The male would, the other one would come around and like hang out on top of the couch and sniff above your head. But mine would come sit next to you and do this.
Yeah.
And wait, start sniffing. And you blow it, just a little bit of a hit at him. He'd go, and then he'd just go lay down on the coffee table or next to you, and he'd just chill. And he'd wait a while, and then he'd come back and go.
That's how my fiance started doing it, too.
I didn't make that cat smoke shit.
That's how my fiance started doing it, too, because Sophia would jump up on the back of the couch behind her while she was smoking and just keep leaning over her shoulder to inhale it.
They have tape on their feet, don't they?
No, they're high.
They're high on catnip, apparently. That's what the video description.
I have never seen catnip do that to a cat.
No, I think there must be something else.
Yeah, not catnip.
I would take my cat to the vet.
That's not cool. I don't like that.
I believe they gave him some kind of drug, but I think it's something stronger than catnip.
It's probably not catnip.
That could be two cats that just came home from getting fixed.
True.
And are trying to walk to the food dish.
Could be.
That could be,
that. The anesthesia lasts too long, and you have to get them up and moving for it to run through their body. But they lose all balance and control, and they're really, really wobbly. And by the way,
like that you came up with a humane story for them.
You're supposed to take care of them and help them, and not just let them flop around on the floor. I'm done. Go ahead. What'd you say, Richard?
I like that you came up with a very nice story to cover them.
Yep.
I'm anti-exploitation.
That's what it looks like to me.
I'm anti-exploitation. I don't like it when people have like family channels on YouTube. I think that's exploitation. I don't like it when people film cats like that. That's exploitation.
Yeah, just trying to get views and shit. That's why I cut it off. I was like, no, I'm done with this.
Yeah. It does bother me, some of the things people do to animals, and like you're saying, the family channels especially, the stuff people pull on their own kids just to get views.
Gross. Because I monitor everything Isaiah watches, and the things that people do for views is scary. They're actually.
What are they doing to their kids?
Pranking their children, lying to their children, saying, "Oh, we're gonna go here," instead of we're going here. Like it's.
They'll act like they're giving them gifts, and they'll open it up, and there'll be like nothing in it, or something stupid or bad in it. And
trigger warning.
Kids are crying.
Big
really.
Big trigger warning. My son found a channel, and this person was talking down about these other people, but my son found a channel where this woman would prank her husband by faking a miscarriage. Yeah, I blocked the channel. That
doesn't sound funny.
That's a screwed up relationship.
So there's a guy that faked getting put a nail through his finger. And he set it up, and his wife was like blonde, and he was making fun of her, and everybody thought it was so funny. But I was like, dude, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
he's like, babe, and he's got his hand on a board like this, and he's got this fake thing going on, and he put like ketchup on the board or something, and he's yelling, and she comes in, she's like, oh my god, what do I do? And he's like, get a hammer, we gotta pull it out, you gotta pull it out, and she's like, oh my god, I can't do that. He's like, no, get a hammer, and then she walks away, and he looks at the camera, and he picks up his hand and puts it back down next to the nail.
Oh god!
And she comes over and she's like trying to figure out how to do it without hurting him. And then she's like panicking, and he said, "No, that's not the right hammer." And he takes his hand away, and she's panicking so bad she doesn't even realize his hand's not there for a minute. And then she's like, "That's not funny," and he's laughing. And no, I mean, I could see the dark humor behind it. Like if you two have an agreement that you do this kind of shit to each other, cool. But it didn't seem like that to me. She was like crying.
Yeah,
I thought it hurt.
Well, when I took
his itsy blonde girlfriend.
When I showed my friend a nail sticking out of my thumb, that's because I actually messed up and stuck a nail in my thumb with a nail gun. I wasn't messing with him.
That's like the time I mangled my face right here. I got a scar. I kicked a 2x2x8. It was a long piece. I put it up against the tailgate of my Montero like a dummy.
Oh, I know this story.
I cut it. I kicked it like sometimes I think I'm Chuck Norris or something. I don't know what's wrong. And I kicked it. It came right back up and hit me right here.
Yeah.
And so I go back to the job site. This woman who I used to work for, she was a dental hygienist. And in a previous job, she saved my face because my face was gashed open. But my ex-girlfriend, later that night, we went out to eat. And I had this huge bandage on it. And the whole time I'm like, do you want to see my scar? And I pulled it back. I'm black and blue, and it's gross, Yeah, fun times.
Yeah, I've dealt with enough real life emergencies that, like that nail thing, was making me cringe.
But I didn't tape myself, I didn't tape myself. I wasn't pranking her. I was just being a gross dude. I wasn't like,
If you have an injury that was your own fault and you taped yourself, that I don't have a problem with.
I don't think I would want to watch that because I was embarrassed because I had to go teach a safety class 2 days later with a bandage on my face. I told him the story. I said, "Hey, I'm an idiot. Don't do this."
Did you also have a shop teacher with 8 fingers? I mean, how far does this go?
No, but I knew this old gangster that told me one of the craziest stories, and then he's like, "Yeah," and he lifted up, and I think the story was true because he was missing half of his hand.
Well, I have three fingers amputated at the top knuckle, so I am now qualified to teach shop in any high school in the U.S.
Yes. I'm so proud of you, Purple. I know you were trying to get to that. I knew that was very important to you. I'm glad.
No, my line is I do not find pain funny unless it has been self-inflicted.
Right.
If somebody is doing something obviously stupid or someone has told them this is a bad idea and they do it anyway, then it's funny.
Often preceded by, "Hey guys, watch this."
Hold my beer.
I am certain that my tombstone is going to read, "It seemed like a good idea at the time."
There you go. That's like the other day. My buddy gave me a knife, and then you can use.
Oh, we got nerdy now.
It's got like wire strippers on it. Yeah, nerdy popped in. It's got wire strippers on it, and it's got this little thing on the back, and it's got a cover on it, and it was really dirty, and I didn't realize. I thought it was like a blunt piece of metal, And I ran my finger down to get the dust off. And I mean, it doesn't look too bad now, but it got me pretty good when I did it. It was it bled really well.
Arizona State University. I took a chunk off my finger. I was working at a deli, and I ran my finger against a slicer, a meat slicer.
Oh, nice. Oh, 1985 dog. I mean, I got scars all over me, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like 2
Scars
hours.
are awesome.
A scar stream.
I'm down.
I have a sword behind everyone.
Yeah, International Pipe and Tube. And,
how did you do that?
Well done.
So cool.
See,
Remember,
that's why
we used to do that to kids, though. We'd like tell we stole their nose. How mean is that? They're like, ah.
So that would be way.
You can't do that.
That would be way more
funny.
Sorry, that'd be way more convincing. That would be way more convincing with a wizard hat on. Just saying.
It would. It would.
Wearing a wizard hat. I'm just saying.
Going back to the wizard beard. I don't want a wizard hat.
Anyway.
I'm really good at recall. I'm really.
He just
actually
now that we're towards the end.
He doesn't need the hat, and actually, he reminds me quite a lot of the old wizard from the animated movie Flight of Dragons,
which was awesome.
Oh.
I guarantee.
Why do you say that I'm not?
No, I got to go through my VHS collection. I bet I have that somewhere in here.
You blinked, Richard. What'd you say?
Why do you say that I'm not that wizard?
Well, you might be, because he obviously had some kind of temporal powers. Like he had a library of unfinished books. So he had books that would not be printed for several hundred years in his library.
You know, it's dodgy when your woodworking teacher has a peg leg hook and an eye patch.
I saw that, and that's they set up for a pirate joke, I know.
Oh, Nerdy. See, Mice left and Nerdy came in. We're good. We got the chat covered. We got a smart. I need one. If I have one per stream, I'm good.
Okay, this guy comes into a bar, and there's just the stereotypical pirate sitting there. He's got the peg leg, he's got the hook, and he's got the eye patch. You know, and the guy sits down, he buys him a drink, and he says, you know, you must have had some great adventures in your time. You know, how did you wind up with the hook? And he said, well, you know, it was this great sword duel. We were attacking this ship. I was dueling the captain. My foot slipped on the deck, and he came across, cut my arm clean off. I said, wow, what happened to the leg? And he said, mutiny. My own crew threw me overboard. Shark came up, bit my leg off. I beat the shark off with the severed leg. And I said, oh, well, how'd you wind up with the eye patch? He said, seagull shit in my eye. And I said, you don't lose an eye for that. He said, you do if it's the day after you got a hook for a hand and you go to wipe it out.
I loved it.
No time for Kentucky windage. You just didn't have a time to adjust fire at all, and just.
We always do that to the new guy. We all at my job, we're like, let's do some Kentucky windage. Lick your thumb, put it up in the sky. We always do that to the.
Okay, you've got to explain that reference. I don't get what Kentucky windage is.
You lick your thumb and you figure out which direction it's going by, which way the wind's blowing.
All right, I just haven't heard that term for it.
Divining rods. We used to get new guys with the divining rods too. We got really mean with it one time.
Oh, we used to have there's a whole line in the military of jokes for new recruits. And I want to tell you a couple of them just to give you an example of them. Like you can send them after down to supply room to get a box of grid squares. Well, a grid square is 1,000 by 1,000 feet portion of a map. There's no such thing as an individual grid square. There's no such thing. Or you might send them for chem light batteries. Well, it's a chemical light. It doesn't take batteries. But everybody's in on the joke, and they'll just keep passing them on to some other place. and keep them looking for hours for grid squares. Go give me 5 gallons of rotor wash.
Yeah.
That's the air pressure down from the rotors on a helicopter is called rotor wash. So,
it's like blinker fluid.
So it's blinker fluid, right? So Christopher got a new recruit. He'd just taken over as a squad leader, and he got a new recruit in, and they had a radio that was, well, it sounded like something. It had a funny name. It was called a PRK 17 or 7. I can't remember. So they just called it a prick 17 or whatever it was, or a prick 7. And so it sounded right when he said to this recruit, go and fetch me a prick E9. Does anyone know what an E9 is? That's your first sergeant.
Yep.
He sent this kid after a prick E9. Well, guess what? The kid found one.
A prick E9.
Spent his whole day on the floor. Spent the whole day on the floor with that prick E9.
Yeah, that's like John used to do to the construction workers when he was framing. Board stretcher.
Yeah.
He'd wait until somebody cut something too short and he'd go, oh, man, great. Now we need the stretcher. And the kid's like,
yeah,
what?
My dad was a carpenter, so I grew
board
up with that
stretcher.
one.
Go ask Tommy. He's got it over by the truck. Hey, Tom, you got a board stretcher? Yeah, man. No, I gave it to Frank. Frank's got it over there on the other side of the house.
Yeah.
Just make him run around for like 30 minutes. Till the foreman notices and gets pissed off because the guy's not getting any work done.
Looking for a board stretcher.
Looking for a board stretcher.
Yeah, Nerdy said you need some Stars and Stripes paint.
Oh, that's funny. Board
Stars
stretcher.
They have that. They sell it in red, white, and blue.
Board stretcher.
Yep.
Oh, you're working on a project right now, aren't you, Randolph? How many times have you needed a board stretcher?
Come on over and you can help me find one.
He's like, only twice, but I flubbed it. It'll be fine. That's what shims are for.
You wind up.
I love shims.
Shims are the shit.
We've got you're asking, we got the south wall framed. I'm going to be adding plywood tomorrow and then putting the window in. I've already put the window in once, just temporarily, to make sure it fits. It fits perfectly. Just only a little bit of space around, which is perfect for
shimming it in.
Yeah, I got to fill it in with the foam. You want to really have that filling in. There's a spray foam that you put in; it expands when it gets in. Yeah,
I got a little tiny thing to say about the spray foam around the window. Okay, yeah, great. Don't close in the back side of the window when you don't do that. Don't put anything against it that actually traps the foam, because depending on which one you get, you can actually bend your window with the foam.
Yeah, that's why they have the door and window foam that's blue and yellow. It doesn't expand as much.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you already knew that. Good.
Yeah, it can expand with enough pressure to blow the frame.
Right.
Oh, I tell you, I appreciate all these tips everyone's given me because I'm learning as I go here. But this is right. I'm not putting it into an enclosed space. It's open when I put the foam in, so the excess can come out in a certain way. So and then I'll shave it off. Yeah.
I actually had the impression you had a fair bit of experience with building these things.
Oh
no, he just keeps the camera way far back.
Yeah, so you can't see when he fucks up, right? No, Randolph's a novice.
I was impressed with him putting the siding on the wall while it was laying flat.
Well, the reason we had to do that was because there's not enough room to put it up in place because the neighbor's shed is right there. But the others, I'll be putting them while the wall is up. But I had to do extra study on that to make sure I got it right because that is a legitimate approach to it, to do it while the wall is down. So that's one of the reasons I'm walking around barefoot on it, because I don't want to damage the vinyl siding. And when I'm barefoot, I can feel exactly where I'm stepping. Yep. And brand new is the vinyl, so... people, I got a lot of comments from people about me being barefoot on there. It was like,
well, yeah, because you could have loose nails around.
No, I'm not using nails. I'm using screws for everything here, and I like screws better. It's they grip better and everything holds together better.
It's like what I always say, Randolph. When in doubt, screw it.
But some people were complimenting me on my feet, which I thought was kind of not what I was expecting.
That goes back. See, Will, we right back around to where we started. We're not going. We're not going there again.
Yeah. You could have an OnlyFans page
Quite,
for that.
Yeah, quite literally right back where we started.
Sorry about that.
I always say the conversation always wraps back around.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a show.
I think that's a good. I think that's
5 hours
later. 5 hours later, we did it, guys. All right.
Well,
sweet.
and we're just 1 minute past the top of the hour, so it's
perfect.
2 minutes left, and you'll make the 5 hour mark.
Well, I always start 5 minutes late because nobody's here yet.
Oh.
and Will's the only one that shows up like on time. So I always tell everybody I'll start in 5 as soon as it hits the hour. I just say I start in 5.
Oh, I started here as soon as I got back. I wasn't even aware of what time you were starting today, but it was great to be on. And
I'm sorry, even though I gave up religion
Eastern every time, Randolph. Damn it.
Even though I've given up religion, I still work on pagan standard time.
Oh, okay.
One of the old jokes is, what do you call a pagan who shows up for ritual on time?
What?
Lonely.
On that note,
that is funny. That's funny.
We will say goodnight. Thank you to everybody that came in the chat, and I know half of you are gone now. Thank you for everybody that came in. Will, Randolph, Purple, and of course my brother. You know I love you guys, and have a great time. Enjoy your life. Take care of one another.
Oh, I got one last thing to say.